Good morning, traders. Welcome to the smoothest live stream on the entire internet. My name is Lou Smooth. You guys can call me Smooth. And today is the day that the Lord has made, guys. So let's go ahead and jump into these charts and see what is going on here. So first of all, good morning, Janik, Kelvin, Mo, Eva, Art, Milan. Welcome, guys. Welcome to everybody here and even everyone in the background. Good morning. All right, so let's take a look at this chart real quick and jump over to our 30-minute. And see where we kind of are. We still have our pitchfork up here, thanks to Zen who brought that up yesterday. We're trading a little bit of wedge right now, trying to break out and see which direction is best for the market. But I will tell you that it is looking very bullish. Yesterday we got some talks of peace yesterday from the whole Iran and Israel situation. So it looks like we are probably going to get a continued move up here. It looks very strong in the market still. Still looks like it wants to go to the upside. But the only thing I will say is that the market can be very tricky. You can play on our heartstrings here, making us think that since everything is bullish, things are going to go up, and in actuality, it might actually tumble. So this is our 30-minute. Our overnight high is sitting at 22,384. That's crazy. That is crazy. And we had quite the pump yesterday. Our open was at 22.85, and our overnight low was just under that, 22.73. We have not been back to visit that since yesterday's open, so that's pretty insane. We are in, I think we're in striking distance here of all-time high, if we didn't already set it, right? So look at the all-time high. All-time high is at 22,432. 22.4. Wow, look at that, guys. We're about to make an all-time high on the NQ. Let's label that ATH. That is pretty wild. Okay, cool. All right, let's circle back to our 1 minute. Let's see if we got anything cooking here. All right, so it looks like we are getting a bit of a rejection here on the top of the trend line. I did start to take a look at some other assets to see if we can trade. So I have on my screen here a couple different assets. We got Bitcoin, we got gold, we got crude, and we got corn. I don't know why corn's looking choppy like this. I do have the perpetual contract on right now, but it's looking very low volume right now. But I'm keeping it on here for laughter. And then we also have obviously the 3 indices. But right now it looks like the market may want to break out above this top trend line here. I do have a long position on gold. I saw a possible opportunity to go long on gold this morning. But it looks like we might be getting a rollover there. So we have a stop loss there at that last wick at 33.24. We might close that out earlier depending on how this market starts shaping up. We'll see. We'll be patient. We'll be patient here. I took a paper trade short on gold earlier today, and that thing printed. I was just trying out to see how much it would have costed, or would cost us for that trade, just to get a little bit better grasp of how much it cost per contract. And yeah, we ran that up like $4,000. I think it was like $4,000 or something, almost $5,000, right? Let's see. Paper trading history. Account history. Yeah, we made 4,200 on that gold short. That was really nice, but that was a paper trade. Just wanted to play around with it and see how the pricing worked. We might be trading gold. We might be trading a couple other things, like maybe the Dow. We got a couple things that are on our horizon here. Max Dozer, what's going on? Azad, good morning. Kevin, what's up, brother? And yeah, yeah, Mo, we are going to be trading our Tory trend lines today. Good call on that. What's up? Chad says, hola, Tory trend line traders. We have two scenes that could come with 4-hour value gaps, says Azad. Okay. Sensei, what's going on, man? What's up, Ray? Good morning. I passed my TopStep combine, but I exceeded 50%, so I think he wants me to make an additional 1,400. Did you really? That sucks. You should have lost some money, man. What's up, Tony? Good morning. I don't know if it's too late for you to lose money now, but yeah. I don't know. Guys, is it too late for him to lose money now? Or can you still lose money? That's a terrible problem to have, man. Yeah, it really is. Do you guys know the rules around that? I know you can lose money if it's the same day, but if it already clocked you in at the end of the day. Oh, congratulations, Azad. In 2 days, I was graduation university because I wasn't here. Oh, you graduated? Congratulations, man. You got 53, 103? Well, don't you need 53? So you need to lose $103? If I'm understanding you correctly. Looks like we're about to get stopped on gold here. We'll see. Yeah, gold trade's looking very choppy. I think we might close that out. Yeah, I just closed that gold position. We might get a we might get a sweep there with a possible. We got the market opening in 5 minutes. We might get a sweep there with a possible support around 33.22. We'll see. But it was getting very close to my stop loss there. What's going on, Peter? Jay Powell speaking in 35 minutes. Yeah, he is on here, isn't he? It's going to be a pretty wild morning. Pretty wild. Yeah, right now BTC is looking very weak. Looking like it wants to drop hard. So is gold. Crude's also dumping here. I'll keep an eye on the entire market. I think I'm too late to lose a little money because on my dashboard it says that I need an additional 1,400. Yeah, that sucks. If it already clocked you in at the end of the day, then I think you might be stuck. You might need to just take some really clean trades, man. What are you going to trade today? I don't know, man. I've like I told you guys, I'm going to keep my eyes open on any opportunities on some other charts. But what I do want to do is I'm actually going to enter some trades when I see the 21 crossover with the 100 period VWAP. And I'm going to let those trades ride. I'm just going to trail them and not pay too much attention to them. Look for more opportunities. So right now, that's the game plan. It worked really well this morning on that paper trade on gold that I took. So I'm going to continue trying to do that. And we're going to see how it works. We're going to see how it works. That's kind of the strategy I'm thinking about right now. All right, we're starting to get that rejection here. We got the market opening up in about a minute, 2 minutes here. We'll wait till afterwards and see what kind of direction the market wants to head into. Gold's still looking kind of heavy. And oil is also looking like it wants to start heading down. But we do have Jay Powell speaking, don't we? We have Jay Powell, the man himself, speaking today. Yeah, he's going to be speaking at 10 a.m. Testifying in front of Congress? Is that what he's doing? All right, we'll see. 10 a.m. It's going to be a rocky road. All right, cool. Right now, NQ's having a bit of a hard time here. Keep our eyes open on the charts. Oh, the Dow exploded to the upside. Ooh, look at this. Some crazy moves here. All right, market's opening in 10 seconds here, guys. Good luck. Last night, gold dumped like 1 in the morning. How I passed my combine. Good job, right? Yeah, that's what it looked like. See what's asset we're going to be trading here. Wow, NQ's dumping. She's dumping hard. Corn's ripping. What's up, yo, Jim? Good morning, Tyler. Captain, what's up? If I missed anybody, I'm sorry. Market is ripping right now in both directions. Right now, we are seeing a bit of the 21 in the 100 period VWAP chop. No real direction just yet. So I'm not really eager to jump into anything at the moment. What's up, Jones? Good morning. The Dow is looking the strongest out of the 3 indices here, between the or the 4 indices between the well, it was looking the strongest for a minute. Still is the strongest though. I would say that and NQ. Now it seems like everything's just all over the place. Gold's dumping hard. So is BTC. I still got that short open on BTC, man, but BTC has pumped pretty hard. I didn't expect us to get to 105 so fast. My stop loss is at 107.235. Let's keep our fingers crossed that we get another move down on BTC. Maybe we'll cash out. I didn't think we'd be recovering so soon. Right now we're getting that push higher with a rejection, just like Tori told me it would do. These trend lines, guys, they don't lie. You gotta break out. Sometimes the first move out of the breakout will be a false move. It's just hard to time those things. Just be careful. Gold's still dumping hard. Wow. Gold's dumperooning. Yeah, we'll give it till about 9, maybe 9:40, till we jump into something here. Mad Moxie, good morning. What's up, Alex? What is going on? S&P looking pretty toppy. Yeah, the Russell's looking really bad. Shorts on the Russell are looking pretty interesting. Coin's ripping. Coin's looking strong. Yeah, BTC is looking horrible. Okay. Breaking above again. Gold's looking heavy. Oof, man, gold's looking real heavy. Gold is dumping. Where could she go? Where could she go? Let's see the 4 hour. I just took a short on gold. Gold is looking heavy, extra heavy. So I'm gonna go short on gold and just trail that once it gets a little lower. All right, looks like the NQ is ripping to the upside here. NQ. Is that what you want to do? I go long on the NQ. We'll see. Took a long on the NQ here. Stop loss at 22.91. Let's see if that'll hold. TP at 322, but we might trail that one too. We'll see. All right, This is what my trade setups look like right now. Got that short on gold, long on NQ. See if that ends up working out. Well, I get stopped here on the NQ. Got stopped on the NQ. All right, I thought we'd have some support there. We did have absorption at that 292 level. Looks like she's coming right back down. We'll wait for our next setup. Hopefully we didn't catch the bottom on gold. Corn's starting to rip to the upside. Look at corn. All right, we'll see here, guys. Might be starting to get that move back up on the NQ here. Let's see, we got some heavy resistance at 313. Maybe we'll get past that. If we get through that, the next level will be 350. We'll see. All right, so far right now, gold is dumping, NQ is pumping. All right, cool. All right, gold's doing its thing. Gold is still super heavy. Corn is ripping to the upside here. Looks like corn's doing all right. All right, let's see if the NQ could push harder here. See if we can start breaking above this 320 level. There she goes. There she goes. 320 maybe, 320. All right, so right now we're long on the NQ, short on gold. Let's see if we can't start trailing this a little bit better. Stop that on golden profits. See if we can't get this push on the NQ here. All right, we got stop profits on NQ. See if we can't find ourselves another entry somewhere. What's up, Sovereignty? Good morning. Went long on the rip back through my 3-minute orb, but trailed to close and stopped out, waiting for a retest and top and go long. Thanks, Mo. I appreciate it, brother. Just trying to see if we can do something a little different here and just try to ride these trades a little bit longer. Still looks good here. This long still looks good. This long still looks good. Let's see here. Yeah, it looks like she's going to start squeezing. The NQ looks like she's about to start squeezing here, possibly. NQ is looking pretty good here. Nasdaq won't let you go. What market thinks so, may I ask? Says Jones. What makes you think so? What do you mean? What's up, Mr. Shop? Morning. Lafto, corn doesn't seem to be matching up on Project X and TradingView. It looks different. Yeah, YM day. I'm open for that. Let's see what the YM is doing. Yeah, YM is looking kind of bullish. I think a long on the YM might not be a bad idea. We'll see, brother. YM looks like a possible option. Right now I'm looking at the NQ. It's got a pretty good price action right now on the NQ. You meant my prediction on the NQ? What, did I think it's going to go higher? The NQ? I think the NQ is going to go higher because we got this 21 crossover of the 100 period VWAP right here. And then we got a bullish candle, a bullish absorption candle right here. This was my signal to take it long. That's why I took it long. And usually these run for about a good 50 points at least. So I'm thinking, you know, maybe we come up here to this 22.36 level. That's what I'm looking for on a long. So I might actually try to look for an entry here off the 21 again. We'll see if we get a pullback, and we'll go from there. That's what I'm looking at right now. I'm checking out the Renkos too, see what we can find here. I just wanted to understand my reasoning. Yeah, if you ever have a question on something I said, don't feel free to ask. But do me a favor and give me a little bit of detail on the question, because sometimes I forget what I said because I say so many things, and sometimes I say it unconsciously. So I get confused sometimes when you guys ask a question. I'm like, oh, I don't understand. No comprendo. 1 second, guys. Hold on. So I saw a good opportunity to short the RTY just now. Yeah, the RTY looks real heavy. I think, is this my screen? Check out the RTY. This is the RTY right here. Looks really heavy. I think I'm gonna see if you guys can see that. Yeah, the RTY is right here on the right hand side. I just shorted it. This is my entry on the RTY right here. So we'll see if we can get that one to play out. Yeah, that's our entry there. The RTY could be a nice short. Might end up trailing it. The daily on it is at 151, 150. Okay, we'll hold off on that. NQ looks like it's finding a little support here on Tori's trend line. Spider Lily, what's going on? Left lean hogs. I couldn't I don't something about lean hog. I don't think it had much volume. I think the volume on the lean hogs kind of dried up. I looked at that this morning, I think. Right now we got the NQ just kind of chopping here, the 21 and 100. So it's not looking like the most ideal thing to trade. Bitcoin looks like a very heavy sell as well. She's getting rejected. Crude's kind of just chopping. Gold's looking weak. We'll see. We'll see what kind of price action. Good morning, Dr. Phil. How's it going? Are lean hogs really going down like that? Let's take a look at the pigs. Oh yeah, it's dumping. That's a heavy sell. Wow. Yeah, short on lean hogs. I'll take it. Why not, right? Let's try it. HE. I'll take it. I'll take it with laughter, just for laughter. Just today's laughter day. We're gonna trade laughter's charts today. Today's laughter day, baby. We'll sell one on lean hogs. I want my stop loss to be at 112, and that's exactly where it is. All right, so laughter, here you go, brother. We got our short on lean hogs. We got a short on lean hogs. We've got also our trade right now currently on let's see, RTY is the other one I was trading. RTY, Russell's in profits right now. That's good. Russell's in profits. Lean hogs are in profits. All right, maybe there's something to this. Maybe there'll be something to it. All right, right now it looks like NQ starting to look a little stronger. NQ might starting to prevail here. Lean hogs are definitely dumpy. Hope they like the trend. Yeah, laughter would never steer us wrong. Okay, Art, thanks for stopping in so far anyway, brother. So right now I have a short on lean hogs, ticker symbol HEQ, and a short on the RTY, that's the Russell 2000. Both of those look very heavy, so took short position on them. Looks like the Dow is also looking pretty heavy as well right now, in case you guys want to take any other trades there. But the Dow's crossing over the 100, crossing over the session VWAP right now. That's also looking kind of heavy. NQ's trying to make that attempt to go higher here. She's technically still bullish. The NQ is. Everything else is looking really heavy though. The Russell's looking heavy. Dow's looking heavy. But look, there goes that pop. Bounce right off the 618 on the rally, says Art. We're going live cattle next, Laughter. What's up, EB? Good morning. GTV, Mendez, power speech in 4 minutes, yeah? Yeah, well, we'll see what happens here, man. I'm just trading the charts. Once we get into some deeper profits, we'll adjust our stop loss. Yeah, Russell's looking weak. The Dow's looking weak. Go ahead and move my stop on the Russell to break even there. Hopefully that's not a regret I'm going to have. That's looking pretty dumpy if you ask me. It's pretty dumpy. We got lean hogs here. Still, we're in profits, but just kind of chopping around a bit. This is kind of fun, Laughter. Trading some different assets for once, huh? Let's see what happens here. That Russell trade is looking pretty spectacular. The Dow is also looking like a heavy sell. I'd be tempted to go short on that too. But we got Powell speaking in just a bit, so we'll see if we find some other opportunities here right after that. Nice breakdown and retest on the RTY. Yeah, I got there's a strong support at 150, so I got a TP at 153. On the RTY. Wait, is it the RTY that's 150? No, that was something else. Yeah, it is the RTY. We got support at 150. So I have a TP at 153. case you guys are not familiar with the RTY, it's the Russell 2000. That's index that tracks small caps. That Dow sure looks clean. That Dow short, if anyone's interested, that looks clean. Check out this Dow short right here. This looks clean, clean, clean. This looks super clean. I actually might take it too. Screw it. Let's do it. Ain't nothing to it but to do it. Let's see if we could sell one on the Dow. Let's see the Dow. I would say a retest of 43,175 would be good for me. Let's see if we can get down to Dow. 43,175. Limit sell one. All right, we're gonna get that retest of the Dow. See if that'll work out. We're in. Just missed us. Oh man. Oh, we got in. Okay. Okay. All right. Looks like we're in on the Dow. That was a crazy wick. Did you see that? All right, we're hoping we still get more downage here. RTY is moved into profits here in case we get a reversal. We'll see what happens on the YM here. It is 10 o'clock. Powell's about to start speaking. Let's hope we don't get all stop outs here. All right, looks like we're about to get stopped on the RTY. Unfortunately for us. Yeah, we got stopped on RTY. Looks like they are trying to do something here with this Powell speech. They're trying to utilize Powell's speech as... Might still be interested in shorting it though. We'll see. Things are looking kind of weird right now. We'll wait for Powell's speech to pass and then we'll figure it out. Lean Hogs had a little bit of a pump there. Laughter. Lean Hogs had a little pump there. Hopefully we continue to the downside on it. RTY still looking good for that short. We're going to give it some time. There's plenty of time left in the day. We're going to let these trades play out here. See if we were right on them. All right, let's concentrate here on the NQ. NQ is looking weak. NQ is kind of getting below its 21 here. Yeah, nice. The YM is dumping hard. We got a great entry on it. What's going on, Robina? Took some green on lean. You're out already? Bad dates are already down 500, Tyler. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, brother. Yeah, the YM is looking clean. The Russell's still pumping higher. Go ahead and take some risk here off my YM trade. We'll risk $100 here. See if we can get continuation to the downside. Lean Hogs are starting to push. That's nice. NQ starting to dump. Pretty heavy. What's up, Zen Zen? Yeah, NQ starting to look a little dumpy. YM's chopping that VWAP. I think I'm going to give my YM trade a little bit more room to breathe. I just have my stop loss here at 43,237 on the YM. If we start getting above here with some bullish candles, I might close that out early. Those lean hogs are doing all right, though. Look at that. Lean hogs are looking all right. Thank you for that, laughter. That lean hogs. Usually when people give you tips, you do the opposite, but not when laughter gives you tips. That man knows the future. Okay. I'm still short on the Dow because the Dow is trading under the 21 and is also the 21 is below the 100 period VWAP. So to me that is the weakest right now, or it looks kind of weak. Jabbar's here? What's up, Time Traveler? That's lean hogs. Those are lean hogs, man. It'll have to put me up on lean hogs, man. You tell me everything I know about them lean hogs. We gotta expand our horizons here because the NQ be acting up sometimes. I guess green is green on the eval, right? Doesn't matter. Green is green. Yeah, them hogs are dumping, boy. Them hogs are dumping. Them hogs be dumping, baby. Crude's looking a little heavy too. Watch out for crude shorts. Crude's looking a bit heavy. NQ so terrible? Yeah, I know it's so terrible. We're over here trading different assets. Thanks to Laughter. Attaboy, Laughter. Thank you so much, Laughter. We got shorts on the YM. We got shorts on the lean hogs. Man, we about to eat today on those lean hogs. Those, yeah, that Dow short's looking all right. Circle back here to the NQ in case you guys miss it. You guys missed the NQ. All right, so we got the NQ right now looking all types of choppy. That's why we trading the Dow and we trading lean hogs. All right, key to trading today is going to be patience. Patience, patience. Let those trades play out. Let them play out. Follow your instinct. You see something. When you see something, say something. Remember that, guys? You see something, say something. That was back in the day when they tried to turn us all into snitches here in the United States. I ain't no snitch. What is lean hogs? Those are that's pork. Those are pigs. Those are them there pigs, man. Know what I'm saying? Oh, we TP'd already? I think we might have TP'd on YM. Oh, we TP'd on YM. She's just getting warmed up right now. This one took profits already. Okay, so we're down $100 on the day on some bad gold trades that we took earlier. Let's see if we can get some more entries on the YM or something else here. Easy 1K on 5 contracts. Anyone green on forbidden meat? Yeah, that's pretty good, man. That's pretty good. Thank you, Laughter. Thank you for the tip, Laughter. Hats off to you, my brother. Yeah, looks like NQ is just warming up for the dump. Might turn into a dump-episode. Yeah, we're gonna see. I think 43,175 might be another good entry on a short on the Dow. Gold's starting to look kind of good now. Gold's about to have that killer crossover, like Allen Iverson. Yeah, keep your eyes open, guys, on the prize. Keep your eyes on the prize. NQ right now is coming back into our Tory Trends trade lines. Tory Trades trend lines. Can anybody say that correctly? Because I can't. Coming back into our Tory Trends trade lines. So first move, false move. You know, we're starting to see that. You know, maybe now we're going to create a different style of chop. NQ is looking rather heavy though. She's crossing over the 21. Is crossing over this 100 period here. Oh, really? Oh man, Jerome is speaking and Trump is tweeting. No, that's too much. It's too much to handle. Gold's looking pretty good. Gold's looking to make a run to the upside. Tory Trades tactical trend line tech. You're hilarious, man. Alright, we're still short on the hogs. Go ahead and move our hog trade into profits. In case she gets, you know, starts to get a little bit greedy on us. He wants to come back. Get my eyes open on that YM in case there is another opportunity there. At the moment, I don't see it. We're going to be patient. Next opportunity I'm seeing is possibly on gold. Gold looks like it wants to rip higher. It's making a pretty strong look. 33.18. I might actually try it. I'm putting on a long on gold right now. We'll see. It might be a little early. It might be a little premature, but she's looking kind of good. We'll see. And lean hogs are starting to rip back up. Come on, lean hogs. What you doing, man? Don't start your stuff. Should we TP on lean hogs? Let me take a look at lean hogs. All right. If she crosses over 112... 112.12. We'll see. She's coming up on a 21 right now. We'll see if she gets rejected from there. I never do well on gold. I never do. So hopefully that changes for us, because I really have a really good feeling about this gold trade, but we'll see. Oh, gold's ripping. Good shot, gold. You keep doing your thing, gold. We'll stay in this trade forever. Forever and ever. Let's see. I think we can take this gold trade at least up to 33.26. I think we could take it up to 33.26 at least. Maybe we got a little more in it. Yeah, we'll try 33.26. We'll try that. Our lean hogs trade is not looking too good. Thanks, Laughter. What time hogs closing? I don't know. What time do hogs close? I know platinum is like 1 p.m., right? Everything has a different time. You think Powell has an influence on the lean hogs market? Oh, Urban Rockers, thank you for being here, brother. Looks like the NQ is ripping to the upside right now. I don't know if that is a fake out. Around 2 p.m. left. Okay. Looks like we might get stopped on the lean hogs. It's getting a bit stronger. Should we TP, Laughter? Should I TP on lean hogs here? Okay. All right, we take that. We're only down 23 bucks. We're green on gold. Maybe gold will start pumping out to the upside, and we'll see if we find any more opportunities for ourselves. I like the gold longs, but you know, can never be too sure. Gold is a real finicky one. Gold, I've always found that gold has always come back to rip my stop loss, like almost every time. And then it actually ends up going in my direction after it rips my stop. I feel like it does that a lot. Does that happen to you guys with gold? That's why I don't trade it that much, but take green when you see green, says Laughter. Y'all think, oh man, y'all think JP needs to talk kind of dovish now? Well, they were talking about possible rate cuts, right, at the next meeting. I don't know about now. Yeah, gold's ripping. All right, let's see if we can find a trade to take on a good clean trade to take on our, what's it called too? We need to trade our live account. See if there's anything that we could trade our live account with. Not our live account, our funded account. Aaron from TopStep and Raja Banks love Goldie on the 30-minute traded. Really? What's up, Frank? How you doing? Kamotep, what's going on? Nice trade. Nice to trade GC when going up. Down, it can be wicked. Really? Yeah. Well, I'm hoping we caught the right direction on it, because it looks like the NQ is moving higher at the moment. So maybe we're continuing to test our trend lines here. She really hasn't picked a direction yet. She's chopping. The 21 is chopping the 100 here. That's why I don't like it that much right now, because it's hard to tell what direction she wants to go in. She hasn't really picked a direction yet. So for me, this looks very choppy, maybe until Jerome Powell is done speaking. You guys want me to find his testimony on do you guys want to hear Powell? Or do you guys just want to keep the music on? Oh man, a guy in the background can't keep his eyes open. He's that exciting, huh? Do you guys want to hear him, or do you guys just want to listen to the music? My Bitcoin trade? No, I didn't close it, man. I'm still holding on. My TP, my stop loss is at 107.235. That's a break-even stop loss. But she ripped overnight, man. She really did. She ripped. So at this point, I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to keep it open. If we get stopped out of break-even, I really think she can come back down a little bit. Right now, we're only up 37% on that trade, but we'll see, man. I'm keeping it open. I already took a half profits at 103, so I feel good about that. Oh, we got stopped out on gold. That's exciting. We got stopped out on gold. I told you, man. I never do well with gold. I never do well with gold. I can never really catch a break with her. Bitcoin's doing nice right now, though. Bitcoin looks like it's moving higher. No, I haven't. Let me put it up. Keep trying. Yeah, we might try gold again. Right now, gold just dumped on us. So nothing really to trade there. When does Powell stop speaking? I don't know. Yeah, I'll pull it up to see him, the guy behind Powell sleeping.
We don't bless those as
oh Lord, this is funny.
Of Treasury and
check it out, guys.
Mortgage-backed securities, and having a range of different judgments. If you look at the range, if you look at the
which guy, the guy on the right or the guy on the left?
Covers quite a wide range. Those are the medians that you're talking about. I think so. Inflation is projected to have moved up because of what we've seen, particularly from tariffs. And I think if you look at other outside forecasters, you'll see very much the same thing.
And what data are you looking for?
Well, we look at the incoming data on. We look at our own forecast, and we ask ourselves what's likely to happen. You know, monetary policy has to be forward-looking. A forecast is a prediction of what's going to happen in the future.
Thank you. In its statement, the committee announced that it will continue to monitor the implications of incoming data and adjust the stand of monetary policy as appropriate. Some analysts predict 2 rate cuts by the end of the year.
Powell said the NQ is too high? No, he didn't.
Is this a fair and accurate assumption? And what incoming data will the committee need to see to consider these cuts?
What will actually happen with rates is going to depend on the path of the economy, and that's highly uncertain. So I would just say what that means at this moment.
I think we're going to wait till this guy stops speaking and take some more trades.
A significant majority of the committee, but also
I just tried to long Bitcoin and that did not work out.
Agree, but
a lot of these assets are not really
appropriate
worth trading
rates later this year.
I don't think Bitcoin's worth trading on futures.
Each of those persons who wrote down a cut in rates later this year, they think that there's some
gold was looking really good until it wasn't. Bang.
Inflation doesn't prove to be as high, or the labor market weakens, or some combination of those two things, that it will turn out to be more likely than not appropriate to reduce policy rates, subject to great uncertainty. I mean, we will, you know, the story has been evolving, and our thinking has been adapting, and that will continue.
Thank you. Chair Powell.
Chair
although
Powell.
a ceasefire has been tentatively reached in the Middle East, the situation still has the potential to open global and energy markets, especially if the ceasefire is broken, while at this point Iran is seen as unlikely to close the Strait of Hormuz. That decision could change. How is the Fed assessing the current situation and incorporating those assessments as it considers future adjustment to economic projections and its stand on monetary policy?
Look, I think it's too early to know what any economic implications might
Took along on the
be. I
YM.
don't want to speculate. Like everyone else, we are, of course, watching the situation.
Thank you. And Chair Powell, after reviewing the
YM's looking pretty good.
following the meeting last week, it seems to me that the committee is indicating that we could be headed for a
43,
situation where inflation accelerates while unemployment rises and growth becomes more sluggish. In this scenario, this would put the Fed's dual mandate of maximum employment and price stability in tension with one another. In this scenario, how does the Fed balance these priorities in order to achieve both mandates?
Let me say that we're not facing that right now, and that is really our forecast.
YM here is looking pretty good.
Issue in a serious way, but
Starting to break out pretty nicely.
And then what we do is we look at the two goals and we see.
I'm gonna hold this one.
Is farther from its goal. The variables, is maximum employment or price stability farther from its goal, and we prefer the one that's farther than its goal. And then we also ask ourselves, how quickly will they return to goal? It's a very difficult.
NQ still
situation
kind of
for
warming
the
up here.
bank, and I would say again, we're not in that situation right now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The Vice Chairman of the full committee, Mr. Heisinger of Michigan, is recognized for a vote.
Thank you, Chair Hill and Chair Powell. Good to see you again. I got a lot to cover, so we're going to try and keep this concise.
Buying sushi and
But
tacos,
following
laughter.
up
That's what's
there,
up, man.
What Chair Hill had been talking about, you had said in January 29, 2025, quote, "We don't know what will happen with tariffs, with immigration, with fiscal policy, and with regulatory policy." I would add energy into that, by the way. We need to let those policies be articulated before we can even
What's up,
begin
Drewski?
a plausible assessment
Thank you
of
for
what
jumping in, brother.
implications for the economy
Thank you
will
for
be.
being here.
This is no different
Let's see
than
if we can start
any
pumping the
set
likes,
policy
guys. We got 70-some people here. Let's see if we start getting those likes in.
December 18 of 2024 at the FOMC press conference, you noted, and I'm paraphrasing, that some Federal Reserve officials began to
Trading in the range all morning. Yeah, I've noticed that.
incorporate estimates of how fiscal policies
This
might
looks kind of
impact the
ugly.
economy
That's why I'm trading
forecasts.
the YM right now.
This seems
Don't see anything
inconsistent,
promising yet.
and I sidebarred
If we start
with
getting
the
some
chair to say,
bullish
okay,
absorption
did I
candles
hear
in
this
here,
correctly? This
then it might be a good idea to
for
take the
your
long.
answer. What
As
I
of right now,
heard
we're
is
just
that
chilling and
there was
waiting.
a belief that the IRA would not be inflationary, but that tariffs could be. Therefore, suddenly you and others were commenting on tariffs.
Canadian dollar
And,
strong.
For the institution, I know you try to be consensus driven. Why are there
Good morning,
FOMC
ICT Sniper.
fiscal
What's going on,
policy
brother?
Assumptions into the forecasting when you yourself said that fiscal policies need to be articulated before the FOMC make a plausible assessment into their implications, what those will be. And I think if there's different participants having different assumptions, that would render the SEP, Summary of Economic Projections, biased.
Starting to get a dump right now,
meaningless, useless,
across the
less
board.
impactful, and when you're not comparing apples to apples. So wouldn't it make more sense for all the forecasters to make the same fiscal policy assumptions at the same time?
Trump
Or
is
if not,
salivating for
should
Canada?
they
Maybe.
disclose what assumptions that they're using?
I mean, he's got after that
Here's the question.
amazing
That's a great question.
show of
When the
strength that he
summary
just had with the
originally
Israel-Iran situation.
designed it and
I could
it
see
was
Canada maybe being more open to
this way.
talks.
The way it works.
What do you
is
guys
that
think? What do you
individuals
Canadians
are
think?
Free to make whatever assumptions they want, and they do disclose them. They disclose them in their
Yeah,
their
laughter, that's for
speeches
sure.
and things like that. So there will be situations where some people incorporate something and others don't, and we we try to be.
It's got a little
transparent
spill
about
there. That
that.
might be some
That's
liquidity
not the way it
grabbing
works.
before
When I
going
say we
higher.
don't take it into account. I'm really talking about policy and the committee as a whole, where we won't take things into account until we know.
And you
more.
believe that the participants will disclose their assumptions when they're doing their forecasts?
Well, I think they do that in their speeches. Each people go out, you may have noticed there are a lot of speeches
I guess the opaqueness of the Fed.
Oil
has
is
been
near low
something
today,
over
approaching a new
my
low.
15 years on this committee has been one that has been debated
Yeah,
greatly,
oil
including
is
auditing
oil's
the
heavy.
Fed and a number of other things that have gone on. I've got here a brief moment. I do feel like I need to touch on interest rates. Not to be a shock, you asked how the family business was doing back in Michigan. Families involved in sand and gravel and aggregates and construction and things like that. It's been strong. We need more labor. We need a few other things on that, what's happening. But I mean, I think there's no recession. That's been established. There's no hyperinflation, or certainly not as what some had been projecting. Yet there seems to be higher than expected, or certainly desired interest rates for many of us. And I'm curious how high interest rates, they hurt Americans who are paying car loans, credit cards, mortgages. Just this morning, you had FHFA Director Pulte asking for lower interest rates, which would obviously impact home buyers as well. So what is it that's keeping, in your mind, the Fed from what many of us believe is the right thing to do, which is to lower some interest rates, and by the way, match what the Bank of Canada, Bank of England, the European Central Bank, the Swiss Central Bank, a number of emerging central banks. By the way, that's your own assessment on page 33, as where you're laying that out. Why aren't we doing what the rest of the world is doing? Is it because we're at full employment? Is it because of those tariffs concerns that you said weren't part of the analysis? Was it energy, groceries, durable goods? Why?
So you're right that if you just look in the rearview mirror and look at the existing data that we've seen, you can make a good argument that would call for us to be at a neutral level, which would be, a couple of cuts or maybe more kind of thing. The reason we're not.
I just took a long on the NQ, guys.
Forecast by all professional forecasters that I know of on the outside and the Fed.
On my funded account.
Expect a meaningful increase.
think my
in
TP's
inflation
up here.
over the course of this year. When I said we weren't
think
going
it's
to
up
talk about
here.
Tariffs and inflation,
Yeah,
that
my
was,
TP's
that
up
was
here.
To say until we
Talk
see
about
what the
Wiki?
policies
Yeah.
are. And so now we know
Gentlemen,
it's more than
start.
6 months since I said that. So anyway, I'd be happy to continue this with you.
Thank you.
Gentleman, time has expired. Gentleman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Chair Powell, last month there was research published in the Journal of Urban Health that found that more than half of Black women of reproductive age, the term they use, in the
No risk, no
counties
Rari,
that I
Drewski.
represent, that had experienced some sort of eviction during their lifetime. So that's like 50% of Black women in the two largest county, Wayne County and Oakland County in Michigan. And these numbers are horrific. As you know, were you aware of that?
No, I was not.
And evictions are often very traumatic experience, but also it creates a cycle of poverty, but also this instability for many families. But especially when it comes to a lot of our Black neighbors, the access to equity, the access to housing is diminished even more. In Michigan, we lost more Black home ownership than any other state in the country during the last recession. So we know the housing crisis, I believe, is structural, and some may say it's a policy choice. While there are many factors at play, and you know this, Chairman, high mortgage rates, the finance rates and so forth, that drag the supply of new housing. But last month, new housing hit a 5-year low. Are you familiar with that?
Not sure exactly what statistic you are referring to.
Okay, I don't know. There was all this articles about the housing market and the impact of tariffs and so forth, and they said again it hit a 5-year low. And again, I'm getting this from a source, but it sets the market up for higher inflation and more burdensome housing costs to years to come. So Chairman Powell, I'm looking at this monetary policy framework that you guys have put together. Do you think that the way it's structured, and again, I'm trying to understand how you're looking at this in the housing crisis, do you believe it's eroding new rental supply under construction right now, leading to high inflation in future years?
So I think there are two things going on quickly. One is just there's a longer run shortage of housing in the United States, which there's nothing that the Fed can do about. That's not not something we can affect.
Well-
There's also, if I may say, in the short run, rates are high.
She's looking pretty strong, guys, to the
The
upside.
best thing we can
She's
do
looking
for the
pretty
housing
strong.
market, the absolute best thing is to restore price stability so that rates come down and so that rates can be at a
But don't
level
you
that
think
people
that the
can afford.
restrictive monetary policy the framework you all put together undermines long-term price stability right now by reducing the supply?
No, I mean, I think
But you're
it restores,
reducing supply.
restores price stability. The point of higher rates is to,
So
and
you
it
don't think
does
the
affect.
higher rates is impacting future supply of housing?
So I think what that does is, I think interest-sensitive sectors like housing are very much directly affected when we cut rates or when we raise rates. That's right. But that's part of the mechanism for restoring general price stability.
So keeping the high interest rates does not impact future supply of housing?
It's not, over the long,
I need to go back to talk to
over the long run.
women that the
The
study.
Fed will not be, our policy will not be a driver of longer run housing supply. in the
So,
United
okay,
States.
let me ask you, what is the difference? And honestly.
They've been asking the most
I wanna
random
learn
questions.
here, And I'm sure people listening just want to learn. What is the difference between demand-driven rent inflation and supply-driven rent inflation? Like, you guys use these terminology. What is that? How do I communicate that to the public? What is the difference between supply-driven versus demand-driven rent?
Those are not terms that we use particularly often.
What's
but
supply-driven formula? You guys-
that would mean, that there's not enough supply to meet demand, but at the same time, it also means there's more demand than there is supply.
So are you guys ignoring that?
No, but as I said again, our policies will not affect in the long run,
No, I'm being
either
serious,
demand
'cause I
or
see somebody
supply
behind you
in
kind of
housing.
check. I'm being serious, y'all. We're talking
being
about
serious,
a
y'all.
housing crisis that is getting worse right now because we're not paying attention to future instability at the current rates, and you can raise your eyebrows and all this stuff behind. I don't know. I mean, do you understand? Like, I come from a community right now that I believe is now being impacted by the current framework that you're putting together, that I do feel like it's going to be long-term effects on the housing crisis, and you're ignoring it.
No, we're not.
How dare you,
Actually,
pal.
We think the very best thing we can do is to fully restore price stability at the aggregate level. That will be the best thing for homeowners and for home
Even though the
builders and
housing
everybody else.
supply has been
That's in the
impacted by
long
the
run,
high
that is the single
But
thing
Chairman
that
Crowley,
Congress
you
has
see where I'm
assigned us
coming
to
from.
do.
But you see where I'm coming from. It is impacting future
Yeah,
supply
she's
of housing.
she's
right?
she's a little bit
Not
out
in the
there.
long run, no.
Okay, well,
Gentlewoman's
Mr.
time
Chair,
has
thank you.
expired.
The gentleman seemed to be running out of
Mr. Stoddard is
intelligent,
also
yeah,
the chair of
intelligent
our
questions. Yeah, I think
Subcommittee
so
on
too.
Digital Assets, Financial Technology, and Artificial Intelligence.
Starting to get a little bit softness here in the
Thank you, Chairman
indices.
Hill. Thank you, Chairman Powell, for being with us today. I want to dive into two actions the Fed's recently taken to get a little additional color on. Yesterday, the Fed announced that reputational risk would no longer be a component in bank exams. I viewed that positively. I viewed the reputational risk as often being a catch-all for political bias. I think it's positive to depoliticize bank exams and instead focus on the core and measurable risks. Could you provide color as to whether or not any new
Yeah, we definitely need to pump a Zod.
new information came
Yeah,
to
I'm
light
still long
that
here.
led to the decision of the Fed to
I'm still long in the
review
YM too.
I'm not aware of any new information. No, we just think it's the right thing to do, and of course made an announcement on Monday under Governor Bowman's, Vice Chair Bowman's leadership.
Why would it not have been done previously if it's the right thing to do? I agree with you, it's the right thing to do. Why was it, any timeline as to why that was done yesterday versus previously?
No, I think this is a problem that we came to understand as a problem over the course of the last.
She
couple
was a
of
mess. Yeah, she was really angry.
you know,
She
began,
was a
actually
mad rapper.
began, considering what's going on here. We're hearing a lot of reports of debanking and that sort of thing. And over the course of really 2024, came to the view that this was a serious problem that we need to address. And we've said that publicly, and now we're doing this, and so are the other agencies, by the way.
I appreciate you taking that action. I do agree that there were real political bias in some of those exams, particularly as it related to regulated entities engaged in the digital asset space. Let me shift into.
He's not even
digital
talking
asset
about the
space,
economy. He's just talking
if
about
I
random
can.
questions.
Another action recently taken by the Fed, the Novel Activities Supervision Program was ended and withdrew several statements on digital asset related risks.
Yeah,
that
NQ's looking heavy here.
Bank involvement in particular. You in the Fed and others in the Fed have spoken positively about the House and Senate work.
Yeah, it looks like we're about to go
regulate
back into that
stablecoin,
VWAP,
in particular,
perhaps.
Real opportunity to dollarize the globe and be a significant purchaser of U.S. Treasuries. Following that action, by the Fed. Have you seen an identifiable shift in banks or other regulated entities as it relates to engagement in the digital asset space?
You know, I wouldn't be the one to be picking that up first, but what I do see is a very significant change in the tone, and it really does reflect evolving thinking and the evolving steps.
Yeah, it depends on this candle here.
And I would expect over time we'll see more activity.
How is the Fed evaluating and overseeing banks or other regulated entities?
What in doubt if we get another drop?
So our view is that banks get to decide who their customers are. That's not our decision. And so banks are free to provide banking services to the crypto industry, to crypto companies. And banks are also free to conduct crypto activities as long as they do so in a way that is protective of safety and soundness.
Thank you very much. Let me shift gears because I want to give you just a little bit of an opportunity to comment on the housing sector once again, but give you a little freedom here to
Yeah, that was a
speak to
big push
area.
down.
You correctly are trying to balance inflation and price stability, but also higher rates have a significant impact on the housing market as shelter and housing costs are a significant driver of why many families can't afford the things that they need. Can you provide color as to how you're analyzing the impact that housing and shelter costs have on families and on inflation with your desire to maintain price stability, the interest rates that is currently set by the Fed?
Sure. So we realize that.
Yeah, we're looking for that move right now, baby.
Costs and high financing costs.
Give us
in
that
terms of
move.
inflation,
Move like Jagger, baby.
Owners equivalent rent and rentals, and that's meant to capture
Give
both
us that
rented
move.
housing and owned housing, and it's been very sticky. It's been
He said it's sticky.
Stickiest parts of inflation.
Sticky yicky.
Happy to say now it actually is coming down quite regularly. That's very good news. That's been the part. Really, it's been the service inflation that's been stickier than other parts of inflation. So that's good news for people, I think, and it is showing through into measured inflation now. Again, in the long run, the best thing we can do is restore price stability and let the market work. Even then, though, we're still going to have a housing shortage.
What data do you think is leading to the reduction of the rent equivalent?
Oh, we just TP'd. Oh man, we're up $400 on our live account. So we're gonna leave our live account alone for today. That is all well and done right there. Nice, up $400 hairs.
It turns out it takes.
But I really do think that on our eval, we should probably go long on the NQ.
It's a complicated thought, but if you're an existing tenant, you don't actually catch up the way you would if new tenants came in. And so that's made the measurement of inflation stickier. But I'm happy to say we've been through that period now, and we are really seeing now housing services inflation pretty close to where it was when inflation was solidly at 2%.
Nice move, guys. Nice move.
Gentleman yields back.
What instrument are you using to short Bitcoin?
Recognized for
I'm using
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chairman, thank you for.
I'm using ZoomX on the futures contract.
I appreciate that your dual mandate is full employment and price stability. I appreciate your efforts.
Not the spot, but the futures contract on ZoomX.
I
If you
understand
need a
that
link for it,
good
let me
data
know. I'll
is
send it to you.
collected by the Bureau of
My
Labor
top near
Statistics.
London high. I think it'll keep going higher. Haven't formed a good high Ganashi candle above the key yet. I think she'll keep going higher, guys.
Understand unemployment rates, CPI, and other inflation indicators. We are.
My YM trade is
hearing
looking pretty good
a
right
lot
now, too.
About the impacts of Doge on our workforce, and specifically about the elimination of many of those positions in BLS. Now we have a proposal in front of Congress, cut $56 million in that agency. Are you concerned about the ability of your team to get accurate data and about the ability to have reliable indicators to make good decisions upon?
I wouldn't say that I'm concerned about the data today, although clearly there has been a very mild degradation of the scope of the surveys and things like that. But I would say the direction of travel is something I'm concerned about, and that is measuring the U.S. economy carefully and well is a project that's been going on, and we're getting better at it for 100 years and more. And it's really important, not just for the Fed, but for Congress and for businesses, frankly, to know what really is going on in the economy. What's happening? Is growth high? Is it low? And all those sorts of things. So I think it's a smart investment to just
Drewskis and longs.
try to get better.
Eat that 5-minute fair value gap, says
I
Azad.
see that,
Yeah.
the kind of stories I'm reading. And
Right now I have a limit order
data's
on
gonna
my
become more volatile and less reliable. That's
eval
not gonna
on the
make
NQ.
it more difficult for the private
It's
sector,
probably
both
wishful
for you
thinking.
and for
I have a
us,
limit order here.
I'd like to see that direction.
I think she's just going to keep going.
I appreciate that it's not your role to comment on the advisability of specific policies, but given your critical role in ensuring price stability and reducing inflation, I have had
I think she's going to keep going, guys.
with
I'll add another if she comes down here, but I think she's going to keep going.
executive of a major world global retailer who informed me, because I asked, why aren't we seeing the impact of these tariffs and price data yet? And he said, it's coming in the third quarter, because it takes time for tariffs to work their way through distribution chain. Often what you have on the shelf today may have been imported 2 or 3 months ago.
Our YM trade is still looking pretty good here.
Anticipate there may be
Halfway up to our target.
Yeah, that's very much what I hear. It happened to me with an unusually long
Halfway up to the target.
business people in this last FOMC cycle, and that's a typical thing that they'll say,
214.
especially the retailers, that what's being sold now was in inventory in February, let's say, and it just isn't showing up yet. So we do expect to show up, tariff inflation to show up more, but I want to be honest, we really don't know how much of that's going to be passed through to the consumers. We just don't know, and we won't know until we see it. It could be lower than we expect.
Only using my stop loss.
We have to wait and see, which is kind
Good
of
job, Carl, holding your position.
I appreciate the uncertainty.
Nice job there.
Another thing he told me had me very concerned was that often they will increase prices on goods not subjected to tariffs to compensate for the very substantial losses that they have to suffer with the increase of tariffs on relatively
My
priced
Bitcoin long was
plastic.
good, but it looks like I got stopped out on that Bitcoin long, and then it went in the direction that I wanted.
Will also
But next time,
tend to
for next
bear
time.
a higher price, even if they're not subjected to tariffs. Is that
Gold's
your
starting to look pretty good, too,
potential
but-
impacts?
You know, that
Be
very
patient.
much is something that companies will tell you that they do. If they can't cover the losses on the thing that's being tariffed, they'll find other ways to do it. We actually don't have prominent examples of that yet, but that's certainly a possibility. And that did happen in the last tariff episode with washing machines and dryers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And finally, there's indications in the introduction of the report that the Fed is losing its ability as we see interest rates getting closer and closer to the minimum threshold, the ability to stimulate this economy in times
Waiting
of
for
recession.
shorts at
We
2273.
haven't had a recession, or at least we haven't had a
On what?
6% recession in a decade and a half. I am
You gonna wait for the market to get to
now as
2273?
we are looking at debt that is being considered
You're short right now, ICT Sniper?
future generations by this particular bill. Could there be a combination of very high debt and very little
You're short right now?
monetary policy that
Wow.
can undermine our ability
very
to
forward
respond
thinking.
to the next recession?
So
You could be
we
right.
faced that issue quite a bit in the era of very low interest rates, but we're at higher levels of interest rates now, so there's significantly more room to cut than there was then.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, you're recognized.
Nice,
for
brother.
comments.
Thank you, Chairman.
You're either gonna be epically
Chairman
right,
Powell, thanks for being here today. Appreciate
or
it.
you're just gonna have to try
I
again,
wanna go
because
back
it's
to
eventually gonna
something
drop.
we had.
But remember, we got
discussions
all-time
about this in the
highs.
past, but
This market may want to go to
September
all-time highs, 427. Could be a
with
magnet.
core inflation still being
That's like
above
100 points
target
away.
and the labor market was
Less than
holding
100
steady,
points away, all-time highs.
The Fed made a decision to cut rates by a full half percentage point. It kind of raised some serious questions as to whether or not the data truly supported such a move at that time, and I think some of us were surprised that it was a full 0.5%. So can you revisit that again, what the Fed was thinking at that time? Because it seems to be somewhat of an enigma now. It stands out as, why was this done? Why was the 0.5% done at that point?
I'd be glad to. So, first of all, the inflation and employment readings were very similar then to what they are now. They weren't terribly
True,
a tenth or two.
I think it's still looking pretty bullish, Robina.
You mentioned that the labor market was stable. It wasn't.
This looks like a bull
the
flag.
unemployment rate had actually gone up almost a full percentage
Let's see
point.
what happens here.
I was very clear about this. We were very clear about it.
This is high volume, so I'm thinking there's going to be buyers in here that are going to support this price action, still higher.
That there really hasn't been an experience, or hadn't been an experience in.
I could be wrong, though. This could be a liquidity grab and she'll roll over.
It has gone up close to 1%. That hasn't been followed by much higher levels of unemployment and a recession. So we were looking at that and saying, and remember, at that point, at the point we're talking about, the federal funds rate was 5.3%.
Yeah.
So
My
definitely
YM
very
trade is at
restrictive level.
break
We're the
even
last of the big central banks
at the
to
moment.
cut. So we wanted to make a statement that we were supportive of the labor market and not just inflation. We've been focusing on inflation. I was quite clear about this. So it was all about the labor market. Inflation was the same and unemployment was roughly the same, but it was the rate of change with the unemployment rate that raised a lot of concerns. And remember, we
Added
were
more?
being criticized for being late to cut. So we could have done 25. If
Nice,
we'd done
brother.
25 in July, we were criticized for not.
That's what I
cutting
call
in July.
conviction, man.
Instead, we cut 50 in September. It seemed like the right thing to do. You know, and at the end of the day, we do what we think is the right thing when we think it's the right thing to do. We don't take into consideration political factors. If we start doing that, I don't know where that stops. Once you start considering elections and stuff like that, where does it stop? You know, so
And I didn't want to insinuate that it had anything to do
Laughter
with
wants me to trade
the election
ES.
itself, but there just seems to be some very similar numbers right now.
I don't know. I think we got our
I'm
hands full
wondering,
right now.
And I don't bring this up because I want to kind of make a point about did the Fed do the right thing or not. I bring it up because it seems like
The Russell looks
everything's
strong.
in place right now to kind of do the same thing.
The Russell's
same
flying.
move. I know this morning already you've talked a little bit about where you were on inflation right now and kind of what you're watching, but is there any lesson there? I mean, are we in a position where it would be appropriate to do something as big as a 0.5% cut again?
You know, we can't trade ZN.
look, as I said earlier,
We can't
if
trade
not
ZN
for-
with
if you just look at
prop firms.
the basic data and don't look at the forecast.
NQ's dumping.
You would say that we would have continued cutting. The difference, of course,
NQ is dumping here.
at this time, all forecasters are expecting pretty soon that some significant inflation will
Got
show
that second
up
position in
from
there?
tariffs. Now, and you know, we can't just ignore that, but we're just saying, let's wait. and
It's
see
good on
what that's
TopStep?
all we're
Okay.
doing. And if you will have noticed, a
I
substantial
tried looking for it on
majority
Bulenox. I couldn't find it.
rate cuts in the remaining 4 years, four meetings this year. So it's just a question of being prudent and careful.
Drewski
And
said loss of
at a time
500.
when the labor market is still strong. We don't see weakness in the labor market. If we did, that would change things.
Good call here,
We're
ICT
gonna
Sniper.
continue to adapt as the data adapt. But that is the difference between then and now.
I'm going to take
Then,
profits on my YM.
Inflation was forecasted to continue to come down. Here it's forecasted to
I'm going to
go
hold
up
off to
all
find
forecasts.
another
So-
opportunity here somewhere.
And again, we're not overreacting to that. We're just saying, hey, as long as the economy's strong, we can take a little bit of a pause here. And that's what we're doing. And again, continue to adapt as the data comes in. If we see data that suggests that inflation's not going to produce big increases, you know, that would matter. And if we saw the labor market weakening, that would matter too.
Low ATR?
We
Yeah,
don't
what is
see
the
it.
ATR? I haven't even checked on
What
that.
about supply chain? In 2020,
ATR is
that was a big
9?
issue,
Yeah.
obviously,
Yeah, it's kinda
related to
low.
COVID. But I know myself.
Definitely anything
and other
under
members, when we're in
10
our
is not
districts,
great.
And we're specifically talking to light
At least we made
manufacturing,
already the 400 on the day on our
concerns about
on our
the
funded
supply
account.
chain.
That's a big
Is
win
that
for us.
part of the data package that you review when you make a decision about where we're headed in the future?
RTY is still looking good though, guys.
You know, I think that's
This RTY is looking strong. A lot of positive momentum in here.
lessons to be taken.
The Dow looks like it could also pop to the upside as well. I'm out of my Dow long. I took about 150 bucks off of it. It was getting stagnant.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, Chairman. Yield it.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop. Gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Calhoun, you recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, as a member of the Intelligence Committee, I'm deeply concerned about the threat of Iranian cyber attacks on our financial system as retaliation for our strikes on our nuclear facilities. In its cybersecurity report last year, the Fed acknowledged that critical infrastructure, including financial services, is at risk with rising geopolitical tensions. Iran has a history of targeting American infrastructure companies and financial institutions and banks, which could obviously threaten and cause economic damage. What actions is the Fed taking now to monitor and defend against Iranian or proxy cyber threats targeting our country's financial institutions?
Yeah, take care, Drewski. Be good, man. That's good discipline you have there.
The parts of the government that
Great discipline, brother.
cyber, as you know, and you know, we're in touch with the banks to say, you know, for people to be on the alert for things like that happen, and also we're on the alert because you know we're a target as well. So you're right to raise it. It's a big issue, and
You feel like you have the resources right now to be prepared for that?
yes, I mean I think we do. We spend a lot, and the government generally spends a lot on these things, and but you know you can never ever be comfortable in this area because you know the bad guys are always getting better, so we need to keep to get better.
Thank you, Chairman. Switching gears, the President and members of his administration have recently called you out.
Put on Tory, yeah.
For certain decisions you've made.
Not now. NQ good for retests, repeat business, great money flow.
I know you work together, and I know that.
Yeah, NQ is a wild gal. That's why they like to
And give you a chance to reiterate
push her more than anything else.
to the American people.
The bonds look like they do trend though. They do trend pretty nicely. They don't come back for stop losses. Looks like it is a much cleaner instrument to trade. I might have to get TopStep just for that. No, Tyler, no decent moves all day. I just took this long here on my eval. This long right now. I just took it because I saw something really good on the Renko charts. Look.
Mr. Too Late and all that stuff.
Are you talking about Trump?
The American people
Right here, we saw some bullish absorption.
Just, yeah,
So
that's
I'm
what I care
gonna-
about. I care
I'm
about
gonna-
doing the job for the American people. The things we do
I'm gonna hope that this
matter a lot
gets
for
us up to
people's lives, and that really
353.
concentrates
That's
the
my
buy.
TP.
You know, you want to
That's my TP right there, 353. I hope the market makers aren't watching this. I hope they don't slam my trade.
do the right thing and take the consequences.
That's my trade right there. Hopefully you get the 353.
You stated that you view stablecoins as a form of money. Payment stablecoins are already being used for both retail and wholesale payments as well as for settlement. Recently, this committee passed the Stablecoin Act and the Senate passed the Genius Act. Both
So the ATR is the average true range. That tells me how much volatility there is in the market. And right now there's not much. So I think we're only going to see some good moves after Powell stops speaking. Over 10 is a pretty good market for us.
Let me see. I think it's
Below 10, it gets pretty choppy, and they like to come back for a lot of stop losses at that point. So a lot of stop losses get ran when you have low volume and low volatility.
Thank you.
They tend to go back for stops
High rates
way
have also
more
caused,
than normal.
As we've discussed, the cost of paying
We'll
off
see.
our nation's debt to skyrocket. The CBO estimates that interest payments will cost the U.S. $1 trillion.
I don't know. I think he's with Congress, man. It's gonna be a while.
By FY 2035. How do you see us continuing to be able to afford
Good answer,
to pay
Art.
off our debt at this rate? And as the U.S. continues to borrow, how does that impact your decision to keep or cut rates? Obviously, foreign countries like Japan, who are significant buyers of our
Back at
bonds, are
333?
increasing their
Yeah, I
purchases
know.
significantly. Other internal pressures worldwide are having
Yeah.
that impact. Are you worried about this global issue?
Kind of hoping we get a push here. If we don't, then
and,
I'll get stopped out here for a loss at 22,318. My stop is right under here.
people's jobs, and
We're gonna see.
I
Looking
would
kind of
add
heavy.
that, you know, for some time now, the U.S. federal fiscal policy has been on an unsustainable
Stay patient, though.
path, and you know, I'll limit myself to that.
Did have a little
Last
bit of bearish
question.
divergence here.
Last week, you chose to keep rates steady, and families in our state, as you'll hear from a lot of people today, are really struggling with the higher cost of borrowing and putting off bigger purchases on things like cars and homes.
Tyler's got
As a
longs
result,
on NQ.
Their wallets being crushed by.
Yeah,
these
not
price
necessarily
hikes
have to
and
work.
those
If we get a red candle here,
tariffs.
we a good chance we
What do you
keep
have to say
pushing
to
down.
families who are struggling with higher costs and how you look at how they should.
But I'll take my stop like a
themselves
man
and their own families?
at
We're
318.
committed to returning inflation sustainably to 2% and keeping it there in the long run. And what we're doing now is, we had cut rates by 100 basis points, so they've come down quite a bit. And when the time is right, I expect that will continue, and that will depend on economic factors, in the coming months for starters.
Thank you. I yield back. Thank you, sir.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Nebraska, the chair of our Housing and Insurance Subcommittee, Mr. Flood, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
I think I'm gonna close this
Mr.
out, guys.
Chairman, Chairman Powell, later this week, the banking.
I'll close out that
agency
position
will be
'cause it looks like she's
proposing
gonna dump
changes
here.
To the supplementary leverage ratio, which we think are long overdue, considering the Fed in 2021 indicated that they would soon put out proposals for reform to the SLR and never actually did. However, our understanding is that the proposal being considered this week will not allow for treasuries to be excluded from the SLR calculation. Secretary Bessent earlier this year had argued that such a change
Yeah,
could
I
serve
reversed
as a
that to a
boost for
short.
banks and their ability to intermediate in the treasury market and could potentially pull treasury yields down 30 to 70 basis points. Chairman Powell, do you agree with the Treasury Secretary's comments on the potential positive impact of SLR reform on the treasury market? And what is the rationale for not excluding treasuries from the SLR calculation in the proposed rule?
So I agree that when the leverage ratio is binding, it discourages banks from undertaking
Wow, what a dump.
low margin, fairly safe activities
Nice.
such as mediation in the treasury markets. So
Good
this
job,
should encourage
ICT.
More mediation. I don't have a numerical estimate of how much that would matter, but I do think it would matter. I think it was important. I've supported leverage ratio reform for a very long time, since before 2000.
Yeah, I can't wait till this guy stops speaking, man, so we can
In
get
terms of the structure
some
of the
actual
thing,
trades
I
in.
think we're seeking comment on a particular proposal that doesn't involve
I
exclusion.
was short on this on my eval. I
Overall,
switched when I saw
question
this.
about exclusion.
I went short on it.
Mr. Chairman, considering the
This
Fed
is the demo
temporarily
account.
excluded treasuries from the SLR calculation during the COVID pandemic, were you aware of any safety,
Good job,
soundness, or
ICT
financial
sniper.
stability problems that arose as a result of that decision? And if not, why was that relief terminated in 2021?
So that was an emergency measure. From the beginning and end, it was an emergency measure. I think, my long-held view is that we should have a permanent measure, and now we're going to. And we have an open board meeting on Wednesday afternoon, and after I finish my hearing on the Senate
I'd be
side,
high rejection.
I'm very much looking forward to putting this proposal out for comment.
Thank you.
Over here.
In March, the Federal Reserve, together with the FDIC
Yeah, that happens
and
sometimes, right?
OCC, announced that they intend to issue a notice of proposed rulemaking to repeal the 2023 Community Reinvestment Act and replace it with the legacy CRA framework. Nearly 3 months have passed since this announcement. What is the status of this project?
Well, we're going to do what we said we were going to do. It's just a question of execution, and I think you'll see that coming. This would be, so Vice Chair Bowman has.
More shorts? I don't know.
Sequencing
We'll see in a minute.
things,
What,
and
this
that
looks like a
will
liquidity
certainly
grab.
Do you intend to issue a proposal that will be a clean rescission and replacement of that rulemaking, or are you considering amendments to the legacy rule?
I honestly don't know. We'll come back to you on that.
Okay, so we should know more later this week.
We might, yeah.
Okay. Finally, I'd like to build off of what Congressman Stile asked previously on the supervision of novel activities program. Do you feel any changes could be made to it to encourage innovation, and do you anticipate any such changes to the program?
I do, and I also think Governor Bowman, now Vice Chair Bowman, is someone who is actually deeply knowledgeable and experienced in supervision, and that hasn't really been the model. We've more had people who are experts on regulation. I think she brings a particular ability to move supervision in a healthy direction while also preserving safety and soundness, and that's what you mentioned is one of the dimensions in which I think that will be true.
Thank you for your testimony today. I appreciate your service to the country, and with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the ranking member of our full committee, Mrs. Waters, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Chair Powell, I appreciate that despite the repeated attacks by the president and his cabinet on you personally, that you stood your ground. And
No
you did
trades
not
just yet,
bow
guys.
to pressure from Trump, especially given
Maxine
the
Waters is a
constant
Trump hater, by the way.
uncertainty due to his
She's a
policy.
Trump hater. Let's see if
Last
she
week, the
says
Fed
something
held interest rates
somewhat
steady.
intellectual today.
Afterwards, you said that you and other experts continue to expect a meaningful amount of inflation due to tariffs, Trump's tariffs. You said that it may take some time.
It's funny how everybody can be
for tariffs to
right.
work
Shorts
their
can be
way
right, longs
through
can
the
be right,
supply chain,
but it
that you
just
found
depends where your
that,
stop loss
quote,
is.
Many companies do expect that
Yeah.
some or all of the effect of tariffs through
22
to
through
the next
84?
person in the chain.
We could do it, huh?
And ultimately to the consumer, quote, end quote. So while the president may try to claim other countries pay these tariffs, can you confirm that it is indeed consumers and businesses in the United States that will bear these costs?
So it can be anybody from the exporter, the importer, the retailer, the manufacturer, or the consumer that winds up paying these tariffs. In the beginning, it will be the importer.
I'm long on my eval.
But ultimately, it will be spread out among those 5, each of which will try very hard not to contribute. But in the end,
That's my TP.
the tariff will be paid. And all of the data suggests that at least some of that will fall, not all of it, but at least some of it will fall on consumers.
Well, you indicated it may take some time for tariffs to work their way through the supply chain. Would you elaborate on this, including when is it that we can see negative impacts to inflation from Trump's tariff policy?
So, the things that are being sold at retail now, they might have been put into inventory before the tariffs in February or March. So we think we should start to see this over the summer, you know, in the June numbers and in the July numbers. And if we don't, I think we're learning here. If we see less pass-through, there aren't historical experiences we can consult here, really. So
My stop loss is at 326.
Or more.
Right around the same as this.
And I think we're going to be learning. You know, we'll get a number for June. You know, an inflation number for June. We'll learn something then. We'll get it for July as we go through the summer. We should start seeing this. And if we don't, I think we're perfectly open to the idea that the pass-through will be less than we think. And if so, that'll matter for our policy.
Well, you know, I've been talking with a lot of my constituents about these tariffs, and the question that comes up
329.
is, now, is this going to only hurt maybe the big business?
I think she might start squeezing
What
here
about
up to
our
the
small business people?
this level.
What about the people that we buy goods and services from every day in our communities? Is this going to hurt big business?
Oh, I'm sure it's coming.
Small
The
business?
dump, I'm sure, is coming.
Yes, I mean, I don't think it's, I think it will certainly, if you're a smaller company that maybe imports a single product, that's a common business model these days, then you may, if your product is tariffed, you may be the one that's affected significantly, whereas bigger companies have more resources and a more diverse product line.
Why do you think you can resist the president basically telling you what to do? What gives you that authority?
She's a hater.
I don't think about it that way at all. I think I have a job that I'm sworn to do, and all I think of is how much people rely on us to get it right. You know, it really matters that we get it right, and that concentrates one's mind, and so that's what we think about at the Fed. We think about what's the right thing. You know, I have, all I want to do in what's
Just have some fun.
my time at the Fed is have the economy be strong, have inflation be under control, have a solid labor market. I want to turn it over to my successor in that condition. Of course, that's what keeps me up at night, is to do that. And that's what I think about. That's the only thing I think about.
So how are you protected? By law, by constitution? Where does your authority come from?
I think, I've covered all that. I do think we're fully protected, and again, I don't think about that.
This could have been a fake out to the
Just
upside.
do
We'll
our
see in a minute.
jobs, and that's what we do. You know, we don't talk about those issues at all, and all we do is do our jobs as best we can. And, you know, it's not an easy job, but it's one we've willingly taken on, and very important that we remain focused just on the job and not on other things.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, our vice chair for communications, Mr. Lawler. You're recognized
Artist
for
short.
5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, as recently as yesterday, Fed Governor Bowman indicated that if inflation pressures remain contained, the Fed should consider lowering rates, and said she is open to a rate cut in July. Governor
Nice,
Waller
nice,
said,
nice.
Very much
Almost
the
got our
same.
TP there.
Do you believe that we are
What
in
the
a
heck?
position where we may be able to cover
What the heck is going on right now?
So I would say this. I think
What was that about? We got news?
if it turns out that inflation pressures do remain contained, then we will get to a place where it's sooner rather
Yeah, she
than
came
later.
right up to
I
360.
wouldn't wanna
Good job,
say-
Art.
I wouldn't want to point to.
She missed me by a couple points.
I don't think we need to be in any rush because the economy is still
That
strong.
was crazy.
The labor market is strong. If we were to see the labor market, meaningfully weaken in a way that was concerning, that would matter for that decision. But if we see inflation
That was insane.
continuing not to move up, we hadn't expected inflation to move up much. We do expect it to move in the summer, and if we see it not happening, we'll learn from that.
The September 2018 Teal Book suggested that the Fed, seeing through tariffs' inflationary effects, is an appropriate response so long as inflation expectations are firmly anchored and that the pass-through costs are relatively short-lived. Would you agree that this assessment from the Teal Book still applies to today?
I would. Those are the exact factors that we cite when we talk about this situation. Plus the size of
Tough call here.
Right. So
I don't know what you're going to do now.
Let's assess the current economic situation. The Monetary Policy Report states that longer-run inflation
Why
expectations,
360?
quote, continue
more room to go.
to be broadly consistent with 2% inflation, unquote. And a Harvard study argued that despite the relatively quick price responses to tariff announcements, the overall magnitude of these changes remains modest. So if these conditions hold, is it not unreasonable to think that underlying inflation trends should continue its path towards 2%?
That's certainly a very defensible position. I think what what people, others on the committee think, and what I think is that this is a question we
Got a
need to
small
be
sweep
careful
there.
with because it's different than it was in 2018. The difference is
Yeah, the
we
NQ is still
haven't had
open.
2% inflation.
The NQ only went down to
2018,
about
we haven't had inflation as high as
336.
for a decade anymore. This is a different situation. We haven't fully restored price stability, and another shock. We have to be careful if there's a meaningfully large and sustained inflation shock. We have to be careful about that. And so, I think we're just trying to be careful and cautious, and we really think that's the best thing we can do for the people that we serve. If that happens, we need to be there for it. And so, we're in a difficult situation in deciding exactly when to move. But again, if we continue to see inflation come in, and not prove up at the higher levels than we expect, then that would matter for our decision making.
Chairman Powell, economist John Taylor once noted that the Federal Reserve should deviate from its own Taylor rule in the event of an oil shock, similar to the tariff scenario. A one-time price increase from an oil shock should not be accompanied with an increase in interest rates. Do you agree with that assessment?
I generally do, yes.
Previously, you said that if you wait for inflation to get back down to 2% to cut rates, you are already too late. You also said in November 2024 that inflation was on a sustainable path to 2%. Given that the FOMC believes that interest rates now are moderately restrictive and that an oil or tariff shock may not impact underlying inflation in a significant or meaningful way, because as the Monetary Policy Report established, inflation expectations are firmly anchored, what is the reason not to cut rates?
Well, it's uncertainty about the size and potential persistence of the potential but highly uncertain inflation from tariffs. By the way, we have 5 Taylor rules in the Monetary Policy Report. 4 of them say that the policy rate is in the right range, and the other one calls for a hike. Right, just for the record.
Well, back in the beginning of the Biden administration, okay, when we talk about inflation, they increased federal spending by $2.5 trillion each year. $5 trillion in new spending. That's what gave us inflation, by printing all of this new money and borrowing, and yet you did not respond to that by raising rates. In fact, you were late to raise rates. And now, again, we see a situation where you are late to cut rates. That is the challenge.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Powell, to the best of your knowledge, has President Trump put forward a coherent
Role to comment on the advisability of specific policy.
Is that your opinion?
That is not a judgment for me to make or to discuss.
Well, what do you think?
Sir, it would be
You-
inappropriate
I mean,
for me.
you're
I don't
running
comment
our
on the president's
economy.
words or the president's
Does the
policies.
president, in your opinion, does he have a coherent tariff policy? You ought to have an opinion on that. You run our economy. This is your bailiwick. Do you think he's got a good policy? Answer me.
I would never comment on the president of the United States in that way.
All right. What do you think our policy should be?
We play no role in either establishing or commenting on tariff policy or fiscal policy, for that matter. It's
Let
not
me
our
tell you-
business. We have a specific mandate. We try to stick to it.
Let me tell you something.
Let me tell you something.
Chairman.
Sounds like Fire Marshal Bill.
In my state of Georgia, I got the fastest growing trade group down there. The Port of Savannah is indeed our nation's fastest growing party, and it's rising even more. the cost, the expenses. Our business community is suffering. And I want to know what you think of our tariff policy. What do I tell my people? What do we tell the American people? And you're a good man. I want to know the answer to this question. I want to know
Let me tell you
feel.
something.
This whole tariff question. It's a tax increase. It's running people out of business. What do you think about that? Give me some sort of answer. Do you think anything about our tariff policy? Don't you feel you have a responsibility here? Are you afraid of President Donald Trump? Why don't you deal with this? Because our economy are suffering in a mighty bad way. And I've
Frozen
got to
caveman lawyer.
represent my constituency. And they are,
Powers like, come on,
let's
man,
take
shoot me.
Georgia's agricultural
Please take me out of this position.
sector, mostly pecans and poultry and cotton exports. They've been hit hard by retaliatory tariffs from key trading partners like China. Why are you running away from
You guys think the
the
NQ's gonna
tariff?
roll over here?
Give us some
She's looking kind of rolly over, but
understanding
we'll see.
of that.
Honestly, this is just not our role. We are not an institution that comments on or analyzes decisions that the president makes, or the things that he runs for office on and is elected on, and then does. We don't. That's just completely out of our lane. It's really inappropriate for me to have any comment on that. I'm sorry to say, Mr. Scott.
We're having these regional disruptions. Our economy is in a bad way. And I want to see you and the president. You got to get together on this. We got pecans in Georgia. We got peanuts. We run the biggest group. We got
Don't forget the peaches.
fastest growing trade mechanism.
That's where I get my
the
peaches.
Savannah Port Authority. We're crushed in Georgia. My business folks are coming to me on it. I gotta
Okay,
get some
whatever.
answers from
Yeah,
them.
hilarious.
What do I tell them that the Fed chairman feels about their
So does Bieber? Yeah, he does too.
experience?
Powell's gonna say it too. He's like,
tariff?
whoa, I get my peaches
I
out in
think,
Georgia.
I
didn't know you guys had
we need
pecans.
to get you and the president together.
Gentleman's time has expired. Appreciate the gentleman from Georgia. Gentlewoman from Florida.
Yeah, she could flush here and take out
Salazar is
these
recognized for
stops under the
Hi, thank you very
330s.
much for being here.
But we just flushed
Your
here.
time, and, my
We had a
name
big
is
flush here, so
Salazar,
another
represent
flush
the city of
already.
Miami,
I mean, I don't know. It's kind
which
of
is, one of the
too close
cities
together.
Most composed of Hispanic Americans.
But if the market
and
needs it,
people
it
that
needs it.
Adore living the American dream. So, putting that into context, I wanted to ask you a few questions about the labor force. We agree with what the President Trump is doing, or what the administration is doing.
I moved my
in
stop to break
deporting
even on
illegals,
my
criminal illegals
eval
do not
there.
want to enter Agua. We don't
If we get
really
stopped
want
out, then
people
we'll
who have
re-enter
committed
it
any
if we
type of
find a good
crime,
opportunity under
even
here.
more if they are illegals. And, but we do know that unfortunately what's happening right now, after 6 months of being, Mr. President being in office, that we're losing thousands and thousands of workers.
I'm not in Georgia.
What the ICE leadership has called collateral damage. And most of those people are working in three main sectors: construction, hospitality, and agriculture. Even the president said the other day in a tweet that he understands that those hands are needed.
Still looking kind of
We're
strong.
talking about 15% of the
Probably get
economy,
stopped out here.
construction, hospitality, and agriculture. So my question to you
It
is,
looks very much
what
the
is the
case.
what is the growth effect on the economy if this type of removal of people, of hands being removed from those three main top sectors?
So immigration is another area where nobody put us in charge. We're done, Congressional Budget Office and other agencies can make assessments like that. We do have a role to maximize employment, but we take immigration policy as we take it as it comes. What it's obviously done is it's really reduced the amount of growth in the labor force. And so at the same time, demand for workers has been coming down as well because they've been coming down at
Let's
about
go one drop at a time. Reduce the growth. Why don't we talk a little bit more? Because we want to continue
Yeah, it
growing.
looks
We're
weak.
the #1 economy in the world. We need to continue
Looks
growing.
weak. Looks
So
like it
you're
might
saying
come
that
grab some more
what's affecting
liquidity.
the growth?
This is soft here.
Well,
It is.
there are two things that affect
Formation's very
growth. One
soft.
is growth in the labor force, more people working, and the other thing is productivity. How much do they produce per hour worked? And when you significantly slow the growth of the labor force, you will slow the growth of the economy. But I think again, it's not for us to
Yeah, I
have
took
a
profits
view
because
on-
that looks like it's going to roll
on
over now.
immigration policy.
Oh, no,
We
no,
got
I
absorption.
understand. It was
Support
just my
Followed
comment.
by a red
You
candle.
do agree that if we don't
probably
have
gonna
those
take pro-
hands,
it's probably gonna
then we don't grow.
Take out the
I think
21.
that growth will slow, and actually is slowing this year, and that's one of the reasons.
Well, we don't like that. So now let's talk about of the next 10 years, 2025 to 2035. Americans are not having enough kids. So that means that we need other people, right? So over the next decade, based on the current trends that I just explained to you and that you just reiterated, will there be enough workers to fulfill the labor needs of our economy between the 2020 to 2025 and 2035?
I think labor economists do observe the phenomenon you're talking about, which is demand for labor going to be met by the domestic population, the native-born population? And the answer appears to be probably not over the next 10 years.
And then what about if we do not have that labor force over the next 10 years? What happens?
So many things will happen. You can see a big increase in productivity, which would mean we don't need as many workers. For example, artificial intelligence could be implemented in a way that creates widespread productivity gains. I wouldn't count on that, but it's a
You
possibility.
would not? You would not count on that?
I wouldn't count on it.
You would not?
No, I mean,
She sounds angry.
gains because
She
with
invested in AI?
productivity enhancing things, they typically take longer to be implemented, and then it takes a while for the gains to be shown. I think in the case of artificial intelligence, those gains are coming, but they may take longer or be less in the beginning than expected.
And during the time that those changes happen, then what happens? Our economy doesn't grow. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, but I mean, those who make immigration policy are entitled to weigh these factors.
No, I
we
hear
can
you.
report on what happens, but it's
know that.
really not our job.
I understand it's not. I just want to hear what you're thinking, what's your expertise based on those immigration laws that we're implementing right now. The last one, because I only have 30 seconds. Do you think that with everything that we have talked about, do you think that we can continue remaining, or the United States economy can continue being the #1 economy in the world, and that we could compete
The guy in the back's asleep.
if we were to have the
What guy in the
immigration laws
back?
that we have right now?
I think you could have, the highest per capita earnings, but if you're talking about the aggregate output, then, population growth may be a constraint.
And which one of the two is more important?
Gentleman's time has expired.
Good question.
Well, you can, I think you,
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
All right.
Let me turn
Thank
to
you,
the
Chairman.
ranking
They replaced the
member
kid?
of the House Intelligence
falling
Committee,
asleep?
Mr. Himes, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and
He just woke
and
up.
welcome Chairman Powell.
That's
Let me
hilarious.
start by thanking you for your
Back left.
careful keeping in your lane and steering clear of fiscal policy.
He looks like he just,
and in
like,
particular for your
rolled out
stalwart
of bed.
defense of independent monetary policy. You're getting pressure from very powerful places and lots of kibitzing from lots of members on the interest rate question, and most know better that our independent monetary policy is the very bedrock of our economy. So thank you for that. Mr. Chairman, I want to talk just a little bit about some of the technical matters associated with energy prices and inflation, because obviously turmoil in the Middle East has sent oil prices swinging wildly, with West Texas Intermediate in the last month or so being anywhere between $61 and $75
Good job,
a
ICT.
barrel. We recently saw the Iranian parliament vote to close the Strait of Hormuz, which currently handles around 20 million barrels a day, a fifth of global demand, and a little bit more in terms of natural gas. Chair Powell, you said last week that conflict in the Middle East in the 1970s resulted in very large inflation shocks, in contrast to the 1970s, today the United States does not import most of its energy. We call ourselves energy self-sufficient on a net basis. But I hear the argument made that I think is wrong, that because we're energy self-sufficient, somehow we are insulated from global energy market prices. Can you comment on that? Is there any validity to the notion that we are not, American consumers of energy are not subject to global swings in energy prices?
Yeah, so the price of oil is set globally, right? And I think if you go back a few years, the thought was that when the global, we had a natural shock absorber, which is that we would just drill more. And that we would, if prices went up, we would drill more, and so you wouldn't have these sustained price shocks that we had during the 1970s and the original OPEC era. I think that is actually in question now because, you know, the oil industry in the U.S. is being much more careful and focused on return on investment than they were, having been burned with overcapacity.
Right, and I mean, yeah, in the long run, you can invest in additional extraction technologies, but this does not respond to day-to-day spot prices. So
not quickly.
The point I'm trying to make is that the conflict in the Middle East, if it resulted in $120 barrel oil, which is where oil was in 2022, that would have a fairly substantial inflationary impact on the American household. Is that correct?
We would certainly feel that, you know, and as we discussed earlier, there's a lot of lore around looking through oil price shocks, but that depends on the facts and circumstances.
What, as a technical matter, we tend to refer to CPI, which is a basket of goods, and we measure the price changes. Roughly speaking, what percentage of that basket is comprised of energy?
I don't have that on the top of my head. It's much less than it was, of course. The oil consumption is much less than it was in the 70s as a percent of GDP.
But energy includes natural gas and gasoline, and that's it's a meaningful portion of the
yes. Although of course we have more natural gas than we have so much natural gas, so that'll always be there for us.
So none of us can predict what's going to happen in the Middle East in an hour, much less in a week or a month or a year. But as a technical matter, at what price for a barrel of oil does the American household begin to feel inflationary effects? So we're at $75 a barrel roughly right now. At what price point does
got a
the
limit
American
order here at
household
360
begin to feel some inflationary effects?
I don't want to throw out a number. You know, I think we're frankly
Gold
it's too early
and silver
to say
pushing
that
hard?
something like that's going to happen, and I know you know that. But I wouldn't want to throw out a specific number.
Yeah, gold is
if prices went up
going higher.
materially, people would feel that.
Okay. Again, I think if I look at the data here, WTI per barrel about 120. It peaked at about $120 in 2022. What do your models suggest would occur to inflation, and how would it influence the Fed's thinking should we be back at $120 a barrel?
Well, let's just say there's a big price spike in that range. So
Nice
we
job,
would look
Carl.
at that and we would ask ourselves, we look at the overall situation, we would ask ourselves, should we react to that? So for example, during what we called the Arab Spring back in the early teens, oil prices went up a lot, and that went into the price, and then there was a discussion, and I think the right answer was to look through that. The question you'd be asking to yourself, because by the time you react, the price comes back down. I think the question today would be, is the situation different, and what would be the implications of those differences?
Gentleman's time has expired. I thank the gentleman from Connecticut. Chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Moore. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, I want to touch on international standard-setting bodies like the Basel Committee on Banking Supervision. Their goal is to promote better harmonization for global capital flows and regulatory standards, but the Biden administration's implementation of Basel III endgame demonstrated the pitfalls when the U.S. is a follower instead of a leader in the international arena. That's why both Democrats and Republicans shot down former Vice Chair Michael Barr's proposal, which made capital less acceptable.
I'm trying to see if we can get a limit order fill here at 360. If not, we're going to have to enter this thing
Do you agree that the
anyway.
United States should only implement international standards in a way that is consistent with our own domestic legal and regulatory scheme?
I do.
This would give us a
appreciate
TP at
the
around
Federal Reserve's
380.
announcement yesterday
Should be
to end
nice.
the use of reputational risk during banking examinations. This supervisory practice was used as a tool to pressure banks to refrain from offering financial services to politically disfavored individuals or industries. What further steps is the Federal Reserve taking to help usher in these changes, such as ending examination practices that informally encourage banks to close certain accounts without written justification?
So we're developing, I should say Vice Chair Bowman is developing a range of policies that will help in that area, and I should let her speak to it. But as you know, we've eliminated reputation risk.
ATR right now is
largely
7.7.
away from those things.
So
I think
there'll probably
we
be a lot
became
of
more
stop
aware of
running.
that problem over the course of last year, and like the other agencies, decided to move away from that. We're very conscious of the fact that
Low
we shouldn't
volume.
be telling banks who they can lend to, that's
Low
a decision
volatility.
for them in the private sector.
Let me ask you this, how are you ensuring, though, that like the frontline examiners are aligned with this new direction and not
Nice strong move
continuing
out of here.
with any past practices?
You know, I will say that is the ultimate question is will the, and I think they will, and I think as a former bank examiner, Vice Chair Bowman is actually very well positioned to engage with supervisors and in a way that someone with experience can do successfully, whereas if you don't have that experience, I think it might be harder.
Thank you. You know, Secretary Bessent recently announced a drive to change the culture of supervision through improvements to examination procedures, enhanced monitoring of examiners' compliance with those procedures, and more realistic processes for appealing supervisory findings. That includes defining unsafe and unsound by rule using risk. Do you support this initiative, and will we be seeing further rule changes at the Federal Reserve to achieve this goal?
So I like the sound of all that. I will say on issues of supervision, Vice Chair Bowman has significant authority, and also she's got the background and the understanding. And first thing I would do is I would ask her what she thinks about that.
Just sort of a changing direction on a couple of questions. During the volatility in the Treasury markets last April, some have speculated that foreign investors were dumping Treasury securities. Since then, though, recent data has showed that foreign investors holding of U.S. Treasuries held close to a record high in April. Does this data show that Treasury's safe haven status and the dollar's global reserve currency status remained strong while the administration conducted trade negotiations?
I would say yes to that. I think we need to be careful about these narratives that pop up quickly. I mean, we're the world's reserve currency and the world's greatest democracy, and I think the dollar is always going to be, for a long time, is going to be the reserve currency and the place where people want to be.
Let me ask you this. Do you believe there's a possibility that Treasury markets will crack, just as Jamie Dimon has recently warned at the Reagan National Economic Forum?
I don't want to say things like that. I don't think that's something that's happening. Treasury markets are functioning well and normally, and they did function through a period of pretty substantial stress. And as you pointed out, they're focusing well now.
Thank you. With that, I yield back. And actually, if Ms. Salazar is still here, I'll give her my remaining time. If not, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Williams of Georgia. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chairman Powell, for being here. It's been a while since I've had the opportunity to ask questions sitting at the bottom of the room, but I am happy to have this conversation today because the last time we talked, last July, I mentioned that combating economic inequality is a critical part of the Fed's dual mandate, and that is something that I am deeply, deeply interested in. Back then, we were talking about how we can get everyone in our economy to have the opportunity to contribute to their fullest potential, because that's how we get our economy firing on all cylinders and work to continue to close the racial wealth gap, which my home city of Atlanta continues to lead the nation in. That seems like such a far cry
What's going on,
from where
George?
we are today, almost a year later.
I don't know if
We
she'll
get our
go there.
economy firing
I
on
don't know.
all
She might not go to
cylinders,
overnight
and
high
our
right now.
economy and our nation seem to just
It
be
kind
on
of feels like the
fire.
low-hanging fruit that she
We're
may be
looking at
using to
tariffs
tempt
that
us
are
right now
raising the prices of
to not
groceries, fuel,
go there and
housing,
actually roll over. We'll see.
everyday goods.
She's still
Chairman
strong.
Powell, I get feedback every time I'm in a hearing about my nails because I like to get my nails done.
Listen to
And
that. She
my
likes to
nail
get her
tech
nails
told me
done.
about the increase in cost.
That is so
of
relevant.
So many of the different products that would be used just for me to get my manicure monthly.
You know what I'm
because
saying? Get her
tariffs
tips.
Are frightening so many of our
You want
small
short nail or
businesses,
long nail?
which we know are the backbone
That's
of
what she
our
said.
economy, and so it's hurting my community
You have a
in
boyfriend?
Atlanta. but
Well, you know how
it
boys try
doesn't
to-
seem like our president and my Republican colleagues
That's the nail lady.
are
In
really
case you guys didn't
interested
know,
in
that's my nail lady
making sure that our
impersonation.
economy fires on all economies, on all cylinders, as long as billionaires continue to get richer, because
darn
that's
billionaires.
what we've seen, and all of the gutting
Bernie
that's been
Sanders
done to
hates
the federal government.
hates
And
billionaires.
Chairman
He loves
Powell,
millionaires though.
I mean,
He hates
I'm
billionaires.
sure that this is coming to your department as well.
Jay
With
Powell
the
is definitely
recent
sick of
events
this.
that we've
He is so
seen,
sick of
we
it. It's
know
not even
that
funny.
it is very
I've
dangerous
seen that bit.
to
It's funny.
gut
Yeah,
the
he said that
federal
girl. She's
government,
really funny. My
agencies
daughter
that we
does it really
depend
good.
on, and politicizing the work of agencies such as yours. Chairman Powell, this current president has tried to reclassify tens of thousands of non-political public servants just to make it easier to fire them. And that includes people who have served in Democratic and Republican administrations. It even includes people who serve in independent agencies just like yours. Chair Powell,
Getting my nails
as
did,
a
says
chair
Joe Jim.
who our current and previous president routinely has threatened to fire. I think I just heard something on CNN
She likes to
today
get her nails
while
did.
you were here testifying. But what effect has this policy had
I'd be
on
like me going
your
on there,
civil
like,
servants
you know, I
in
like to
your
get my hair
agency?
cut.
And are these threats making it easier or harder for the Fed to do monetary
I like to
policy?
get my oil changed. You know, prices going up.
They're having no effect. We're doing our jobs.
You're doing your
That was
jobs.
like
I appreciate
TMI.
you doing your job, even when it might not be easy. It is important.
She's so
to tune
relatable.
out the things that you
Good
hear
thing we
on the
elected her.
media, because I hear it every
She's
day,
so relatable.
representing a district that has a lot of federal employees, a lot of people who work at your agency. I hear from people all the time. Thank you so much. And not only do I have thousands of federal employees in my district, but my district has one of the widest racial wealth gaps in the country. Much of that has to do with our worsening housing crisis. And unfortunately, as we've seen with the past 6 months,
I don't even know.
our
I have
this
no idea who's
administration
talking.
has been focused on this
Get
big
this clown off the
billionaire
mic.
bailout bill,
What is
gutting HUD,
she
and
trying to
releasing a
ask?
budget
Says
that
Fonz
does not
won.
help the supply of fair
Touche,
and
Fonz,
affordable
touche.
housing nationwide. Now we've heard the
Just look at
president
Powell's
talk about
face. I
having the
can't even
power
deal
to
with
control
her
interest
right now.
rates. In your opinion, Chairman
Oh,
Powell,
man.
what would you expect the effects would be
Someone
on the
tell her
housing
we
market
don't care
if
about
the
her
president were
nails.
to lower
Yo,
interest
read the
rates without
comments.
addressing the housing
Read the
supply
comments right now.
crisis?
Comments are hilarious.
If you were to what?
If the president,
Thank you for
so
nothing.
The president has talked about having the power
Always the racial card.
to control interest
What's she even trying to
in
say?
your opinion.
No one cares.
What would you expect the
Yeah,
effects would
these
be on the
comments are
housing
too
market
funny, man. In case
if
you're
the
bored.
president were to lower interest
These
rates
comments are
without
way too
addressing
funny.
the housing supply crisis?
Here she goes, guys. Here she goes.
Honestly,
She's about to break out.
It's not our job to speculate on things the president might do.
Yeah, I don't like be speculating
So
either.
what impact do interest rates have on on housing
On my nails.
access?
Over the long run, they don't really affect housing supply. You know, assuming that rates will go up and down.
Well, not on the supply.
I think these politicians
but on
just like the
housing
sound of their own
market.
voice.
The supply is separate that we need to address going into this. If we're going to move interest rates up and down, that's not going to be the end-all, be-all to getting people into housing. We must address the housing supply crisis. But what
I think this girl's
impact do
tanking
interest rates
the
have on
market.
the housing market in general?
Well,
the
interest
market
rates
doesn't
really
affect
affect housing demand. So if you, with lower
Market's
rates,
running
you
away
see
from
more
her.
demand, and higher rates, maybe less demand.
Gold's pumping,
Thank you,
NQ's
Chairman
pumping.
Powell. I am out of time, but I have lots of questions
She just
that
likes to hear
continue
herself
work
talk,
to
yeah.
close the
Correct.
racial wealth gap in this country, specifically focused on my district in Atlanta, where it is so prevalent. Thank you so much.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Stutzman, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Chairman Powell, great to see you. And again, as I mentioned to you before, always appreciate your steady hand at the wheel.
He likes a steady hand. Look at that.
Not, I guess, getting out of your lane necessarily, but
got
obviously
a steady hand,
you have
guys.
a huge impact on the economy and what's happening.
This thing's
during
gonna
the
blow
Fed.
through the overnight high,
I
it
wanna
looks
kind of
like.
follow
It's
up a
gonna
little
rip
bit
that
on
overnight high.
housing, as I've been hearing a lot about housing concerns
He's
in
about to rip
Northeast
that overnight
Indiana.
high.
And I know,
With a
you're
vengeance.
not, you're used to being beat up on a lot by folks all around the country. But I want to speak specifically to one particular individual, Cardone Capital.
What?
Grant
Talking about
Cardone.
Uncle G?
He made some pretty strong remarks about
Don't be talking about Uncle G.
your policy when it comes to the housing industry. And he said, that's why
Is
you
that
have
grandson, manager?
500,000 more homes listed than buyers for those homes. When the rates come down, prices will also come down with it because you'll have more supply in the marketplace, and supply is what controls prices. He went on to say that, interest rates do not control prices, and he explained that lower rates could stimulate activity in the market, and activity is what makes the economy work. And I agree with his comments, overall, but I believe,
she's gonna
as you
rip
said
this
earlier,
overnight high,
the
man.
economy seems stable.
She's gonna run
and I
to
would
400.
agree with
She's gonna go
that
all-time
coming from an
highs.
ag
Why
and
don't you go to all-time
manufacturing
highs?
Area. It's not booming yet, but I believe most people are optimistic that the good times are coming and that the structure is set and in place. But when it comes to housing, it
Muhammad
seems like
says
that's where a
414.
lot of Americans they're stuck. They've had low rates, they've got a good mortgage rate, but if they want to make a move, they have to go out of that 3% interest rate into 4.5%, 5% or higher percent interest rate. Thoughts on addressing housing, because their prices are up for sure, but people aren't. There's no activity. There's the velocity is very slow. Would you like to comment on any of that?
Sure. So we see the same thing you do in the housing market. It's tough. There's not people are locked in. They can't afford to get out of their house because the cost of getting to a higher mortgage, higher price mortgage would be a lot. So the best thing we can do, though, is to get inflation sustainably down to 2% and have it stay there over a long period of time. And that is really what
Somebody
we can
says
offer.
she wants the Fed to adjust
And I
rates so
think,
she can get more
so
manicures.
if you go back to the beginning of the pandemic when we
people are-
cut to zero and we did all those programs,
Where
we
do you
really
find these
saved
people
the housing
commenting?
industry
That's hilarious.
because they're the front line for interest rates. At a time like this, when rates are, I would say modestly restrictive, not even moderately, but modestly restrictive, they feel it, and their customers feel it. We understand that, but we only have one tool for the whole economy, not just for housing. So it's something we consider, but we have to consider the bigger picture. And I do think in the medium term, as rates come down, you'll see normalization in housing. Of course, there'll still be a national housing shortage. I don't know about your district, but
Yeah. No, there's a shortage.
Yeah.
I mean, considering the macroeconomics of interest rates, I mean, how much consideration do you take housing into that decision as you address interest rates?
We're always briefed on it. We always talk about it. We always look at it. But at the end of the day, it's the big U.S. economy, the whole aggregate thing that matters. We also talk about the agricultural economy a lot as well, but ultimately, and manufacturing, it's got to be the whole, and not any one particular piece.
Yeah, I just would mention it is hard for American families to make that move, and they're stuck, and so I would just highly consider ask you to consider that piece of it, because when Americans can't move and Americans can't upgrade or move laterally even, it really keeps the economy kind of holds the economy back a bit when Americans don't have that. But again, I want to say thank you, because you have a tough job, but I haven't heard from anyone in my district asking interest rates to go up. So I'll just pass that along from Indiana's 3rd District. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado. Ms. Peterson is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and great to see you, Chair Powell. Thank you so much for being here today. I want to thank you for your long service to our country. I know that you've served under many Democrats, Republicans. You've always been nonpartisan and done your job to put our country first, and we appreciate your steadfast leadership. And if you are not reappointed, it will be very missed here. I have some
people are starving, and she's worried about nails done.
I know you've touched
Need
on
some
this
more likes for the
a little bit
giveaway? Yeah, we
through
need
the
some more likes, guys. We got 120 people here.
around
Let's see if we can get 75 likes for our
the
giveaway.
Federal Reserve.
Don't
Your
I owe-
job, no matter what
I think I owe
president you
somebody,
served under, Republican or Democrat,
I think I owe somebody
was
a
to
$50K
make
from
sure
yesterday.
that this was not a political position.
was
while
Marshall?
you brought
Are you here, Marshall?
news that some would
me see if
not
Marshall
be
messaged
happy
me.
about, because it reflected what you had to do to address
Attending.
inflation.
Cam, is that
when
you?
I think about the conversations
Cam,
we
are you
had
Marshall?
going through the global pandemic and the economic fallout, and how we had to infuse money throughout our country to keep our services afloat, our businesses afloat. And while we suffered from inflation,
So yesterday's
like
winner-
the rest of the world, we had the quickest, strongest recovery.
Yesterday's winner was
We were leading the
Maharshi.
globe, and so much
So
of that
Maharshi.
was because
You have to
of your
DM me, Maharshi.
leadership. And so when I think about what this position means, how important it is that there is independence.
All right,
What are
thanks,
your
Cam.
biggest
Hey, I saw you
concerns
message me
about
on Discord. I thought that might have been you.
Potential successor
Yeah,
that
but,
doesn't
Maharshi,
that
if you're in here,
prioritize that and
you gotta
wants to
message
do
me on
what is
Discord.
politically asked of them versus what they need to do for the country, and what are their long-term repercussions if you're not acting on addressing the economic uncertainties and trying to address inflation in this position?
Well, let's move here, guys.
I
It may
wouldn't
not be what you
speculate
think.
on that, but I would say, you know, the credibility on the Fed on
Yeah, that was
on
yesterday.
price stability is very, very important. People believe that we will bring inflation back down to 2% over time. And once if they really do believe it and it's true, then, you know, that'll have big effects on not just short-term rates, but long-term rates. If that were to be called
You
into
loaded up on the
question,
dip?
then you'd
Good
see
job,
long-term
ICT.
rates go up. I mean, that credibility once lost is very expensive to regain, is what the historical record says. So
Make
I
sure
just
you be
think
respectful to each
people
other in the
should
chat,
understand
guys.
that,
Are we
you know,
topping? Maybe.
credibility on inflation
Be
is
sure to be
hard-won,
respectful in the chat because we have
and,
moderators down
something
here.
we need to constantly tend.
Just make sure you guys don't
You know, that's what we're doing in
disrespect
our-
each
with
other.
our-
That's
with
my
our
job.
current policy is just being careful.
I get this disrespect, you guys. I'm just kidding.
With
I
potential
would never do that.
inflation risks. We haven't overreacted. In fact, we haven't reacted at all. But we're being a little bit careful about that set of questions as we decide what to do next.
Thank you for bringing that up. As we look at where we were, how far
I'm completely
we've
flat,
come,
guys. I haven't been in a trade for a minute now.
we were starting to finally see
This
a
area here
relief
is kind of
on
tough.
the interest rates. They
We're
were
eventually going
starting
to
go
pop through
down.
those overnight
Now
highs,
they're
but we haven't done it
holding
yet.
steady. Can you talk about why the instability? You know,
When Kessler said you disrespect me, I'm gonna tell Tori
tariffs
about it.
around,
That's funny.
the
Yeah, Tori
increase
don't play,
in
man.
the deficit by
That's
the
try disrespecting me. Tori's gonna have a word with you
government
guys.
bill that is being
She's
brought
gonna whip you
through
with a trend
Congress
line.
right now and increasing our debt by trillions.
And
of
her uncle
dollars
knows Tobias and
having our credit
Parsons. They throw you in the
downgraded,
trunk of a car. All right, we took out the overnight
because
highs.
We are
Very
increasing
nice
our
here.
deficit. So with this
Very nice.
economic uncertainty,
Congratulations, anyone holding out for
where
that?
we were going, we were on the way down or reducing
ICT
our,
Sniper's
our
having one heck of a
rates, and
trading
now we
day.
have to hold steady to
Are you
address
short now,
the
ICT?
instability. Is that correct?
I'm gonna take this off the chart here.
I'm sorry, could you just?
Are you still gonna go for that
briefly restate
squeeze?
your
She might start
question?
squeezing now.
Yes, I'm going to do this the best I can with with Sam here. That with the
Nice,
with
ICT
with
Sniper.
our
Why are you trading
having to
prop or are you
address
trading your own
inflation,
capital?
We've started to see
Trading
it.
your own money?
You were able to decrease the rates. We were starting to go down a little bit. We were seeing that we were
Market's
our
still
economy was
very bullish,
finally
guys. I'm not looking
in a
for any
solid
shorts yet.
place.
It's still very bullish.
prices were
We're
starting to
trading
go down.
above the 21.
And now with the economic
Way off of the
uncertainty, we're
VWAP.
starting to see that you had to hold steady.
You might catch some
whereas
short
everyone was projecting,
scalps, but
before this
it's not ready for
administration came in with these
a long hold
changes,
yet.
that it's going to continue to go down. Can you talk about why you have had to choose to hold steady on the interest rates?
So we just, you know, we stick to what we're assigned to do, which is maximum employment and price stability.
Tori
We
didn't
don't
tell
have
me to be
opinions
this like this. He told
on,
me.
Fiscal policy or
I
trade
changed my
policy or
TP to
immigration
425.
policy
Do you
or
think?
Any one of another, or regulation policy.
I think we can. I think we could. It's possible we can go up to all-time highs today. It's
And so
possible.
we take what comes as it comes. And,
I
you
mean, we
know,
did get peace talks yesterday, so it's very possible.
Elected politicians do what they do, and we don't criticize
But
that.
you
We
know,
don't-
right now I'm going to tell you that the trend is still to the upside.
Thank you, and
That's
thank
all
you,
I can
Sam.
really say. I don't know where it'll stop. The trend is still
Chair now
very, very
recognizes
much to the
gentlewoman
upside.
From Texas, Mrs.
No
Dale
reason to
Cruz,
think shorts yet.
For 5 minutes.
I used to think that the higher the price is, the better is the short,
Thank
and that's not the
you,
case.
Chair Powell.
That's
for
usually a
being
recipe
here
for
with
a
us
disaster.
today. I am Congresswoman
You might be able to
Monica
catch
Dela Cruz,
scalps
and I am from deep
on
South
some pops,
Texas, a largely
but they're not going to be sustained.
Hispanic district, a rural community right there on the border of Texas and Mexico. I serve as the vice chair for Housing and Insurance Subcommittee.
This is looking
and
like another
it's
long
difficult
setup here.
for families right now to
Looking like a pretty
afford
good long
a
setup.
home on an average paycheck. I'm committed to finding affordable housing solutions for the people in my community, but also for all over the nation. So, Chair Powell, mortgage rates
Chair Powell.
remain significantly elevated relative to Treasury yields, with spreads well above historical norms. To what extent does the Federal Reserve believe its balance sheet policy, particularly the runoff of MBS holdings, is contributing to this widening, and how does that factor into your broader assessment of financial conditions?
I don't think that our runoff of MBS is a particularly large contributor to that situation. I also think it's not just
It's a
interest
trend day
rates,
for
it's
sure.
so many
Short scalps
things
are
around
easy but
housing
dangerous,
now.
yeah.
It's insurance, it's materials, it's land acquisition, it's labor. There's so many cost pressures that are pushing up housing costs.
Thank you. With that being said, moving on to an entirely different topic, if the Federal Reserve focuses on issues outside its dual mandate, there are more opportunities for policy mistakes. How can you ensure that no other climate policy work is being done at the Federal Reserve?
So it is a big risk to our independence if we were to stray into areas where we shouldn't, that really aren't part of our mandate. And I would agree that climate is the biggest risk. So we really did the bare minimum. We did much less than I think people understand in the climate area. All we did was one piece of guidance, and then we ran one stress scenario, and by the way, didn't find anything. And I think you don't look to us to try to take on a bigger role or really to play any role in climate, which I personally think is an important issue and one that needs to be dealt with by elected officials. And for bank regulators just to step in and take that on without a mandate from Congress is not a good idea. It's not a good solution, and it's not a good way to remain independent.
Reclaiming my time, what kind of climate guidance did you make?
So for just the big banks, I believe, we asked them to monitor to have a framework for which they would monitor their risks from lending. That's all it was. And I would say that guidance is something we're looking at pulling back.
When you say the risk for lending,
This looks like
on
a bearish divergence here.
Climate change, is that
Stop down
correct?
profits there.
Well, the idea was
Looks like a
that,
bearish divergence though.
The change
could give us a little push.
I'm not defending this. I'm telling you what
Could give us a little push to the downside.
Was, climate change would cause certain kinds of assets to lose value, and that if banks are lending to those in those areas or to those
Short scalps are
industries,
dangerous, absolutely.
And
but I think she
they
might
should
give
at
us
least be able to measure. It
a little bit of a
didn't
push.
ban anybody from doing anything. It wasn't prescriptive. At the same time,
We'll see.
You have
Or
the
she could start
feeling
squeezing right now.
She
could also
side
squeeze
effect of it
shorts.
would be to discourage lending, and we don't want that to be the
Oh
case.
yeah,
so
looks like
that's
she
why
just
we're
got done
looking at
squeezing shorts on that one.
Well, it does
Looks like she's
sound
gonna
like
push
that
higher.
is policy that is based on political agenda. And when it comes to banking, it should not be based on political agenda, but instead on facts. Facts such as credit, facts as good monetary policy. So I would have to disagree with you on the fact that the Federal Reserve stayed outside of political agendas. When it comes to climate change, that is a political agenda, and I would have to disagree with you on that. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California. Mr. Sherman is also ranking member of the Capital Markets Subcommittee for 5 minutes.
We don't notice good bank regulation. Things just go smoothly. But in 2023, we saw the effects of inadequate bank regulation where we lost 3 banks. There was a proposal that passed the House that would have cut the pay rate of your bank
Mad Moxie, yeah,
inspectors,
slow price action
regulators,
is
down
terrible.
to 70% of
Slow
the
price
rate
action can be
paid
pretty
by-
bad.
at FDIC. So you would have been
Yeah, this is the result of that bearish
70%
divergence.
of what the other major bank
That's
regulation
the result of that
agency
bearish
did.
divergence we spoke
I
about
know
earlier.
you've announced things about headcount, but I'm focusing here on just the rate of pay. Fortunately, we were saved by not Superman, but Superwoman, Elizabeth McDonough, the Senate parliamentarian. But what effect would it have had on our ability to have good bank regulation if you had to go to all the folks in doing bank regulation at the Fed and say that their pay is going to be cut to 70% of the rate of pay over at the FDIC?
Would have made it harder for us to attract or to retain personnel. It also would have knocked down something we've had for 90 years, which is a sort of a moat that allows us to take care of HR issues on our own without Congress.
I've got a couple of questions I'd ask you to respond for in the record. The first is Section 899 of the big ugly bill, big beautiful bill, whatever you want to call it.
Big ugly bill.
Enforcement of remedies against unfair foreign taxes. What this does is it imposes a tax on those residents of about 24 foreign countries should they invest in the United States, including in our treasuries. And we're trying to attract capital from abroad. This is to push out capital abroad. And it doesn't affect China. It just affects 24 of our friends, particularly in Europe. The other thing I'd like you to respond for is the record is the tariffs and the effect that has not only on the inflation rate, but therefore on interest rates. And at your press conference, you said increases in tariffs this year are likely to push up prices and weigh on economic activity. And I'd certainly like to know more about that. The Treasury has our reserves, but you also have a liquidity fund, which I believe involves buying and selling foreign currencies. And so that begs the question whether if you're allowed to buy the euro, whether you're allowed to buy cryptocurrencies. And of course, the president has said that some agency of the federal government should have a strategic crypto reserve.
Sorry to hear that, Robert.
Do you or
keep your eyes peeled for another good
successors
opportunity? The long might be still
have the
relevant
legal
here.
right to take assets of the Fed and buy Bitcoin or Trump coin?
No,
Trump
we don't,
coin.
and we do not
Hilarious.
seek this authority.
I hope very much that your successor is not someone who tries to stretch existing statutes and come to an opposite answer. I'd like to focus a little bit on when you came before our committee last, I guess, in February. I asked you if you would take a holistic look at bank capital requirements, including the risk-based capital ratios like
Nice job,
Basel III
ICT.
Endgame and stress testing to make sure that you don't have a contraction in the ability to provide credit to Main Street businesses, and you said you would do that. So my question this time is, how does the Fed plan to sequence the various capital requirement reform proposals that we expect to see in the coming months? In
Pretty
what
heavy push
order
here.
will you proceed with reforms on Basel III weight risk capital, leverage ratio, stress testing, and the GSIB service charge, knowing that these have interactive effects? Can you tell us what the sequence will be?
So I really do. This is the heart of what the Vice Chair for Supervision is assigned to do, is to bring proposals to the board. And I read that as giving her she's the one who will decide that sequencing. You're right there. There are many things, and it's really up to her to decide what's the timing, what's the priority. And I don't actually know exactly what she's only been confirmed for a couple of weeks, so we're just getting going.
With you as the head of the agency, even if she is supposed to decide the sequencing, that your agency would
Smart,
tell us
Robert.
what the sequencing is going to be, and understand how important it is for people to know
Your profits
what
already,
that-
ICT?
what the order, those various regulations
Gentleman's
will
time
have,
has
and I
expired.
yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Nunn, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chairman Powell, for joining us again here. We have a saying, Iowa is nice, kind of boring. We want our Fed chairman to be just the same, and you're doing
Nice
a great
and
job
boring.
of that. We appreciate it.
I don't know if that's a backhanded compliment.
I think
I've-
it's boring.
if I ever heard
I
one.
like that too. Look, you have a lot of great staff that come from Iowa as well. I appreciate you having them on your team. We also want to recognize the fact that, folks in Iowa are still feeling the challenges of the last 4 years. We're middle America. It is the heartland of the country, but it also means that impacts that change things on the coast don't always get felt the same way in the Midwest. And so as a result, folks are stretching every dollar as they face everything from higher grocery prices, eggs, to trying to buy just that first car or even maybe that first home. And interest rates to them matter as they do everywhere else, but they're even more. Now, I will offer the president has made great strides in making progress for Iowa families, and wage growth is moderating nationwide. Many Iowans still feel, though, that inflation spikes impact them. And with the president focused on rebuilding the middle class, I'd like to talk a little bit about how the Fed ensures that this heart of the heartland can feel the benefits of a soft landing as you've laid out.
Oh, you're asking me how you will feel the benefits of the well, I would think pretty open-ended question. So I think, our goal is to keep the economy strong, the labor market strong, and price stability fully
Backhanded
restored.
compliments.
So that's really what we can provide, is a long period of stable prices. And we define that as Chairman Greenspan used to, which is people can make economic decisions in their families and their jobs.
He yells at
They don't have to
clouds.
think about inflation all the time. And we're
It's like
getting
the dog
back
that
closer
chases
to that place, but
ambulances.
we're not quite there yet. That's the main thing we can now do.
Want to
And
bite
then once we restore price stability, very soundly, that gives us the ability to react more strongly to downturns in the economy without having to worry about inflation. And so that's, we have limited scope, but those are two very, very important things that we can deliver that benefit all families.
I would agree. So I guess I would also like to focus here on the short term. The Fed Reserve has slightly lower rates to ease borrowing costs for rural communities, and long-term trade negotiations strengthen our global position. Would you agree that the agricultural sector in particular is vulnerable to both interest rates
Nice job, ICT.
and recognized international markets? And how would the Fed evaluate the unintended consequences of policy on commodity-dependent economies in a state like Iowa?
So we have a number of our Federal Reserve Bank presidents represent districts which have extensive agricultural operations and families and farms. And so we hear from them kind of all the time, but we hear from them in great detail around every FOMC meeting. And we understand that times, pretty challenging right now in
Sellers are still
in
here.
the agricultural sector. We take that into
Sellers are
account.
still in the market.
Ultimately, we're responsible for the aggregate level of the economy and for keeping inflation under control and maximum employment. So, but we do very much think about and take into consideration the agricultural
See if
sector.
they can
and the
push
people
down
in
to
it.
We
350.
appreciate that evaluation. I know there are farmers back home as well as, our bankers who value that because they're the one providing the capital for it. I want to talk a little bit on the national security side as the vice chair of NATSEC here. If foreign actors begin weaponizing treasury sales or dollar reserves, what tools does the Fed have to help preserve financial stability and the dollar's status as a reserve currency within the world?
Essentially what makes us the reserve currency is a few things. It is our great democratic institutions. It is that we have open capital markets, very open capital markets, and it is that we have price stability and the rule of law. Those are the things that make you the reserve currency, and you can keep that status as long as you maintain those things. Of those things, the thing that we contribute is price stability over the long run. So people who want to invest in or use the dollar, they can be confident in the value of the dollar over time, that it won't fluctuate wildly or decline in ways that, and so that's our role. Really, Treasury is responsible for stewardship of the dollar, but we have that role to play as well.
Very good. In the brief time that I have left here, I just came back from a trip to Saudi and the Arab states. Big concern here in the world we're living in right now with Iran looking at asymmetric ways to threaten the United States. Cyber attacks have been on the rise. You got a question here earlier on cybersecurity. Help us feel confident the Fed is doing everything they can to protect
Ripping back up now?
us from a cyber threat.
So our part of it is the financial sector and the institutions we regulate, and they spend a lot of time and money on cybersecurity. We spend a lot protecting ourselves.
That's what it's looking like.
And there are other parts of the U.S. government that are very much involved in
Gentleman's time is
making us
expired.
aware of cyber issues and making sure that we're all ready. And we never sleep on this because it's always getting harder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield my time.
Gentleman's time's expired. The gentleman from California, Mr. Vargas, who's also a ranking member and my colleague on the Monetary Policy Task Force, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member. Appreciate it. And of course, Mr. Powell, thank you very much, Chairman Powell, for being here. I'm 64 years old. You're a little bit older than I am. In my lifetime, I know what the most dramatic economic event is, at least that I believe. In your lifetime, what do you think is the most dramatic economic event that you lived through? As a country, as a world?
So as an adult, I would say the global financial crisis and the pandemic.
No, just one. You get to pick one.
Events. Sorry?
You get to pick one. You pick two, just one.
I would say there's a third, which would be the great inflation. So I'm going the wrong way here.
You're going the wrong way. Yeah, just pick one.
I'd say the global financial crisis was, in a lot of ways, scarier than the pandemic for me.
Yeah, it's interesting because both of them were ones that I lived through too. And I have to tell you, the most dramatic for me was the pandemic. In so many ways, I'd never seen anything like it, where everything closed down.
This
I
big
remember
one.
flying here from San Diego, where I live, on a 737, and there were 4 passengers. There were 4 of us on the plane. Of course, some idiot sits right next to me. What are you doing? You stupid, move away. But anyway, it is interesting that we didn't fall into the recession. We didn't fall into a depression. I was really scared about what was going to happen because of the way we closed down. We didn't know it was going to go. We didn't know it was going to happen. And I think a big reason for that was the sort of the strength that we had of the Fed and the country came together and said, you know, we're going to figure this thing out. And we did that. You didn't panic. You guys were very independent. I think everyone did their job. The reason I say that is because I do worry about the independence of the Fed now going forward. So question, can the president appoint himself as the Fed chair?
It's a question, but not for me.
You're the Fed chair, you should know. You should know what the requirements are to be the Fed chair. Can he appoint himself?
I don't know.
You don't know that question? What is, well, you're the Fed chair, what is the requirements to be the Fed chair?
Nominated by the president, confirmed by the Senate. I think you probably have to be a U.S. citizen probably, but I'm not sure.
Okay, so far it seems like the president fits those. He's a U.S. citizen. He can propose himself, and I assume that senators over there could confirm. Why couldn't he become?
You don't like this price action, Chad?
Again, not a question for me.
Okay.
I wouldn't speculate.
The reason I ask that is because, again, I do think that we have a great system because of the independence of the Fed. And it worries me that more and more, and I assume, I'm not going to ask you this embarrassing question, although I would like to, you know, whether you read all the things that he says about you. I'm sure you do, or some people tell you. Yeah, but I won't tell you what they are. But I'm glad you've been independent. And I think that that's so important because you do look at long terms. It's not missed on you. You know that we want you all to lower the rates. You know that, both sides, right? You get that. The answer could be yes or no.
Honestly, I'm not sure I do know that. I talked to a
Well,
lot
I
of
can
members
tell you, from
privately.
our side, we'd love to see the rates go down. And I've heard from a number of my colleagues on the other side, we'd love to see the rates go down.
I talked to a lot of
they'd pretty
members who
unanimously
say
like to see it.
privately, you're doing the right thing. I hear that from a lot of members privately.
Yeah,
But in any case, we have to do, we're appointed and confirmed, my colleagues and I, do what we think is right.
That's exactly right, and that's why I say it, because I think it's not lost on you that we all want the rates to go down. In fact, it's really real when you say, you know, someone's locked in at 3% at their house, you know, their interest rate, so they don't want to move and get a 7% rate. I mean, they don't want to pay that. That's real. My colleagues mentioned that, and that's truthful. And that's why it's so important to be independent. Now, lastly, I do want to ask, because again, it's so darn important to have an independent Fed chair and an independent Fed. Secondly, the dual mandate. I respect the chairman very much, and he's a friend. Hope that doesn't hurt him politically. But that being said, he did ask you a question about the dual mandate in a way that he quoted somebody else and said, "Is that the way you see it?" I do want to see
any.
How do you see
I don't see any
dual
long
mandate?
setups yet.
It seems to me that you gave a little bit of a
This
preference
could have been a liquidity grab.
to price stability over maximum employment. Is that the case?
No, I think the two things are equal under the law. But if the thought is, you know, we haven't defined it in exactly the way that the chairman said, but
You
notwithstanding
agree
that, I
with
do
it.
think it's a reasonable way to define it, which is the maximum employment is the maximum level that's sustainable or consistent with price stability over the long run. That doesn't make it, to me, an inferior goal.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you.
I think it's kind of
Mr. Chairman.
implicit in a way.
Chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. McLean, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, and thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. As a business owner, small business owner myself, access to capital is extremely important to me. So I want to talk a little bit about the Fed's balance sheet and just get a better understanding of how we're thinking about it. I mean, some experts say that the Fed's balance sheet or large balance sheet is distorting the markets and keeping long-term rates, let's say, too low. Also, I think it limits the access to capital, right? Historically, if I'm accurate,
Shorts are looking a little
the
better.
balance sheet's been about $4 trillion.
Shorts might be a little bit better here.
Prior to the pandemic, then we raised it, we almost doubled it to about $9 trillion, and now it's on a kind of a downward trajectory to about 7.2. Again, if my math is right. Do you think we're on the right track in shrinking this balance sheet?
I do, yes.
I'm trying to get a sense of what the landing spot, in your opinion, should be. Do you think we'll get back to the $4 trillion?
No. So we're in what we call an ample reserves regime, and what that means is that the quantity of reserves,
It's looking
demand
bearish.
fluctuates, and this means
Swept the
quantity of
liquidity from
reserves
up
can
here, came right up to
fluctuate
the
without affecting
golden
interest
pocket.
rates.
Looks like we're rolling
And
over
I think
now.
that's a good thing. What that means is there's going to be a lot
Could
of
be rolling
liquidity
over.
in the banks and in the financial system. That's a good thing. There wasn't enough liquidity before the global financial crisis. That was one of the problems. We have some shrinking left to do on the balance sheet, but we're not going to get down as far as you asked.
Where do you think we'll land? Because let me start. I'm sorry. Where do you think we'll land?
You know, I can't give you an exact number, but, you know, we're going at a pretty modest pace now. We've slowed down, kind of
Yeah.
cut in half twice the speed. We think we can go for a good while at this speed, and we'll learn as we go.
So you think the trajectory, so to speak, will remain?
Yes, and I think the fact that it's quite a gradual trajectory now is going to enable us to find that level that is ample and not scarce. When reserves are scarce, you get a lot of volatility,
Sure.
and that doesn't help. So I think that's a good framework. You know, the ample reserves framework, I think, serves the country well.
And you're not concerned in terms of the access to capital? I mean, as a business owner, that's what I look at, is I got to be able to get capital, and some people are saying.
What's up, Antonio? God bless, brother.
I think if
I've been within
honestly,
some
I
of
think
your
if
afternoon
you-
hour
if you
live trading,
took
6
the
p.m.
trouble
to
to
9
go
p.m.
back to a much
with some
smaller
crazy
balance sheet
shoot with
no effect
Iran.
whatsoever on capital ability for companies.
Why
We wouldn't
do
do
you
that
say
at all.
that?
We're not.
That
we're
was
not
on Sunday.
Pulling capital away from
Confirmation
from
for a long.
companies.
That
That's
was
not
on
what's
Sunday.
happening. It just- they're-
Yeah,
they're-
I think
you have a big
that
balance sheet
that's
where
probably over right
there's a
now.
lot
That
of
news for
liquidity.
now,
The
but you
result
never
is
know.
a lot of
Anything can pop
banks
up
have,
about
you know,
that.
are flush with liquidity for the most part, and that actually enables lending. It probably wouldn't have much of an effect one way or the other if
So
you
you're
went back to a
comfortable-
smaller balance sheet.
So you're comfortable with the liquidity?
Yeah,
you're
watch this,
comfortable with
guys,
the
watch
access-
Yes, I mean-
Access to capital, excuse me.
I mean, you know, we look at credit availability for smaller businesses, and, you know, right now, conditions are a little bit tight.
Yeah, it's
but-
tough for people in my district.
Yeah.
It's
I would say that they're not
it's tough.
terribly tight, but we do see that there's some tightness, but that's not really a function of the Fed's size of the Fed's balance sheet. That's just that banks are perhaps a little risk averse in this uncertain environment.
I think it all marriage goes together and is kind of intertwined, but I appreciate that. I want to just switch gears a little bit. Are you seeing any signs of financial instability building beneath the surface that we may not be seeing maybe on
Careful
top
here.
of the surface, whether it's in commercial real estate, private
Just
credit,
bad moves today, says Tyler.
regional
Patrick says,
banking,
"Is there a
any-
bank holiday today or something?" No, it's just Powell speaking right now.
anything
So
you're
since
seeing
Powell's
just
speaking,
underneath the surface
price is
that
going to be a
could
bit,
derail the growth?
bit crazy, a bit
Not
wacky.
really, no. I mean, you mentioned, there are a lot of pots that we need to watch to see that they don't boil over. CRE.
Getting
you know,
a
has been
megaphone
problem for
pattern on
5
ES?
years. We're working our way through
Are
it.
you?
I think we're making good progress there. It's not getting worse, it's getting a little better. Private credit is, you know, has its real positive attributes.
to
A
look
lot of
weak.
it's not
ES is
funded
starting
by
to look weak.
deposits, so it's not, as long as it's not funded by retail or by deposits, it's actually fine for financial stability, but it's a very big and fast-growing sector, and it hasn't been through a real downturn, and it's quite diverse. So I think it bears close watching.
NQ's pushing here.
I mean, asset prices are high, but leverage is not particularly high for corporations and households historically. It's not particularly high for
NQ's
banks.
pushing.
Banks are well capitalized. So I think overall financial stability conditions are not in a place where we worry a lot.
So we're really poised in a pretty good position economically.
Gentlelady's
I
time
think
has
so, yes.
expired.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Chair Powell, nice to see you again. We had spoken in February about some concerns I had about some of the cuts in some of our economic data reporting agencies, and I think you'd said at the time that you didn't have a
Been
concern.
trading ES more today. Seems like
you would
it's
alert us if there
leading
were
the NQ.
concerns. You'd
So do you
mentioned
think
this
the
with Mr.
ES is
Ricardo,
bullish or
and
it's bearish right
I
now?
gather if I'm paraphrasing you, I think you said
ES
that
doesn't look
you're not concerned about your access to data right
choppy.
now, but I think you said that you don't like the direction of travel. I wonder if you could speak to, well, first, I'm going to work under the assumption that as the chairman of the Fed, you probably have more access to economic data than just about anyone in our country. I am more worried about the impact on smaller businesses that don't have your access to data, whether, someone thinking about hiring decisions, looking at regional inflation rates, all the data we get from those resources. How concerned should we be, if an efficient economy depends on, at some level, on equal access to information? How concerned should we be that our business community, with some of these cuts to BLS and elsewhere, is not going to be able to allocate capital as efficiently as otherwise would be in this moment?
The reality is that essentially all the data
Yeah,
we
she's just
use
choppy right now, guys.
overwhelmingly is public data.
She's looking like she
The difference
wants
isn't that we
to
have more access,
possibly
the difference is that
roll
this is
over,
our
but at the
job,
same time
and
she
we
could
follow the data very,
rip
very
to the
closely.
upside
But,
and just
the
catch everybody off
employment
guard
reports,
sleeping right now.
The CPI reports, the analysis
Either one
of
is
that
very
by
possible.
many economists, internal and external. We just spend all of our time on this stuff, but I think large businesses have the exact same.
Well, but I'm talking about
Smaller businesses, not-
BLS has announced they're cutting 350 indexes, so that data is no longer going to be public data.
That's a different thing. Okay, so if you're asking about that, I don't want to say, and it wouldn't be true to say that we can't do our jobs with the data that we have now. That's just not true. The data overall, we get the data. It's all, these jobs you're always going to make mistakes. It's never going to be certain in any time. But I would say seeing that survey sizes are shrinking and we're seeing more volatility, for example, in the
Pushing
labor
higher.
market data.
Doing good, Flux
lower
Charts.
response
How you
rates
doing,
and things
brother?
Like that's not good.
What
We
kind
should be
of
getting better
praise
and
and
better
worship
and
do you
better.
listen
I would
to?
add the private sector. We use more and more.
The latest one I've been listening to
private
is
private sector data sets.
the latest one I've been listening to is a
Sure, yeah, and often
a
that's
radio
replaced-
of
U.S. government data has been the gold standard.
Yeah, and I guess
Brandon
you
Lake
track some of
Radio
the
is
data
pretty
sets,
good.
Of course, you have to pay for, and not every business can afford that. I want to, staying on the data point and picking up on what
that
Mr.
one usually
Hines
has
was
some good
saying.
stuff because contemporary Christian music a lot of times
I
it
think
doesn't
only
really
a
have that
fool
much
would
good
predict
stuff.
what's
It has
gonna
some
happen in the Middle
real
East.
sad songs. I don't like listening to
But
the
I
sad
get
stuff, but the
concerned
Brandon Lake
we
Radio has
have
been pretty good on
Trying
Spotify.
to handicap. The Saudis have been very open that they would.
Any trades today?
like
Yeah,
to
we've
not
had some
see the
trades.
price of oil
We've
get
had some
above a
trades.
point
We're
where
down
it
on our
loses
eval,
market
but
share,
we're
must
agreeing on our
participate.
funded.
US frackers,
The eval I
US
was treating like a
frackers
redheaded
are willing to see it
stepchild
go the
earlier
other
today because I was
direction.
trying to
I
take
don't know
trades
how to handicap
on different
which
assets
group
that
is
I've
going
never
to have
traded
more
before
impact on
because a
Trump
lot of
right
people
now.
have
But
recommended we check out
I would
different
like to have
stuff
some
like the
smart person
YM,
out there
lean
taking a
hogs,
position
and corn, and all different
what is
types.
happening in oil
No shade,
markets.
laughter. But I don't know how I feel about it. I
Energy
may
Information
continue to
Administration
trade.
has announced
I
they're
may
not
continue to
going
trade the
to run the
YM. I
International
like the way the
Energy
YM
Outlook
traded this morning.
Should we be
I like the
concerned
way
about
that
piece of data as we
the
think
NQ
about
trades.
what's
So the
happening in
YM so
global
far I
energy
might be
markets right now, given
might be open to.
given all the pressures between various suppliers of where
Redhead
they'd like to see the
stepchild. Yeah, I
price go
treated
and
it
the
pretty
wild
bad,
card
my
that is
eval. But it
Iran
was for an
and
experimental purpose anyway. I wanted
Red
to.
Sea.
I first started off with gold, and that put me in the red a little bit. Gold never works out for me on
report.
gold. I don't know why. I'm not good at trading gold. But
there are many,
I'm better with the NQ.
entities
And
that do
we'll see if
data
I can start
analysis
trading that
around,
YM. The YM seemed pretty solid too.
around
The
energy
RTY
and
also gave us a
oil
nice move
and
today.
the availability of
So
it
the
and the price
RTY,
of it and
gold,
all those
and
things.
the indices
So I
basically.
can't speak
I'm going
to
to keep
that
my eye
one
on the
report.
indices.
Okay,
Gold
well, I mean,
stocks
again,
is
just
black
my
Phoenix.
own experience
Yeah, I
before
always
coming
get stopped out on gold, and
I
then it
relied
goes
a
in
lot
my
on that,
it
and
goes
if
in
I
my
was
favor.
my past job, I would now
I always get
basically
stopped
have
out, and then
to
it goes
report
in my favor. I can't call it.
on the International Energy Agency, which in general was Bernanke.
Yeah, so
both
she's pushing higher
recently
here.
Office of Financial Resource that are in the bill that the Republicans are pushing through. Do you share your predecessor's concern?
Let's see if we find any possible
about the
setups anywhere here.
importance of that agency to synthesize some of this disparate things so that you can do your jobs, that the American people can do your job, or do you share the views of the Republican Party?
This could have been
that
another
agency is
liquidity
not
run
necessary?
here. It could have been.
You know, I'm not going to
Hard to say still because we are trading above the 21.
On the,
So I'm not really thinking
reconciliation
about this
package
short yet.
On specific issues like that.
If anything, it wants to go to all-time highs,
I will say
possibly.
generally, I'm a big
Gentleman's
fan,
time
and
has
everyone at the
expired.
Fed is a big fan of good data collection.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair now recognizes.
You have to
the
trade
gentleman
off the
from
hourly
Montana,
chart
Mr.
on
Downey,
gold,
for
knowing
5
it's going to
minutes.
leave
Thank you,
long
Mr.
wicks on one
Our
end.
national
Oh,
debt now
that's good to know, Jay,
exceeds
right?
$36 billion.
If hourly opens
Congressional
moving up strong,
Republicans have
more than
made
likely
it
that's
our
your short
mission
entry. Gotcha,
to
man.
rein in out-of-control spending.
Thanks, Jay. I appreciate that.
Repealing the Green New Scam.
Yeah,
and
I'm
enacting
not too
common
well
sense
versed with gold. I
Medicaid
just
SNAP
know that I
reforms
get
and
chopped up on
rescinding
gold.
wasteful spending. Mr. Chairman, you have repeatedly said our national debt is not currently at an unsustainable level, but it is on an unsustainable path. Can you describe what the point of no return looks like when our debt reaches an unsustainable level?
So there's no way to know exactly what that is, but ultimately, if the debt is growing substantially faster than the economy, by definition, at some point, it will not be sustainable. So, we don't have oversight responsibility over the fiscal authorities, but that's traditionally what my predecessors have limited themselves to saying, and I'll say it too.
And what effect would that have on the economy?
So you'd see rates go up. It'd be,
Yeah, I mean, I
very
can't wait till this is
challenging
over,
to-
man,
I
so
think
we
if
can
you
get the
wait
market
too
to
long
just
fix the problem, you'll
chop
have
on
to
its
fix the
own.
problem eventually. If you wait too long, it'll be much more painful.
Take care, Art. Go run your errands. Maybe the market will
I
drop
believe the
10,000
US dollar
points like it did
status
yesterday.
as the global reserve currency is essential. It allows the U.S. to borrow at lower costs, which stimulates economic growth and increases standards of living. The Trump administration is actively negotiating to ensure we are no longer
Guys, I'm gonna use the
taken
restroom. I'll be right
advantage
back.
of by our trading partners. At a previous Monetary Policy Task Force hearing, all of the witnesses agreed that the recent volatility in the Treasury markets did not permanently damage the dollar's global reserve currency status. Do you agree?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Let me turn to oversight of the Federal Reserve. I certainly believe that had the Federal Reserve responded faster by raising interest rates earlier to combat the inflation crisis of the previous administration, that interest rates would not be as high as they are now. I hear frequently that from my constituents that they're increasingly getting priced out of the housing market while interest rates remain near record highs despite the rate of inflation coming down. So, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the Fed's increased transparency under your leadership, and you've always welcomed congressional oversight into the Fed. And I also appreciate the comments you've made about the limits of our knowledge demanding humility. So with that in mind, can you point to oversight practices of other governments into their central banks that could be replicated with the Federal Reserve?
Man, what do we miss? What do we
It's
miss
an
here?
interesting question, and I want to think about that. I'll come see you and we can talk about that. I
Thank you,
think
sir.
we have effective oversight from this committee and from the other committee in the Senate, and I think that's important.
Would you be supportive of an outside independent group of analysts or economists that conducts a periodic review of the Fed's economic assessments and modeling?
So those are ideas I'd like to think about.
I was
and
gonna say,
discuss
heck
privately
no.
before.
So do you have any
That sounds
other
like an audit to
ideas
me.
to increase oversight in the Federal Reserve?
He said, that sounds like an
I
audit.
think, like my predecessors, I've fostered, more and more transparency at the margin, and I think that's appropriate. I think transparency is critical if we're to maintain our democratic legitimacy. So I've tried that, but I'll devote some more thought to that question.
Well, I look forward to following up, and I thank you for your responses. And
Powell doesn't
Mr.
want that
Chairman, I
Fed to
yield.
be audited.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes.
They might
the
find
gentleman
out
from
what's
Texas,
really
Mr.
behind
Gonzalez,
the
for
curtain.
5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chairman Powell, for being here with us today. I understand commenting on some policy issues are
market's
outside of
pumping
your
here.
purview, but I have one that I think is heavily impactful on the American economy right now, and I want to underscore the scale and impact of the ICE raids that we're seeing across the country. Pew Research estimates that over 10.5 million undocumented individuals live in the United States, more than 3.3% of the population today. And according to the nonpartisan American Immigration Council, removing this workforce could cost the U.S. economy between 1.1 and 1.7 trillion in GDP and billions in tax contributions, including $22.6 billion in Social Security and $5.7 billion in Medicare funds that are increasingly critical as our population continues to age. These are resources that are paid by these undocumented workers that have been here for a long time. Many of them have been here for a very long time. That's why I plan to introduce the Save the American Workforce Act, which would establish an employee-sponsored temporary work authorization for undocumented immigrants who have been in the country for 3 years or longer and have never been in any kind of trouble, no criminal liability or nothing else. Additionally, last week I sent a letter to President Trump urging him to halt indiscriminate deportations and issue an executive order that would do exactly what my bill does to protect American businesses that need a workforce. We have the last I heard, I think we have 7 million open jobs. We have a record low unemployment, which is great, but we have 7 million open jobs that we cannot fill by American workers. What economic consequences would we face if these individuals were removed from the workforce, even further hurting the situation that we're in? Could this disrupt even more the economy even more severely than what we experienced during the Great Recession?
So, as you might expect, Mr. Gonzalez, immigration policy is just not for the Fed to comment on or to, let alone make, and so I'm reluctant to
what time frame? What a time to be alive.
Okay.
Trump just in the morning was funny.
I want to talk to you
yeah, for sure.
We have
What's up, Zara Trader?
This is a banking issue. Banks are
Come on, Jerome, wrap it up, baby.
Billions of dollars of construction loans across the country that are timelined, and contractors are not able to fulfill their obligation because they don't have a labor force in the middle of the jobs to finish. I mean, I'm hearing stories
Market
in
trends
Texas,
can be
at
choppy.
least,
Yeah,
where,
Drewski, this is pretty
people are
rough right
pouring
now.
concrete at midnight.
We
Are
just
y'all
got a
having any
very
kind of
we just got a very
conversation with the
bullish indication here,
on how this could
showing
impact
that
the economy and
we had bullish
and our
absorption, and then
GDP?
we got this
So
big
we
green
have
candle, this
very
big
deep
green volume
connections
candle.
all over the country through
So
the
I'm
Reserve
bullish
Banks, and
right
we
now
hear-
at the
we hear
moment.
some
I'm
of the
long
same
on my
stories,
eval,
but for us,
and
it's-
right now I'm long
we're
on
not
my
the
eval, but I also
policymakers
have
here. We're
another
not-
ad
we're not,
at 376 on my eval,
we don't report
377.
this to the
That one
administration.
didn't
We
get
don't,
tapped, but
we
I'm
don't,
long right now on my eval.
just publicly, have a view on it. It just is what it is. So, our responsibility, maximum employment, price stability, many other factors affect those goals, but we don't make those goals. We don't make the policy.
We're waiting
in
for
those
76.
extraneous areas, which include
We're waiting for
things like energy,
75
for example,
likes.
or immigration, or fiscal policy, or any number of things. We try to stick to our
Things are way too
because
bullish
that's-
still.
That's how
Zara?
we remain
Yeah, I think so.
We're
I
living
think
such,
she might try. She might try to run for those all-time
unconventional
highs, man.
times that I would love
It's
to have.
only like
It would be great if y'all were having conversations.
Excuse me, guys.
In the
All-time
administration.
highs
But moving on,
are at
the U.S.
427.
dollar has also long been the world's dominant reserve
Not
currency.
impossible.
But that position is facing growing pressure. As of 2024, BRICS nations led by China and including Brazil,
impossible.
Russia, India, and South Africa have
There it
stepped
goes,
up
there it
efforts
goes.
to reduce
We're
their
long right now.
reliance on the
We're
dollar
long.
in global trade. China, for instance, has expanded the use of the yuan in energy transactions and cross-border payments, while BRICS is actively developing alternative payment systems that could erode the dollar's global role. At the same time, inconsistent and unpredictable economic policies from the White House have contributed to a drop in the dollar's value, now at its lowest level in 3 years. What risk does a weakening dollar pose to our economy, particularly to U.S. borrowing costs,
Things could start
inflation,
getting very pumpy
financial
here.
stability, as China and BRIC nations expand their efforts to challenge the dollar's global dominance?
So, by long agreement and custom and tradition, the Treasury Department
Watching
has
Banshee
responsibility
and the news,
for the
hello?
dollar
Tour channel.
and dollar stewardship. I would say we also, are involved in payments policy, and we're very aware. We and the other major economy central banks are very aware of
The squeeze
other
might start.
payment developments, and working on ideas to make sure that the payment systems that support the dollar and other other
Gentleman's
major
time has
currencies
expired.
of the democracies are well supported by that infrastructure.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman's
Yeah.
time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gonzalez.
Yeah, I'm long on this one.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chairman Powell, for being here today and answering these questions for us. It's very much appreciated. Looking back over the last few years, I think the question a lot of people have been asking me as they really were suffering through the challenges with higher prices across the board. I know they got as high as over 9% inflation in 2022.
Yeah, it's
And
going to
there's
go
a lot of
nuts when
discussion
Powell's
about, was it
testimony ends.
Ukraine, was it
Where's the
transitory, was
ES
it
and
post-COVID?
relevance to its
What was the
all-time
reason?
high
As you look back now,
Where's the
in those
ES?
years, and this is your field of expertise,
in regards to the
what
all-time
is
high?
if you look back in your
So the
teaching
all-time
history
high
class,
for the ES is
what
at
would you blame the
61.66.
increase in prices on
So
back in that time
we're
period?
about 20 points
So
away
I'll
from
start
that
with the fact
too.
that it was extremely global.
I'm gonna put
So
an
we saw
alert
there
there.
literally was a point at which not a single country in the world had inflation 2% or below. So it was everywhere. So you have to look to common factors. And I would say that the pandemic and the closing of the global economy and then
Keep
the
an eye on the
reopening of
ES's
it,
all-time high.
in all cases with some
Dow's
support.
ripping.
That's a big part of the story.
Our RTY
Clearly,
starting to
though,
go
There's a
positive.
role in that for fiscal policy. There's a role
You
in
think
that
we're
for
going to exit at
monetary policy.
425?
And I like to think
Yeah, I
all
got a
of
TP
those
at 420.
factors were involved. And
Tomorrow's
you know,
another
it's-
day,
but
maybe
when it
back
happens
what I
everywhere
lost
in the
today.
world, you can't-
That takes a lot of
one thing,
discipline,
you gotta look
Drewski.
to
Good job,
something,
man.
A common factor, and I think that common
I'm glad to hear
factor
that
is
you're
what happened around the pandemic.
going to call it a day.
And build on that idea, I hate it Monday morning quarterback, but if you had to do it over again, you had this opportunity, as you know, the rates stayed pretty flat in 2021 as inflation creeped up. What would you do differently today if you had the opportunity to look back and make some changes?
I have perfect hindsight in this.
Yes, sir, if you had it, yeah.
Sure. So clearly I would have raised rates a little earlier. I honestly don't believe it would have made much difference to the outcomes, but we would have looked a lot smarter. But that's something I would have done. The other thing is, ultimately, we did get all the way back to 2% inflation just about without having a big increase in employment. So that was not at all expected. So I don't know how that would have affected my behavior, but somehow things really came out much better than everyone had anticipated, was that it would take, high unemployment to restore inflation, but it didn't.
And the other pressure point that I heard.
Had you been in a trade for 2
about is
hours?
this
Well, at least
idea of
you're
the
green,
tariff
brother.
issue.
That's great.
I've heard for months now
That's
that the
good.
sky is falling, but it seems at this point at least.
Zad, you're long, you're
that
good,
the
man,
inflation rate is
for now.
pretty steady. And how many months of steadiness do you need?
Gotta hang a barn
before
door?
You might look at an even larger rate cut from the 4.3.
And then go fishing?
I
That
think
sounds
we have
awesome,
today.
man. Burn off the loss. Yeah,
So
well,
you're
yeah,
right.
shake it off, brother. Like you said, tomorrow you
inflation,
make it up.
The non-tariff parts of inflation that we've been working on for 3-4 years are behaving really well. And that was our forecast, but it's good to see it coming true. I would say we expected that tariffs take a while to work their way through the distribution chain, several months. And I would say we would expect to see meaningful effects.
Next target could be as high as
kind of June, July,
450s.
And if we don't,
you can go to the 450s.
We'll be learning something. We have a highly adaptive, flexible economy.
Yeah,
and
definitely can
it's
go to the
certainly a
450s.
possibility that the tariffs that we expect will come through in a much smaller level. We can't know that until we actually see it. But I think we'll be learning as we go. And if we see that, then that would lead us to want to cut earlier. The other thing that would lead us to want to cut earlier is if we actually did see some weakness in the labor market of a troubling nature, and we don't see that. Those are the two things we'll be looking for.
And the last question I'd ask is, at that same time period where, as you put it, the global issue of inflation, I get that, but at the same time period, there's pretty radical increase in spending in 2021
we're pumping.
by the federal government.
That cutting
What factor
earlier
did
talk
that
is
play
what the
in
market likes.
inflation level?
He's open to
Certainly a
cutting
factor,
earlier.
I would say, as I mentioned, fiscal policy definitely played a role. I think if you take a step back from those things, what happened was demand came back so much stronger than we expected. You remember, if in late 21, early 22, you had the pandemic still going on, Omicron going, was it 21? Yeah, 21 into 22. And demand was just much stronger than people expected. And by the way, the supply side was much slower to recover. So that's the labor force, that's all of the snarled up supply chains. The supply side took a long time to recover, and demand was much stronger.
What's up, Green Power Ranger? Yeah, the giveaway's at 75 likes.
Behind that,
once we get 75 likes, we'll do a giveaway.
Fiscal policy played a role, the spending did, monetary policy played a role.
But you don't have to stop there because we'll do another one at
pandemic.
150.
You would agree that the government spending did play a significant role in that as well?
Yeah, I would say that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The chair.
Unless I suspect you guys
Now
are botting.
recognizes
If you guys are
gentleman
botting,
in
then
Illinois,
I'm not going to do a
Foster,
second
who's
giveaway.
Also ranking member of the Financial Institutions Subcommittee for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Following up actually on Rep. Gonzalez's line of questioning, so in addition to your dual mandate, do you believe that
A bot
preserving
is
the
something that
US
people
dollar,
use in order
the
to
primacy of the US dollar is
make it
part of your
appear
job
like a
as
channel is more
I think
popular,
it's something,
gets more views
it's
and
not
more likes than it really
formally part
does.
of our job, but yes, it's something that we care about, and
Gotta
we
have
certainly
learn
wouldn't
not to
want
trade
to
on days like
undermine
this.
that.
Says
But that's
Tyler.
really
Yeah,
Treasury
it happens.
has the primary
Just take it easy,
role
man.
around
And
the
on days
dollar.
like this, you maybe
That's been
want
the
to
case for
just
some time now.
paper trade
Yeah, I was just wondering how you deal
or be
with
patient and wait
sort of
for
worldwide
things
drop
like this to
in
end,
investor
like Powell to stop
confidence,
speaking.
In dollar
Go
denominated
do something in the
assets,
morning.
frankly, due to a president who kind of
Captcha already
disregards
tested me.
conventional
I am
economic
not a
theory
bot.
and whose
Yeah,
answer
no,
to
that's
nearly
true.
every question seems to be, well, I
But
haven't
people can
decided
bot the
yet, or
stream
maybe
to
I'll
make
give
it
you
look
an
like he's
answer.
got more likes.
I just maybe I'll just
Why you
comment
very
it must
clean
be
move up?
challenging.
Are you able to
Now,
trade
one
well
of
on
the
days
things
like
I've
this?
been
Me,
very
I'm green
concerned
on.
about
See, I'm
is,
able to
in
stop
terms
when
of
I'm
the job
green. I'm
market,
green on
is
my funded
artificial
account.
intelligence and the
So I'm
coming
done
impact
trading
there. We're
that.
seeing
That's the most
predictions
important one
by
for me.
the leaders
And
of
on
the
my
leading
eval
AI
today,
firms
on my
that
eval
within
today, I
1 to
purposely
2
treated
years,
it
a majority of
not
entry-level
recklessly,
white
but I
collar
was just
jobs will be
experimenting with my eval
And
today.
they're
So my
very-
eval's down
and they're
about a
products that are
thousand.
being,
But I'm in
released
a
to
nice long
market
right now,
that
so I'm probably
most
gonna hold
do
this
pretty much
to
exactly
the
that,
till we get to the
anticipate
420s.
pretty high uptake of those. These to
If I
essentially
get stopped
eliminate
on my
back-office
eval trade
operations
right now,
of small
I'll be down
businesses,
280 bucks.
or intermediate
But the upside
sized
has a lot more
And
potential.
we're already seeing
So I'm gonna stay
layoffs
long.
in the big tech firms. Microsoft had
Lafta's been
big
accused of
round
being a bot.
layoffs
Imagine if he
where,
was.
40% were computer coders and maybe another 20%
I
supervisors.
don't know, man. I hope soon. I mean, I hope soon, man. It's been a
And
few
so I was
hours.
just
Sometimes
wondering,
these testimonies last for
what
2
sort of
days.
analysis is
Not that he's
the
going to be there for
Federal
2 days
Reserve
straight, but
doing about that
tomorrow
job
could be another
shock?
testimony
How
day.
is it going to affect your dual mandate when it lands?
At
perhaps as
75
early as
likes,
next
guys.
year or two?
You're almost there.
So I think economists everywhere are doing work analyzing the potential implications of AI for employment.
Lafta
And
loves
some
some
of the things,
YM.
the
Yeah,
very
pretty
things that you
clean.
mentioned. And we're certainly both consumers and producers of that kind of research. And I don't think anybody.
Yeah, that one would have worked
I
out
certainly
nicely.
can't
The YM
make
would have
any
worked out
positive
very
statements
nicely.
with great confidence about what will happen. But there's certainly a possibility that, at least at the beginning, AI will replace a lot of jobs rather than just augmenting people's labor. Over a long run, the history shows that generally new technology raises productivity and creates new jobs over time, but it can be disruptive in the very
NQ's still
short
ripping,
term. And
guys.
AI,
NQ's still
anyone who's
ripping.
been exposed to AI
She's a
has
beast.
to be kind of stunned with what it's capable of. And you think if you think
To
oh,
long
this is
these
just the
markets, but
beginning,
seems like it's the right
say
move.
that
I'll
2
tell you
years
what,
from
Green
now,
Power Ranger, I used to be the same way,
things you're looking
but
at
then
will
I
be
realized that the market
left
will,
behind by-
just when
by
you
the
think the market's
development.
overbought,
I think
it just keeps going.
certainly
So short
everything you
squeezes
would
are a
want
real
in
thing.
transformational
You just have to get
technology,
in
and I think
at
that,
pullbacks. That's what I
unknowable,
found.
but,
It's just wait for a good pullback.
but certainly to be important effects on the labor market. And I hear the same things you
What's up,
mentioned
Taxify?
from CEOs that they can
Oh,
see.
we're all right. We're in a long right now.
significant
We're
reductions
nice
in
and green.
employment,
I'm going to hold
I
it
don't
till
think
we
we
get
know
into
that.
the all-time high
question is,
territories.
are you developing a
We'll see.
playbook for this shock?
Not too far away from it.
Is to look at tail risk.
Looks like the market is gravitating in that direction.
Tail risk at this point. A lot of the CEOs think it's more probable than not. You're seeing law firms just not hire the same number of junior associates just across the economy.
Two more likes and we'll do our giveaway, guys.
Look in case the shock is real and what
My stop loss?
may or may not be able to do.
My stop loss is. I hope you don't hunt me. Don't hunt me for my stop loss. But it's at 370.
We will be trying to maximize employment, and that will be what we do.
And then my TP is at 420. We'll see. That'll be a good hit. I'll feel good about that if we get it.
Think about it. I urge you to think about it and what you will do if that job shock hit. So last week, Fed put out a request for information on ways to mitigate check and payment fraud. Despite decline in the use of checks, check fraud is really very prevalent. And I was happy to join Chair Hill in sending you a letter and other banking regulators, as well as FinCEN, urging action. Can you summarize what you have in mind doing in response?
I think all-time high is
Letter
at
or
4.
what you learned when the outreach that resulted?
All-time high is at
So, this is a
427.
check fraud thing. I just know we
So
just
420 would be
started a request for
a
information.
nice place for me to TP.
And I think we're starting a process.
We'll see if we can
of
get it.
gathering a bunch of information.
Gentlemen's
Really
time
That's
is
all
focusing on
long
that
as,
issue.
even if I'm wrong,
If you
it'll
could say
still
what
go
you're
up.
actually going to do in response to that.
Gentlemen's time is expired.
Thanks.
Thank you. Yield back.
Gentlemen. yields back.
NQU
I
seems
now
to have
recognize
candles up to
myself for
800s
5
on my
minutes.
chart.
Chair Powell, we've discussed this several
Really,
times
Paul?
before, but the issue remains, so I continue to raise it. I sent you a
What's
letter
up, Paul?
several months ago urging you to
Muhammad says,
seek
be
public
careful of the
comment and
410. Okay.
permanently
Moves
revisit
for
the
one candle
SLR
and consolidation.
ESLR,
Yeah, I
particularly
know,
given the
man.
constraints current
It's
calculations
chop.
places on
Must say
market
Russell was rocking
participants'
during the
ability to
first 2 hours
intermediate
today. Yeah, I know the
in
Russell was
Treasury
pretty
market.
good. I caught a nice short
Glad
on the
to
Russell.
see that you're meeting tomorrow to discuss the issue. And I know you've discussed this with Mr. Flood.
Now the
I'll
Dow's
clarify
been
a couple
clean
of
today, like
things.
Lafta said. The
The
Dow's
last
been very
time you
clean.
testified before the committee, you said you were concerned about the levels of liquidity in the Treasury market, and that one obvious thing to do would be to reduce how binding the
NQ is going
SLR
vertical.
intermediate capacity. Are you considering changes in the SLR and ESLR?
No problem,
Will you
Azad.
consider
I'll let you know,
exempting
brother.
Treasuries and reserves from the SLR and ESLR?
Got rolled again, says Neil. Oh, that's not
So,
good.
I do think we've
got
effectively
rickrolled?
raised the
We got a
capital
rejection of
tax
408 so
on
far.
all kinds of intermediation activities, and that certainly includes treasury market activities. So I've long favored leverage ratio reform, and so we're putting out a document for comment, which will seek
Lots of pig
comments
blood?
on
All bleed out?
one particular proposal.
Because I have no
and
premium
alternatives
NQ.
to
I
that
only
proposal,
watch
as I
the.
mentioned
Oh,
earlier.
you don't? Okay. Gotcha.
Which I think answers
NQ 10
my
minutes
next
late.
question, which will you look at changes
I will,
in
I'll let you
leverage
know.
ratios that constrain a bank's ability
What's
to
up, Captain? How you
participate?
doing, brother?
Yes, that's the idea.
We're holding out for all-time highs here.
In your view,
I wonder
would
if we're being too
allowing
optimistic,
netting
but it looks like the
mechanisms
market
for derivatives on
is
treasuries
ripping
encourage
to the upside right
participation in
now.
market? And would you consider looking at that with
Yeah,
your
the YM was
financial
clean today,
counterparts?
Captain.
This
YM
is
was
for
clean, man.
derivatives. My
YM was a
first phone call on
really
that would
clean
be
asset to
Vice
trade
Chair
today.
Bowman to ask her what she's
I think I might
planning,
start
but,
trading the
I'm
YM
certainly
more. I
open
think
to
if
that
I've learned
conversation.
anything today, that I really like the YM.
Let's discuss
I
the
like the YM and
framework
the
review.
NQ.
You've
So
said
I
that
think
the
I'll
review
make
and the
those
consensus statement is complete,
my
but
two
potential
preferred.
changes to communication strategies and tools may continue into the fall. When can we expect the framework review to be complete, and will you provide opportunities to receive feedback from members, industry, and the public? on any
I don't
changes
like
the board
gold,
is
Moxie. I
considering?
tried gold this morning.
We,
once again, I got liquidated.
framework
Not
review,
liquidated,
there are
but
two
they
parts
hunted
of
my
this.
stop.
There's the consensus
I hate-
statement, which
I hate
contains
when
our
gold does
monetary
that. It always
policy
does that to
members'
me.
Communications. On the first, the framework, we've had the
Yeah, you can
meetings that
replay
we
it later
need to
on.
have
I had
to
a little
talk
gold
about
long,
the,
and I got my butt
plug
handed to
mandate
me.
and the price stability mandate.
I may try it again in the
what-
future,
how
but
we
I
might
got to
change
study gold more. I caught a nice short on
Now-
gold this
now
morning.
comes
I was
the-
up like $4
the
grand, but it was on a
discussion
paper trade
between
before on the
participants
pre-market.
committee, all 19
I
of
caught a
us,
short at a
about
perfect
exactly
time,
what language to use in the new
and it
framework.
just
We're
went.
just
And I
entering
came
that
back like an
phase
hour later, and I was up
between
like
these two
almost
meetings
5
and after
grand.
the July meeting, and
So
hopefully
yeah, I know
we'll be able to
gold
announce
gold
something
can
near
work.
the end of the
It
summer.
could really pay.
And I expect that
I don't
that
know.
will be, and we, by the way,
One
we've-
thing at a time. I'm still trying to
talked
learn the
about-
NQ.
We've laid this out a little bit in the minutes as we go.
One last question. The MPR notes that the
Powell said
FOMC's
he
policy
is
deviates
long,
from the
favored,
first
bullish.
difference
I'm great.
policy
Financial
rule.
reporter.
Will you provide a justification
YM is better
for
looking
why
than
the
Trap
FOMC
NQ. Yeah, I think
decided
so. I
against
think
that
the next
path?
time
Against the
better put
first
music
difference rule?
than chair.
Well,
Yeah.
as you
If you guys
probably
want
know,
music,
that,
I'll put music. I just have
there are
Papa
5
Pal on
rules
here
that
for
we
you
talked
guys.
about there, and the first difference rule is the one that calls for a price hike. The other 4 say
starting
we're in
to
the right place.
retest
The
that
Taylor rules
408
generally are
level.
very supportive.
Starting to
for where
retest
we are.
408.
It so happens right now.
Gold is awesome. You
First
like
difference rule
gold,
is-
Captain? I gotta
is
study
a
it
very
better.
interesting concept, which we
What's
can
up,
talk
Ashton?
about online, which has a lot of appeal, but it can be a little bit volatile too. And right now, it's calling for a rate hike.
Oh, yeah, Dr. Phil
The
called the
other
NQ a
4
tramp. I thought he
calling
called
for
it a
us to hold our
trap.
policy where it
I
is.
think next sound better music.
The IRA.
What's up, Ashton? It says, I late
Chairman.
today and missed the
yield back
amazing
the
move.
balance of my time,
I
and I
think you're
turn
going to
to the
get some
gentleman
moves still,
from
buddy. I
Oregon,
think you're
Mr.
early
Bynum,
to it.
for 5 minutes.
Short riot
Ms.
for me?
Bynum for 5 minutes.
You mean Bitcoin?
Thank you, Mr.
Riot?
Chair.
Last 30
I'm going to
pips
start off with
for my TP.
this
NQ
kind
is
of a
level
foundational belief I have. This big, beautiful
22,170.
bill is trash,
My TP is
and it's actually
22,200.
increasing our costs. So, but
New
thank
swing
you
on
for
intertrade.
being
Wow,
here
it's
today.
pumping right now. We're at
I was
412,
just back home
414.
and saw
We're at
firsthand that
414 right
businesses
now. That
across
is
the
nuts. We're pumping. This thing is pumping like a wild woman. It is pumping to the oldies. It just went vertical on us. Can she make it to 420? She's wild.
My Republican colleagues have actually been focused today on asking you to lower interest rates, but they're seeming to ignore
Lower them, pal. Lower them.
that the president has caused. So my first question is, it's my understanding that one of the key responsibilities of the chair of the Federal Reserve is to stabilize prices and fight inflation. Is that right?
Yes.
By my count, the president, President Trump, has changed or announced a new tariff or a delay of previously announced tariffs 19 times. And so has the president's ever-changing tariff made it easier or harder to stabilize prices and fight inflation?
I by practice, never comment on things the president does or says.
Has the administration's policy...
Yes, got 6 points so far. Have a nice day, pal.
Has the change in policy on tariffs made it easier or harder?
It's not up to us to judge.
You take it at 419. I think 420 could be too much of a profit-taking area.
Our job is to provide stable prices and maximum employment to the public, and that's what we do. So we do expect there will be a set of price increases from some of the price increases through tariffs will flow through to the consumer. We don't know whether.
All right, we're out, guys. We're out.
So right now,
Good trade on that one.
watch and wait until we have.
Now we'll sit and wait.
Is your sense that back to school will be affected, the holiday season will be affected? You mentioned it a little bit earlier on how you didn't say
Right now the market's at
exactly, but you
416.
thought maybe a few months we would start to see changes from
I think
tariff
we're going to be learning as we see.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, man. 420 is a popular number. So I feel like it's going to have a lot of profit taking before that.
We're going to be looking to see. We expect.
It's not that I was scared. I just think 420 is going to be a very popular place for people to take profits on.
They'll be telling us something. We'll be learning from that.
And so far, it does appear that way.
We'll also be looking at the labor market. If it weakens unexpectedly,
We're going full port short now. I'm just
we
kidding.
will continue to adapt.
What time do you stream every day? From 9:15 till we run out of money. We'll be running out of money pretty soon. Need a pullback for more longs. Yeah, Tesla is really first today. Is really flat today. Oh, really? All right, let me set up the giveaway because you guys have smashed that like
So as I
enough
just mentioned,
times.
I would say if we were to see that inflation is not coming through.
Make sure you guys become members of the Discord
Public forecasts.
in order to be able to
Suggest that would push us in the
enter
direction
into
of
the
cuts.
giveaway.
Also, if the labor market were to weaken.
All right, the link to the Discord is pinned here in the chat.
able to cut sooner. I think
So look in the top of the chat, you'll see it. I'm setting up the giveaway bot right now,
we will still get around to cutting, but it would be.
and it'll be ready in just a sec here.
What do you think American families are expecting from the Federal Reserve?
Stable prices and maximum employment. That's what we want to deliver.
Good thing we took our TP.
We want people to feel so confident of price stability that they never think about inflation.
Good thing we took our
That's where we were for a
TP.
very long time. And we've made a lot of progress back to that place, but we're not quite there yet. And we're gonna finish that job.
All right, the bot is active, guys.
Is there a plan that the
So if you're new
administration has
here,
presented
all you
on
have to
how
do
it plans
is
to
head on
lower
over.
costs as opposed to
Let me take this off the
providing
screen
tax
real
breaks
quick.
for billionaires?
Again, I don't really.
Chart. Okay, head on over to our Discord, right underneath the section
gonna quickly switch
that
gears
says
here. It
announcements.
seems to me like
You're going to see
you're
the
under a
giveaway
lot of
tab.
pressure from the president
Giveaway
to
tab
address
right here.
the national
Under
debt.
announcements, giveaway tab. All you got to do is press this little button right here. This is the
Are you under pressure
party
from the
favor.
president to address the
So party
national
favor
debt?
icon. Hit that.
So our role is.
And that's it. You're good to go. You'll be entered automatically.
Policy is
All
responsibility
right.
of
Now back to Papa
Congress.
Pal.
So it's not really within our ambit.
Also, I wanted to remind you guys that
I think that despite all
we
of
still
the
have
talk about national debt, the
83% off
beautiful trash
Bulenox makes to
bill,
the eval $29.
continuing to do that
Activation
will
fee is
actually raise the
$148,
national
but
debt.
Tradeify is only
thank you for answering
$97
the
for a
questions today
50K
and
eval
continuing
with
to
the
work to lower
activation
costs.
fee
The latest
included.
time has
Take
expired.
Profit Trader also has a 50K
Chair
for
now
about
recognizes
100
the
and I think just around
gentleman from
120
Mr. Barr, who
with
is
the
chairman of the Subcommittee on
eval
Financial
and
Institutions
activation
for
fee
5
all
minutes.
included in one.
Thank you,
And
Mr.
you can take
Chairman.
payouts on day
Thank you,
one
Chairman
with
Powell, for the
Take Profit
generosity of
Trader.
your time, work, and
Tradeday
reaching
also
out.
has the same option to
Appreciate,
take
your
payouts on
endurance.
day one.
And with
They're a
respect
little bit a kind of a hybrid. I think it's 75 bucks for the eval and about like 130 for the 140 for the activation. But they also have one first day payouts. You have Apex also for you degenerates out there who like 20 accounts, 80% off on Apex right now.
Tax receipts would go down and all that.
Yeah, so
So get them while they
I think
last.
this sky is falling scenario about the one big beautiful
Yeah,
bill
we had a nice little pullback here, right at that level.
and I'm not asking you, Chairman
Enough of this guy. Time for some smooth jazz. You guys want some jazz instead?
Royal response to my colleague. A massive $4.5 trillion tax increase that would put us into a recession.
I'm gonna mute him and just keep him open, just so I can know when he's done. Yeah, I got out at that FOMO candle. Yeah, we got a good TP there. Oh, you caught the long and the short. Good job, man. Yeah, the 50K eval giveaway is Bulenox. Okay, good firm. They always pay. No drama. Repeat that, please. Too fast? Oh, okay. I'll repeat it. NQ was just joking last part for catching all-time high. Yeah, she'll still go higher. She'll get the all-time high, but she's gonna do it when she wants. She's taking a detour to grandma's house. All right, so I'm gonna repeat it real quick, Moxie. With Bulenox, you can get an eval right now for $29, but the activation fee is $148. So if you want something that's all around cheaper, you could look at either Tradeify or Take Profit Trader. Right now, Tradeify is about $97 for a 50K growth account. That includes the eval and includes the activation. Take Profit Trader is somewhere, I think, about $120 right now with a 50K. You can get a 25K for about 100, but a 50K on Take Profit Trader is around $120, and that includes your eval and activation fee. You can take payouts on day one with Take Profit Trader. You don't, as long as you pass the threshold. Same thing with Tradeday. Tradeday also has same day payouts. You can do it with them as well. They're a little bit more expensive. They have a $75 eval and then like a $130 or $140 activation fee. But they are very, very good prop firm. You guys probably have never heard of them before, but they are one of the best. So keep your eyes open for Trade Day. And for you degens out there, Apex still has 80% off. So if you want to grab 20 evals and trade them all copy traded, they still have 80% off. So you have options, guys. You have options. All right, market is tanking right now. Yeah, Tradeday is the GOAT. They've been around since 2020, man. I did a video on them recently. I think you should check it out. They're really good. They not only let you take out day one. Tradeday not only does Tradeday let you take out on your funded account on day one, as long as you pass the buffer, but you can also take out into your buffer. You could take out 50% of your buffer. So if you have a $2,000 buffer, you can take out another $1,000 on top of whatever you made. So it's a really good prop firm. Yeah, Ninja Trader. Yeah, you can use Ninja Trader on Trade Day. You can use Ninja Trader on, let me see, definitely on Apex. And Tradeify, I think Tradeify might be Rhythmic also. As long as they offer Rhythmic, you can use, well, no, let me take that back. Some of them don't have the license. Let me see. I think with Tradeify you can use Ninja Trader. Yeah, you can. With Tradeify you can use Ninja Trader because they have Trade of 8. So yeah. With Bulenox you might not be able to. I think Bulenox, no. Well, let me check. Let me double check on that. I'm just right now talking, and I don't know if that's correct. All right, she is pushing here. I mean, but why would you want to use Ninja Trader when you got Project X on Bulenox? That's one thing I'll say. Yeah, you do get a license for Ninja Trader 8 with Bulenox as well. Okay. Yeah, you can use NinjaTrader on Bulenox. I think most of the ones we talked about, they carry NinjaTrader. All right, now back to the charts. Project X, like a broker? Yeah, Project X is just like using TradingView. It's this right here. It's this. This is Project X. This is the one you've seen me use before. They're really good, man. People love them. Some people complain about slippage. I haven't noticed it. I think some people have some ways to fix any slippage on there, but Iran's president, we are ready to resolve issues with the U.S. based on international frameworks and a phone call with the Saudi Crown Prince. Okay, that's good. The strats specifically? I don't know what you mean by the strats. Do you consider NinjaTrader strats to be bots? I don't know what that is. You mean like NinjaTrader, you mean the NinjaTrader like bracket orders? Is that what you're talking about? Gold is ripping, by the way. You can, says Time Traveler. Hard Trader and Ninja is fine, yeah. A lot of you guys know. Lafta says Tradeday, which account, end of day or static or intraday? Well, I use the end of day trailing. No, do I? No, I use the one I have with Tradeday right now is the yeah, I think the one I have is the end of day. Let me just double check. I think it's the one I have is the end of day. Let me see the one I have. I have the intraday. I have the intraday, and I haven't had a problem with it. I have the intraday. For some of you guys like the end of day, they also have the end of day option, which is a little more expensive. Not much, like 20 bucks more. If everything is blocked in my Discord, Black Phoenix, it's because you didn't pick a role. And if you did pick a role, then try accessing it from your cell phone. Some people have complained that they can't access it on their computer. Bulenox allows you to have 3 masters, and then you can add another one once you've gotten your account up to the threshold, and then you can add another one until all the way up to 11. So you can have up to 11 as long as you have them all past the buffer. I don't know what NinjaTrader strats are. Can you explain to me? Yeah, so Time Travel says you just need to pick Rhythmic, and then you can use NinjaTrader. Pulled right back to the golden zone of that last 15-minute candle. Can you program your strategy into Ninja? Oh, I don't think Ninja has the indicators I use. In the future, I might be working on a solution for you guys who use NinjaTrader. But right now it's only on well, I chart on TradingView, and I trade on something else anyway, so you could do the same. Does Tradeday have activation fee? Yeah, Tradeday is $75 for the account, for the eval, and I think it's like $130 for activation, or $140, something like that. Do they want bots? Take Profit Trader, do they want bots? I don't think you're allowed to use bots pretty much anywhere, man. Does any prop firm allow bots? I think most trading firms do not allow bots now. Moxie says I can help with that. Yeah, we can talk in the Discord if you want, Moxie. I don't think any prop firms really allow bots. Oh yeah, Bulenox allows bots? How do you know if I'm in the giveaway? If you've already clicked the little icon, the little party favor, you're in the giveaway. With permission? Oh really? TopStep allows bots? Has to be your own code and strategy. Oh, I didn't know that. What's up, Osman? Welcome to the channel, Osman. We're looking really heavy right now. Market's looking pretty heavy. We might be we might be in for a nice dumperoni and cheese. A good thing we took profits on our trade there. We caught the very tippy top of that. I knew 420 was going to be extra targeted, so a lot of people would take profits before that. So I knew we had to get out of there while we could escape with our lives, you know? Let's see if we got any killer crossovers on our indices. Dow's looking heavy. Everything's kind of heavy right now. Everything's trading under the 21. Really? Tradeify allows bots too? Because I've heard a lot of prop firms say they don't want you to use bots. But I guess if it's your own script, that would be different, right? Looks like she's trying to pop again. Welcome. We have a new sub. 15-minute fair value gap. Pal's having his last question now. Oh, thank you, Jesus. Reversal on the 30-minute. I'll be happy. You don't want big functions, one, but you can use your own. Okay. That makes sense. That makes more sense. NQ is looking bullish again. You guys think it's a fake out? Let's take a look at this NQ on the 12-minute. I don't know where my Tory trend line's been today. What could she be reaching for? I don't see much here. Possibility we could come and retest this level. But right now she's looking strong. I don't know about coming down. She's looking strong right now. Rankos have not given me an indication to go short yet. Rankos are looking plenty strong still. No signs for big shorts yet. Second time frame and crazy number of trades per second. Oh, you mean like high frequency trading? That's what they don't want, right? I go set for all-time high. Maybe protector feel good. I think so. I think you might be right. She's still looking quite strong. You're not allowed to skip the ads on this channel? I mean, you gotta have premium YouTube to not have ads. I have premium YouTube. I can't live without it, man. It's 18 bucks a month, but I can't live without it. Today's a trend day. My mean reversion doesn't work well in these conditions. Yeah, Art, be careful. Remember, mean reversion is better. I'm sorry to hear that, Turnkey. Hope you enjoy your time here with us. I would say, Art, the best way to catch a mean reversion, brother, is looking for the mean reversion once the 21 has crossed over the 100 period VWAP. Then you're more likely to get that mean reversion. But as long as the 21 is going to stay above the 100 period VWAP here, there really isn't a reason to think short. it really isn't a reason to think short. So that's really all I can say there. Do I watch my YouTube a lot, Captain? I don't know what you mean. It's just a 30-second ad. I don't have a 100 period VWAP. Or if you need the 100 period VWAP, just go to the indicator on TradingView. That you can even use a 50 period or 100 period EMA if you want. But on TradingView, the indicator is VWAP with standard deviations band, and then it'll give you the 100 period VWAP. You can use, or you can alternatively use a 50 period EMA or a 100 period EMA crossover. Yeah, you don't have to, exactly. Jay said it perfectly. You don't have to wait for reversal when you can join the trend. That's 100% true. But if you do see it crossing over, then that would be your mean reversion. I think mean reversions from up here, like you see new highs, like here or here, that's just wishful thinking, because the market loves squeezing. So don't be a part of the squeeze. Don't be the squeezee. You want to be the squeezor. Yeah, that's better to be a squeezor than a squeezee. And then don't think about shorts until we start trading really heavily under the 21 and that 21 crosses over the 100. That's what I would do. I can't give you any financial advice, but that's what I would do. It's not $13.99 anymore, Laughter. It's $18.99. It used to be $13.99, but it definitely is worth it. I watch YouTube pretty much all day long. I learned everything I could ever learn, I learned from YouTube, man. Oh, I watch YouTube so much. You know what? Even if I didn't watch YouTube a lot, there's so many great podcasts to listen to. There's so much like stuff that I've literally have learned. I've learned a lot of my trading early on from YouTube. Some good, some bad. Obviously, you can't get everything good because it's free. Well, not free, but you know. Your last bill was $13, really? Oh, congratulations, Madman Tonio won our 50K eval. I'm Naples, Florida. I'm in Naples, Florida. Thank you guys for stopping in. Anyone that's new, appreciate you guys very much. Let's do a quick roll call. Where's everybody from? Quick roll call. I know we got people from all over the world. On Sunday, we had people from all over the world, all over the damn planet. That was crazy. Antonio, congratulations, brother. Just message me on the Discord. Message me on the Discord, brother, and I will send you the coupon code for the eval, okay? Oman. Wow, that's awesome, man. Atlanta. So you get your peaches there in Georgia? NYC, says Moxie. Moxie, what does Moxie mean? Because there's two ladies. I don't know if you're a lady, but there's two ladies in here with the name Moxie. What does Moxie mean? Sarasota, Mr. Shop. That's what's up, man. Right up the block from me. Vancouver, Canada. There's a lot of Canadians here. Norway. Wow, man. Massachusetts. Wow. Mad Moxie's from NY too. Chicago. That's what's up, man. I can't pay for streaming services. Atlanta, Midtown Manhattan, NYC. Palm Harbor, wow. Moxie means determination? I thought I've heard that word before like that. Palm Harbor, that's in, is that in Miami? Palm Harbor? No, is it Palm Harbor? Montana. Personality, sassy, okay. Ontario, that's what's up, man. Norway, uh-oh, gets cold up there, gets chilly, grit. Santa Rosa Beach, Florida. Man, you guys are all over the place. Tacoma, Washington. I am a lady, and Moxie means guts and grit, baby. That's beautiful. Venice. Come on, NQ, I remember last all-time high. We were really fast. Now, once we get that all-time high, guys, Lithuania, wow. Once we get an all-time high, it's going to keep going higher and higher and higher and higher because people love to short all-time highs. So the market just keeps taking those stop losses. Westchester and New York, wow. That's what's up. Close to Clearwater. Oh, it's close to Clearwater. Gotcha. Individual plan is $13.99. Oh, I have the family plan. I don't know what I have. I pay $18.99. Maybe they're ripping me off. Orange County now, huh? Mad Moxie? You fancy. Alex is from New Jersey. What part of New Jersey, Alex? Panama. Wow, man. You don't meet too many Panamanians. You know, not a lot of Panamanians live in the U.S., man. You must really have it good there. The U.S. must really like Panama. Because you don't see like a lot of immigrants coming in. You're like, where are you from? Panama. You never hear that. You never hear that. I used to live in New Jersey. Egypt. Hassan is in Egypt. Wow. Beautiful Los Angeles, says Laughter. Where all the fun happens. Central Jersey? That's cool, man. I used to live in Jersey, in Somerset County. Cool place to be. Atlanta. Baku? Azerbaijan. Yeah, I think you were here on Sunday, man. I couldn't even pronounce where you're from. That's so cool. Not far. You're using the 30 Renko? I'm using the 2 bar, the 2 size brick on the Renko. Turkey, Algeria. Yeah, Panama currency is the same as the United States. That's why they like it there. You guys make some money there. I used to live in Vancouver, Washington, next to Portland, Oregon. Yeah, I heard Vancouver's beautiful. I have some friends from there. Why did I move from New Jersey? Same reason why you want to move from New Jersey. Same reason why everybody wants to leave New Jersey. Because they call it dirty Jersey. Even though where I lived was beautiful. I think I lived in I miss where I used to live. I used to live in the mountains, and there's no mountains in Florida. I do miss it. I do miss it from time to time. I miss the mountains. My daughters miss the snow. What's wrong with Jersey? During the pandemic, New Jersey was locked down. There was no freedoms whatsoever. Your kids couldn't even go to the playground. And during that time, I came to Florida, and everything was wide open. There was no signs of any COVID anywhere. Yeah, so I said, man, I don't want to live in a prison. I want to live somewhere free. So we came here to Florida. Although I do miss Jersey for its mountains, I don't miss Jersey for much else. I mean, I do have good friends there, and I have some family there. Other than that, I mean, I'm kind of happier, with warm weather year round. But I do miss the seasons. I will be honest. You're going to be in Florida on the 8th of July? Yeah, it tends to rain every afternoon during summer here. There's a point and figure option on X? What does that mean? Florida is expensive? It used to be cheap. It's no longer cheap. It used to be cheap, but it's no longer that. Now Florida has become, well, it's getting a little cheaper because people are moving back now. But Florida really did. It always is the one that goes up in price the most, and then it always goes down in price the most too when the crashes come. So Miami is still very expensive. Where I live, it's starting to come down in price a little bit. And overall, there's some places in Florida have come down a lot already. Like Cape Coral, Florida. Oh man, they got devastated. Their house prices have come down a lot. So. Charting option old school, says Laughter. Oh, there is? I have a friend from the USA. Every time he is coming to my land, he brings you Pop-Tarts. Yeah, man, I used to live off of Pop-Tarts when I was a kid. But then I learned about nutrition. The River Church, Tampa, Rodney Howard Brown is number 1. That's awesome. Yeah, I think I've heard of the River Church. When do you think the crash can happen, bro? I don't know, man. It's a good question. It's a great question. It's overdue. The crash is overdue. We're overdue for the crash. You toasted an American corn dog? Good for you, brother. House prices are ridiculous? Yeah, they're pretty bad. Slavic church in Venice called Jesus Church, opened by my pastor, Arthur. That's awesome, man. Yeah, well, we're overdue for a housing crash. Like, we were supposed to have a housing crash in 2020, or even before that. We're supposed to have a housing crash in like 2019. But we did not. We kicked the can down the road. COVID just exacerbated the housing prices. And you would think with high interest rates we'd have a crash, but we still haven't gotten it. Yeah, you think we're going to go all-time highs? I think. Yeah, it's cyclical, but it skipped a cycle this time. Because the Fed pumped so much money into the economy. Interest rates were so low during the pandemic that things got even worse for housing prices. I mean, I took advantage of it. I sold a lot of my properties during that time. So now we're just waiting for the market to drop again and do it all over again. Yeah, hopefully it does crash hard. Thank you, Carl. I really appreciate those kind words, brother. Kick the can, I believe it was Twilight Zone episode. I don't remember that one. Yeah, it's going to be an amazing opportunity to buy. It's going to be an amazing opportunity to buy. But you have to buy to hold when real estate is not cool. When everyone's like fed up with real estate. And people are starting to get there. Like people with the Airbnbs are like, oh, Airbnb sucks. People are trying to get out of their Airbnbs now. They figured out it wasn't as easy as they thought. And not a lot of people are using Airbnbs anymore because of all the extra costs. All those properties are going to go back on the market. And then once interest rates do eventually drop, people finally sell their homes because they can buy another home now with a low interest rate. So we need an influx of inventory to hit the market for prices to come down. And then if the job market starts to cool, which I don't know if it will with Trump at the helm, because he's getting rid of a lot of undocumented workers. So I think a lot of people will be working. I don't know, man. Carl says he's from the Netherlands. That's what's up, brother. You want to buy real estate with me? Maybe we'll open a fund and we'll buy real estate together, guys. I've always wanted to do that with a community. So when the time comes, I will talk to you guys about it. But right now is not the time yet. Airbnb is disruptive to an extent, yes. So many homes in California have ADUs. That's the additional unit in the back, right? Just to make it affordable. Additional dwelling, I think it's called. Additional dwelling unit. Yeah, because how can you afford to live in California, man? It's so hard to live there. I mean, kids move there to be actors and actresses and in showbiz, and they get there and they have to like shack up with like 3 other roommates and all work as waiters. It's pretty nuts. Market's looking very pumpy right now, guys. It's looking very pumpy. It just makes the home even more expensive. Yeah, I bet. Yeah, this thing's getting ridiculously strong again. Getting strong. OC, New York, El Captain. We're seeing a lot of absorption here, guys. We're seeing a lot of absorption. This looks like it wants to rip. Looks like it wants to rip. All-time highs are just around the corner there. Yeah, these longs are looking juicy. Let's see. You guys think she goes for all-time highs now? Trying not to fall asleep, says Matt Moxie. Come to on NQ. Yeah, NQ looks like she might do her thing here. She might do her thing here. I just put on a long here. I could get stopped out, obviously. That's a very good possibility. But I'm gonna put to right here. Take profits at that level. I know we can hit all-time highs. Obviously, I know that. But I'm gonna take some base hits here until we get up there, because I don't think she's gonna do it in one straight shot. Not one clean move, says Patrick. A lot of profit taking in this area? Yeah, I think so. I think a lot of people might try to take profits up here. So, like I said, I'm just going to take some small base hits. This was a very strong move, this elevated volume candle, after all this absorption. So I'm just trying to hit a 1-to-1 here. See if we can do it. Could get swept. Could get swept and then higher, though. That's also a possibility. See exactly what she might do. Actually, I might even do this. This might even be better. How did you come up with your real estate company name? Culture Estate. It came to me on a vacation once. Sometimes they like to leave high and reverse all the chasers back down. Yeah, that's possible too. That's very possible too. I call that the low-hanging fruit that they tempt us with. I couldn't get into their giveaway. Your Discord is free. The Discord's free. It is free. If you guys want to do another giveaway, let's do 150 likes. Change your TP to all-time high. I think it's going to do a lot of chopping before then. How did you... the name I came up with, because at that time everybody was talking about, oh wow, it didn't fill me. It didn't fill me. At that time everybody was talking about culture, how important culture was. I was reading a lot of business books and they were talking about culture. And I'm like, everyone's talking about culture. Why don't I just... And I noticed it in real estate. When the other real estate companies I used to work for, the culture was a bit toxic because everybody was trying to compete with everybody else instead of working together. So I said, when I opened up my own real estate company, I was like, I want everybody to lift each other up and not just be like so toxic and always be about like stepping on each other's toes. So I said, I want it to be all about the culture. So I was like, if I want it to be about the culture, why not put it in the name? So I said, culture, real estate. I was like, no, that's too long. I was like, oh, Culture Estate. Wow, she just wicked me on that. She just wicked me on that. What the heck is going on? Did the news come out? Some news come out? Oh man, she wicked me so hard on that. Did we just get news? There's no news. Anybody got news? Oh man, you were right about that. Trading Alchemist, you were right, man. She just does dirty there. Is Powell done? Is that what happened? Yeah, Powell's done. Powell's done. I don't know if we got news or what that was, but that was ugly. Sorry if anybody was in along there. Yeah, that was yucky. That was nasty, man. Okay, looks like we're going down. I'm yelling timber. I guess we're going down. I went short, guys. I went short. I'm gonna hold this sucker to the end of the day to make up for that stinking wipeout they just gave us there. Hopefully that wasn't a fake out. Probably was. Knowing me, that was probably a fake out. Yeah. If I get stopped on this, I'll just let them blow my eval at that point. That was nasty. Rankles are starting to look very bearish though, so I am gonna try to see about holding this. We've got the Rankles now, the 21 trying to cross over this 100 period. So maybe, this was the last fake out before all-time highs, or maybe we will get a push down here. We'll see. We'll see. So this is the trade that I entered on my eval. It's very premature, I know. It's very premature. We're probably going to get it move straight to the moon right now. It's kind of what it looks like. We'll probably get a move straight to all-time highs now. Or maybe we'll get a pullback. It's one or the other. Can't be both. What a wipeout. If we start getting some bullish absorption here, if we start getting bullish absorption candles, I may close her. But if we keep pushing here, then I'm definitely gonna stay in it. Because this could have been a fake out too. We'll see. EU warns a baseline Trump tariff would still spur retaliation. Why not wait for demand area to build sweep? Last manipulation before going up. I think that's very possible. Yeah, Trading Alchemist thinks it's leaving the last high. It could be. It could be. The reason I answered that short is because our 21 is so close to that 100 period VWAP now. It looks like it definitely wants to go under there. You know, the price may come up and clean up these candles first, which I think it'll probably do. Unless we get a quick move down to shake everybody out and then come back for the all-time highs at the end of the day. She might do that. That's an idea. Yeah, we're about to get that 2 p.m. candle soon too. Yeah, George thinks the market's going to give back at least 50%. Protector says we filled the 15-minute fair value gap. All right, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see what this market actually wants here. Just sit and be patient, guys. Sit and be patient. She was looking pretty good for that push up too. She faked me out. She faked me out big time. I do expect her to come up here and clean up these candles. So I'm fully aware that she could do that. And if she stops us out, then I guess my thesis about this rollover was wrong. Yeah, this could have been a fake out for her to go higher. Last fake out, like you guys said. We'll find out soon enough. Let's see. Let's see where our golden pocket is on this. Golden pocket would be right in that 405 level. That's why it comes to OB, then goes to high. Maybe. The 15-minute. I mean, she still looks really weak, but it hasn't confirmed yet. It needs another 1 minute and 44 seconds to confirm. Then we'll see. Those all-time highs are coming, I'm sure. I'm sure they're coming. We'll see when we get them. I took a short because I'm seeing that the what's up, Gifted Kings? I'm seeing that the 21's about to cross over the 100 period. So I think I was early to it, but I'm gonna hold it. Neil says USD thoughts on the dollar. We'll check it out in a second. I'm going back to the 5-minute chart. I'll use your stream as my 1-minute chart screen. You're funny. Just don't follow me on any trades, dude, because I'm not a good trader. It would be interesting if it shoots to the swing high from here. Yeah, maybe. I think you're fine. You think so? Yeah, we'll see. Patience is key, guys. Patience is key. I do think if we get this crossover, the move down, we could go back to the VWAP. And that VWAP is sitting at about 316 right now. So we could get a 316 tap. Background noise? Not the music? The 100 period is a VWAP, and it's a valuated average price. You can use a 100 EMA if you want, but it's not exactly the same. I've tried it before. It's not the same. It's close, but it's not the same. What do you think about oil? Let's take a look at oil. Oil right now is I'll tell you right now, oil's looking really good. So oil just had that 21 crossover of the 100. Going long and putting your stop right here. That's what I would do. I'd go long right now and put my stop right in here. This crossover is really nice. That's a really good trade there. That's a really good trade. Beautiful, beautiful one. Thanks, Gifted Kings. Appreciate you, brother. I just say that so nobody follows me. Yeah, oil's looking great, guys. Oil's looking really nice. If I wasn't already in this NQ short, I'd probably go long on oil. Oil looks nice. NQ's ripping, huh? My hypothesis. Well, I just added a second one here. A second to now that we've cleared up these imbalances, I've added the second. If we end up going above 415, then that means she definitely wants to go higher. This was a shakeout for the. This might have been a shakeout for the move up. So that's possible as well. That's very possible. So, you know, definitely I told you I could be wrong. It only goes up. PA about to blow. Yeah, it looks like it's about to rip to the upside. See you, brother. I said you last manipulation before going up. No, I know, dude. I said it too. It's very much, it could have been either one. It could have been that it's actually going to start going now, or because when they get away from buyers this quickly, a lot of times that means they're trapping. So I took a risk on it. Yeah. So that ad that I just had right now could have been a perfect timing ad, or it's just gonna be more to the downside. We'll see in a minute here. It's on demo, but I also took it here. I also took it here on my eval. So I have 2 right now, short on the eval. My entry price right now is at 392. 392 is my average entry price right now. So I'm in the eval, and I'm also in on this demo just to show you guys. Yeah, I'm gonna kind of even it out so you guys have the same thing here. Oh, my daughters are singing in the background. Sorry about that. Yeah, sorry about that. I didn't think you guys could hear that. Yeah, you could be right here, brother. I mean, I know, no risk, no Rari, you know what I mean? Very likely to go to all-time highs here. I was just, like, I forget who was saying it here earlier. Sometimes they use this as low-hanging fruit, and everyone's going long, like, yeah, it's going to go all-time highs, it's going to go all-time highs. The market knows that. The market knows that everybody thinks it's going to all-time highs, so it might just play against us. It might just play on our emotions, because trading a lot of times is also psychological. It's not just about the chart. Sometimes it's like, what could they psychologically do to mess with us the most? $35 away from your PA being blown. I'm sorry to hear that, brother. What's going on with the volume, man? Worser than the bank holiday last week? You think so? Let's take a look at that ATR. Oh yeah, you're right, man. It got really low. It was down to 5 before. Yeah, you're right, man. Right now we're at 7.7. We're at 6.7 right now. Yeah, you're right. It is worser. Hang in there, Kid Poker. Make it back. Yeah, you got this, Kid Poker. You got this, brother. Yeah, if we keep pushing here, if we keep pushing, we might get this 21 under the 100 period. If we keep pushing. The ATRs are low means there's low volume. When the ATRs are low, that means there's really low volume, low volatility. You know, we need volatility in the market to make the market move. And we don't have any news left for today, I think. FOMC speakers spoke already. Okay. Yeah, we don't really have anything unless we get some crazy news. We haven't gotten any crazy news yet, but we'll see. Crude's still going. Nice. Anybody took that long on crude? Only buyers in the market? Yeah. Yeah, I know. She's holding tough right now, man. But I'm telling you that the price action is weakening. I don't know if she'll get a spike of volume from somewhere to the upside, but it's very possible. If I cancel subscription now so it doesn't charge me again, will I still have access until my sub date? You still have access to your dashboard. You just won't have any accounts. Gifted King. So you can close your TPT account. You still have access to your dashboard, but you just won't have any active accounts. If fair value gap reversed, it is going down, says Jay Ali. Every dip is bought up big time. Yeah, look at that. They keep buying these dips off of the 21. That's what I call retard strength. You guys know about retard strength? What's going on, James? Yeah, she might start getting that retard strength and just keep muscling her way up. We'll see. Toxify says it's a real thing. Last 25 points for all-time high. Maybe. Cancel subscription the day before my renewal date, then buy a new one. Yeah, especially if you are paying more. Especially if you're paying more than you would with the current promotion. The current promotion right now, I think, is, if I'm not mistaken, 30% off and no activation fee. We might have to call Tori and ask her what to do here. We're getting our Tori trades trend lines. Tori trend lines, trade, tactical trade. I have to call her up to see what it's doing. I'm selling on NQ as well, but it's not looking good so far. The one I'm using right now is Bulenox. We're up $400 today on our funded, and right now we're down about 1,100 on our eval. But if this trade works out for us, then we'll be nice and green. It runs in the family, minus the strength. I can say that because I'm half retarded myself. I'm retarded on my dad's side. 2 p.m. coming? Yeah, that 2 p.m. candle's gonna do us dirty probably. I love grilled cheese, says RP. Dorito formation or megaphone almost always goes up. Fingers crossed if it goes your way. Thanks, James. Appreciate it. Really tired my TP on all-time high. I am almost on trade 3 hours. You're still in that trade? Oh, I forgot about you on that trade. Yeah. Tori doesn't call it a Dorito. She calls it a wedgie. She says, this is a wedgie. A sideways wedgie. That's a technical term in her course. Yeah, looks like this trade, this short might be wishful thinking. Looks like this short might have been wishful thinking. There you go, Gifted Kings. That's a better idea. Yeah, this thing is pumperoni. She is pumperoni. My eval's about to get blown. Oh no, don't do it, eval. Come back down. Come back down, eval. We're 190 doll hairs away from getting our account blown. Well, that eval. I mean, that's an eval. It's an eval. You going 10 micros deep? Nice, man. Call me 10 micros shorty. Well, I mean, if we have a ATR of 5, I don't blame you. Or ATR of like 6 right now. I don't blame you going in with 10. Where's Balaki at today? I don't know, man. I didn't see him here today. Yeah, we're getting that slow grind to the upside, which drives everybody insane. Insane in the membrane. Should more than likely wreck us here. Nice job, NQ. Thanks, Jen. Thanks, NQ. Thought we'd get a continuation earlier, but it looks like we are not. We're not. We're going to get a stop out. Yeah, this price action will put you to sleep. Let's try to make it interesting. Do I have any evals with Oh, she's ripping, guys. She's about to take me out. No, don't do it, NQ. Don't you do it, girl. Don't you do it. Don't you dare. Yeah, she's taking me out. I'm $80 away from getting the account blown. As soon as she blows the account, she'll reverse. So if anybody wants a topping signal, I'll let you guys know when my account is my eval is blown. Eval will be blown in a couple of seconds here. $50 away from getting the eval blown. $50. 47. Tori told me that the first move out of the Dorito is a fake out. Yeah, we're out. We're out, guys. We're out. Account successfully blown. Which pair is this? You don't want to know about what pair this is, man. I will be grumpy tomorrow if we gap again. Yeah, it's all right. I didn't expect to do much with this damn eval today. I started off pretty rocky trading some weird assets this morning, but the important thing is that the funded account is green on the day. Stan says a lot of fair value gaps underneath. I meant to say evaluation. Yeah, no, I know what you meant. This is Nasdaq we're trading here. How's the book? The book's looking up here? We're gonna look in a second. Yeah, PA Blown says Kid Poker. Yeah, I think she's going to start squeezing now because when she approaches all-time highs, she'll go to all-time highs and she'll start squeezing because everybody thinks that it's going to go down. I really was hoping that we get a continuation here. No such thing. No such thing. The 21 didn't. The 21 was so close to crossing over. Learned a valuable lesson here. Do not get ahead of yourself until that 21 does cross over. It did not. It almost did. I was trying to get ahead of it, and I ended up getting burnt on that idea. Go short again? Yeah, I know. I told you. How many days past the 5-day rule do you think you should spend on trying to pass an eval? Which we talking about with Take Profit Trader? I think with Take Profit Trader, you definitely need to pace yourself because I've tried. I went ham one day. And I made too much money because of that 50% consistency rule. So, I mean, just do the math. What do you got to hit? 3K? I would say aim for $700 a day. What are you aiming for? I mean, 5 minimum, obviously, right? But, I mean, how many more days do you really want to spend? You don't want to spend any more time than you have to. So, aim for something realistic, like $700. You give yourself a month. That's perfect, brother. You know, aim for 700. But you know what I would do instead of aiming for a number, Gifted Kings, follow your rules. So my rules on my funded are: I take 2 trades, right? I take 2 trades. If they're both losers, I'm done. If I take 2 trades and they're both winners, I can keep trading until I get my first loser. So make rules that you have to follow, and if it takes you 5 days and you pass, great. If it takes you, a month and you pass, great. Just as long as you follow those rules. I think people make it too much about a certain amount instead of following the rules on the Take Profit Trader. It's 105 in New Jersey today, Peter? Damn, man. That's crazy. Let's go short again, guys. Well, Tori told me that when the trend line breaks like this, usually the first move out of it is the fake move. But I don't know, man. I really don't know. Yeah, actually he should have went long here instead of short here, but that's in my chapter 3 of my hindsight trading course. Crazy hot. Wow. That's nasty, bro. Yeah, you guys get really muggy in Jersey. I remember that. Captain's long in the YM. I think she's going to start ripping now. Anybody have an eval I can borrow? Can I borrow your eval? I'll give it back. Promise. Yeah, this was that shakeout. We were long in here, but she came in here to grab these stops just to do this nonsense. Obviously, now we know that that's what she wanted. There you go, Raphael. That's a good idea. All-time high, we need you. Yeah, I want to move that stop loss as soon as possible. You do. She's going to start squeezing out, guys. She's going to go to all-time highs and then some. She's going to start squeezing here. Squeezing it hard. Yeah, we got London highs a while ago, man. Yeah, that was a long time ago. There we go. Azad's almost there. Azad, you're almost there, brother. You're almost there, my friend. I don't feel so bad about being hot here in Florida, and if you guys are hot in Jersey too. You'll get it, Azad. You're getting it, brother. You're going to get it, man. At this point right now, with the way that the market is shaping up, that all-time high is going to be actually even conservative. There you go. Gifted Kings. That's a great way to think about it, brother. Yeah, a lot of people tell me that humidity is worse than that really hot, dry heat over in the Arizona, area, Texas. Texas got some humidity too, though. You're in Orlando? Yeah, I'm in Naples. I'm in a retirement home. Azad, she's messing with your feelings right now, bro. She is playing you like a fiddle. She's like, where's Azad's TP? Right up here? No, we're gonna stay right here. We're gonna stay right here. This is Azad's level right here. And this is Azad right here. The closer we get to that price, the closer I'll move her. All right. Let's see. You moved from Naples last year, Sovereignty? That's what's up, man. I didn't know there was another trader in Naples. I thought I was the only one. We're setting up for shorts, says Daniel, VAR8. North Arlington, man. North Arlington's really cool. A lot of Italians up there, you know what I'm saying? Forget about it. A lot of Italians. How do I know? I know a guy. You want the angry face to win? You're in Idaho? You with the potatoes? This is terrible, Azad. This is terrible. You sure you don't want to just TP? Once she breaks the all-time highs, guys, she's just going to keep squeezing. She's just going to keep squeezing and keep squeezing. She'll keep going higher. Oh, good job, Captain. Where'd you go in Idaho? To Sun Valley? Your friend Mike Schwartz lives in Naples? I think I know that name. You can't win like this. Mike Schwartz. Why do I know that name? Is he on YouTube too? Boise? Well, that's quite a switch. Man, she's about to hit that all-time high. She's gonna do it. I know she can. My feelings right now are dead. Appropriate size on a 25K eval with 1,500 in profit? I don't know. What do you guys think? What do you think is a good size for that one, Kessels? Yeah, if all-time highs are going to perform like all-time highs usually do, people will short the all-time high, which will cause a lot of more buy pressure. Getting close. We're getting close. We're at 22,425. We're just a couple of ticks away. 26 actually, 426. Put a captain next to the emoji. We're almost there, brother. We're almost there. 5 pips. Come on, man. Let's give Azad his pips. It's gonna blow through this all-time high. I'm telling you, it's gonna be like, whew. There we go, getting close. And she is toying with you big time. If it was me, I would have been out of this trade a while ago. Oh, man. I can't deal with this kind of drama. Come on, Azad. Come on, baby. You got this, Azad. Come on, Azad. The Renkos look really strong right now, so I think you're going to get your push and then some. She's climbing? Yeah, she's climbing. Imagine if she just left the all-time high there. Oh, that would be such a tease. Full port long, says Tyler. Pointing finger looks stronger than Renko. I don't even know what a pointing finger is. What's a pointing finger? Oh no. Oh no, Zad. I can't do it, Captain. She can't do it, Azad. She needs milk. I don't think she had her Wheaties this morning, Azad. You want me to look at normal NQ? What's normal NQ? Like the Nasdaq? Like Nasdaq? Nasdaq is at 22,184, but I'm delayed on that. I don't have right now. The Q's are at 539. Why don't you just take profits, bro? Why are you complicating your life? Yeah, I don't know, man. Just take profits, man. I don't think you'll remember, like, even 2 weeks from today, if you took 10 pips less than, you know, she's still rocking. She's still going. I have no doubt in my mind she'll go to the all-time high, but if you're stressing, man, just take your TP. Did the ES already hit the all-time high? Not yet, right? Because I haven't gotten an alert. I think the NQ is stronger than the ES. Yeah, the ES has a long way to go. The NQ is actually stronger. She's pushing for you, Azad. She's pushing for you. Yeah, exactly. Go do something else and come back. Come back to NQ at 21,000. Oh, really, Lefta? I gotta look into that. I've never heard of that. Possible bull flag, says Roman Thompson. I have no doubt in my mind that this thing is gonna rip higher. Yeah, I don't blame you guys. It's almost 2 o'clock. I think at 2 o'clock you might get your all-time high. Maybe at 2 o'clock you might get it. Yeah. Luna La says, yeah, we'll eventually go to 21K. You're gonna get it. You're gonna get it, brother. You're gonna get it. She is just... She's teasing you, man. She's teasing you. Oh, man. Can we do it? All-time highs. I don't know how you could do it, Azad, man. I've been out of this trade. I've been out of this a while ago. But that's what separates me from you. You're a very, very strong-willed trader. I'm tapping at 21 again. Tapping at 21. Oh. She's picking up some steam here. The YM froze. You don't think he's going to get it? Pointing figure looks so horrible, says Trade Alchemist. Oh, look, she got a pop. She popped off that 21. So you're saying there's a chance. So you're saying there's a chance. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Come on. Yeah, a couple extra points. Here, I'll join along with you. All-time highs, baby. See if we can make 90 bucks. Now you're definitely not going to get the long because I was long. Uh-oh. 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 Come on. Oh, we got it. You got it. You got the all-time high, bro. But it didn't take me, it didn't hit my TP. It went over my TP, but I didn't get taken out. But you got your all-time high, bro. Finally, you got it, man. I should have bought 10,000 contracts. Then it definitely would have went down. It would definitely went down. Okay, so now it's gonna start squeezing. So watch it here, guys. It's gonna start squeezing now. This is the trade that you're gonna kick yourself later for probably not taking, because she's gonna start squeezing these guys like crazy. Oh, I don't know. I can't say. Maybe she'll just dump it now. Dump it down to the pits of hell. I'm gonna have to consult with Tori on this one. Not on the ES. ES is still lagging. Good job, man. Last question on Take Profit. Do you have to change your email each time you cancel a sub and buy a new one? No, you can use your same email. Why would you change your email? 22450 says MSG. I'm just gonna leave it on there. It's probably gonna start squeezing. I'm looking for MT5. It shows 8,444 points. Wow, really? You mean pips, right? Not points. This thing's gonna start squeezing. She's gonna start squeezing. Sorry about that, guys. I shouldn't have had that open. She's up $5 hairs. Our ATR is still low though. This is gonna be a very boring price action. 5 right now on the ATR. 5 on the ATRs. That's 84 points. Look at that. Captain knows his stuff. Inviting sellers? Maybe. Come on, sellers. This is an all-time high. They say never to short all-time highs. It's a thing that people say. I don't know who they are, but the people do say that. We'll see if that theory is true. Please don't go here. That would be bad. Somebody taught me this. I think it was Tori. I think it was Tori. Let me see if I can. This always works. Let's see if I can find it. I think that'll work. So when people ask me my strategy, I just tell them I put a magnet where I want the price to go. And then I put a poop emoji where I don't want it to go. That's my strategy. Let's see. Let's see if it works. Are we back? Gold shorts. Thanks. Did we lose internet? No, we're back. We're back, right? Thought we lost them. Thought we lost it for now. Thought we lost you guys. Okay. Gold shorts, huh? Let's see. Yeah, gold's looking kind of dumpy now. We're having a crossover. Lean hogs looks dumpy too. Yeah, gold looks pretty dumpy. Getting that crossover on gold. Yeah, I would look to short gold right now. Perfect timing for it too. Yeah, I'd be looking for a short here on gold, guys. I think we'll get entered. Alright, we got entered into that gold short. Let's see where we can put our stop on this. Put a stop there, and we just hold that sucker. Yeah, gold looks really good to the downside. We just had that 21 crossover. Starting to get some bearish absorption candles here. So I'd like to see a continuation on this. See what happens here on the NQ. So we're getting that push on the NQ. Wow. Who'd have thunk? Thought my emojis would have worked. It's not working. It's not working. Maybe I gotta put the magnet closer. It's probably too far. Oh wow, gold just ripped. Gold just ripped, huh? What was that about? Stop loss hunt? That's what I tell you, man. I suck at trading gold. Good thing I didn't take that on anything that was worth a lick. It might come up here to sweep this level. Come up here to sweep and then drop. Gold always does that. Always does it to me. Oh, the magnet's working. The magnet's working, guys. Come on. Come on. Come on, baby. We'll see. Yeah. I gotta reverse the emojis. He's pushed to the upside. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm just saying. Back testing? Yeah, I do a ton of back testing, man. I spend most of my nights and weekends back testing. Yeah. Most of my nights and weekends I back test because I have no friends. If I had friends, I wouldn't back test. Wow, that was a fakeroo on gold, man. What a faker. And you guys like gold. NQ still a 5-minute bull flag? See, the YM wouldn't do something like that. The YM, more predictable. Yeah, we got the dump coming at some point today, but I don't think right now. The YM looks like it might actually drop. She's flirting with that 100 period VWAP. The NQ is still looking very strong. Gold was looking heavy just a little while ago. Gold is like NQ for me. She loves me and hates me, yeah. Antisocial social club? Yeah, so if I was to get into gold again, I'd probably wait for the short to sweep this level and see if we start moving down again, because then she'd have the liquidity to actually go. Now she's looking a little better. She's starting to put in some absorption here. Crude had its moment in the sun. Hey, baby. Crude had its moment in the sun. Now it looks like it's giving it up. What's up, baby?
Do you have any powdered sugar?
You mean for like donuts and stuff? Like
No,
the white one?
No, like for like cookies. The frosting, because Kayla wants to make frosting for her cookies.
Maybe Abuela does.
Okay.
Go ask her, okay?
That's a stock market.
Today?
Yeah.
Yeah, we did good today on our funded account. We destroyed one of our practice accounts, but it's okay. We had fun with it. Maybe you can help me next time, okay?
Okay.
Go, go, go.
I love you.
Love you too, baby. All right, so this is getting choppy here. Chopperoo. Chop, chop. Took a trade at 9:33 at break even. Do you trade gold, Asia? No, I don't trade Asia at all. I don't know if you're talking to me or if you're talking to someone else, but I don't trade gold or Asia. Yeah, now gold dropped. That's what gold does. It likes to sweep before going. Now gold gave us that drop. Remember exactly what we wanted to do, come and sweep this area and then drop. Now she's giving us that drop. This is going to be more likely a continuation on gold. We'll do laughter. Thank you. Look at this, man. This was a beautiful, beautiful short. Beautiful short on gold. Getting kind of FOMO-ish right now. I want to short that gold, man. I want to short it so bad. I want to short it down to 0. Yeah. Do I watch soccer? Not really. I don't really watch much TV at all. I watch YouTube. During the World Cup, I'll watch it, but I'd rather play it than watch it. I love playing on sports. I'm a sports playing fanatic. You know, some people are like sport watcher fanatics. I'm a sport player fanatic. Anything competitive, I love. Everything looks like it's about to. Everything looks like it's about to fail. All the indices look like they're about to fail. The YM, the ES, the RTY, they all look like they're about to fail. What's up, baby?
Kayla wants you to get the powdered sugar.
Jeremy's gonna go ask Abuela?
Hello, everybody.
That's good. YouTube, YouTube or Twitter. Yeah, me too. YouTube and Twitter. I'll be right back, guys. Give me one sec. Go.
This is my chair now. Hi, everybody.
Hi everyone, how are you doing today? How is your day going?
You want to try something? Look, it's me. Okay, let's go, let's go. Let's go.
All right. What are we gonna do here? Short on gold? Short on gold. Maybe. Are they yelled? Oh, I'm sorry, man. Let me close the door. Did you guys yell in here? Sorry, guys. Yeah, I went next door real quick. I'm sorry about that, guys. I don't know what happened. Yeah, I went next door. I don't know what my daughters did, but let's see what's going on here. It's all good, it says. I'll punish them later. I'll make them do 50 burpees. They must have been pretty bad. You guys are like pretty serious about it. All right, let's take a look at what's going on then. Still no reason to think shorts on ENQ. Shorts on gold, yes. I like the gold shorts. Maybe we'll try gold shorts again. I'm going to try shorting gold here at the 21. I never do good on gold, but I'm practicing. Alright, so we're in on a gold short. Now she's gapping up as soon as we go short. She's got, maybe now she'll go to grab this liquidity? I don't know. Where do we put her stop? You can't put her stop there, right? We're at 750 and we'll let her roll. NQ is still kind of going sideways. I don't know if you guys want to trade the NQ anymore today. She's going to be very unpredictable given the fact that she's here at the all-time highs, and she is also kind of choppy and the ATRs are low. low volume equals a lot of craziness. 5.6 right now in the ATRs. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow, man. I don't blame you guys. Oh, thanks, guys. Yeah, they'll be all burpeed out by tomorrow. Starting to get a little weaker. Nothing yet, though. Yeah, I'd rather be short in gold than the NQ right now. NQ short? I wouldn't be shorting the NQ, man. On an all-time high day, I wouldn't be shorting. You find something better to short. If you want to short anything, look at gold. I think gold could possibly give us a little bit of a move down. I wouldn't be shorting the NQ. I mean, it's the first time for everything. This could end up dumping for sure. If you guys believe in it, go for it. I just wouldn't myself, because on all-time high day, once we hit all-time highs, there's usually a lot of stops up here. People short the all-time highs all the time, so they could be you could have make an example of these guys. I mean, you could catch scalps. Who knows? Lean hogs are even better to trade right now. Lean hogs to the downside. Lean hogs look like they're dumping. Look at the lean hogs, man. Lean hogs also had that 21 crossover. We had a nice attempt here. We got pushed down. Stop loss up here. Take it after this big red candle here. Would have been, or even after this candle. Would have been a good entry. Lean hogs. That's laughter stuff. Can't believe we traded lean hogs today with laughter. We made a couple bucks on it too. Alright, let's see what happens on gold. I'm hoping gold will be a dumper. NQ's moving back up. Don't blame you, Miguel. It is looking good. Let's go. I'm going to join you on that long. Another all-time high, baby. Let's go for all-time high number 2 today. Fat red candle on gold, Tyler? Yeah, it's coming. Lean hogs was a 1K play. Nice job. 22,440s next. Yeah, we'll set up another day to trade lean hogs. Yeah, gold's looking dumpy. Excuse me. There's a nasty spread on gold. Did you guys see the spread on gold right now? Yeah, pretty nasty spread on gold right now. Alright. Yeah, she might rip here. Gold is dumping, guys. Gold is dumping. Just like I said. Can you believe it? Fool me once. Shame on me. That was a fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. You can't fool me twice. That's what George Bush said. Famous words. Yeah, now she's ripping. NQ is ripping to the upside. The gold is dumping, but she is trying to keep it afloat. She ain't looking too good though. Not looking too good yet. There is so much liquidity at 437 till 440 on the book map. Yeah, I bet there is. I'm telling you, man. When we have all-time high days, all those stops up there, that's gonna be like a magnet. That's why we put the magnet up there. Oh. Excuse me, guys. This price action is putting me to sleep. Next target would be a good target. Would be Tori's trend line up here. Excuse me, guys. Let's see if she'll give us this big push all the way up. 432 is what she has to break. Russell's doing good. RTY is going sideways. I mean, the Dow's going sideways. S&P going sideways. Excuse me. See, we get all-time high at number 2.
Yeah, I do. They violated. Yeah, I do. They violated, but Israel violated it too. Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I'd never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
What? Did he just drop a... Yo, did he really just say that? Yo, did he really just say that? Oh, what? I've never heard him curse. Did you guys hear that? Holy smokes, man. That is crazy. Whoa, man. Yeah, George says that's what I voted for. Greatest president in history. Wow, I guess they're still at it. I guess Israel and Iran are still at it. Slow news day when you got these, when you keep seeing these protesters in front of cars. You know, you got a slow news day. Wow, so I guess Israel dropped some more bombs on Iran? Really? Did you guys know that? Take care, Azad. Yeah, I'm gonna finish up today in a little bit too. Did you guys know that Israel dropped some more bombs? This was 7 hours ago. Did you guys know that? I didn't know that, man. That's crazy. All right. Slow news day. Not much going on. Gold's going sideways. NQ's trying to make an all-time high again. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, they said nukes. I don't know, man. That was nuts. Yeah, it was a ceasefire, and it started. This is what it sounds like. Oh man. Yeah, ceasefire my butt, man. Trump was so proud of his ceasefire agreement, man, and they just made him look bad. He doesn't like to be made look bad, that's for sure. The RTY is looking extra pumpy, guys. Look at this. RTY is looking so stinking bullish. That is nuts. Yeah, it's a pretty big deal, man. Shorts are about to pay, says DJ Toka. Yeah, it looks like I'm about to be stopped on my long there. Yeah. But yeah, RTY looks crazy. Look at that. That's more bullish than the NQ. It's doing way better than the ES and the Dow, that's for sure. It didn't work. All right, so I think that's it for me, guys. But my gold trades are looking all right. Market's really kind of ugly right now, so I'm done trading for the day anyway. I'm just hanging out here with you guys. Just hanging out with you guys. I say a quick prayer for you guys and let you go on your merry way. Father God, we come to you in Jesus' name, Lord, and we thank you for today. We thank you for allowing the people on our stream today to be present, Father, and in good health. Lord, and for those of us who are not in good health and they need you, Father, in their life, whether it be physical or mental, and they need a spiritual uplifting, Father, may you appear to them and show them, Father, how beautiful it can be to be in relationship with you, my Lord. Father, we ask you to look over our families, Lord, and we ask you to bring us back tomorrow on the stream, Father, in good health, Father, and in good spirits. Father, forgive us for our sins and allow us, Father, to repent for our sins, Father, and never go back to that life ever again, Lord. Father, for those of us here who have never met you or have strayed away, I ask you, Father, to also, Father, show up in their life, Father, and show them how beautiful it could be, Father, to live a life with you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Thank you, guys. Take care. We'll see you tomorrow. Take care, my friends.